Hey everyone, and welcome to the DevOps Advanced Full Course video. I think this is one of the best DevOps video I've created so far in this particular channel. So let me give you the idea that what are the tools that we are going to cover. So we are going to cover Terraform, Ansible, Docker Compose, Caddy, Uptime Kuma, Prometheus, Grafana, Sublyzer, K6 and Hostinger VPS. So let me give you the summary for why actually we are going to use each and every tool. So for infra we are going to use Terraform, for config and deployment we are going to use Ansible, for public HTTPS and reverse proxy we are going to use Caddy, for uptime monitoring we are going to use Uptime Kuma, for matrices we are going to use Prometheus and Grafana, for load testing we are going to use K6, for error tracking, performance monitoring and AI autofixes we are going to use Sublyzer, and for VPS we will be using Hostinger. So let's discuss each and every section in details. So first we'll start with our contract and the baseline. So we are going to understand the flow, that how our actual flow of this entire video works, how it will start from infra to deploy to HTTPS to uptime monitoring and load testing. Then we'll move to very important section. So we are going to integrate Sublyzer. Then we'll move to Terraform for our VPS provisioning. Moving to next, we'll be having another important section. So for configuration management and deployment we are going to use Ansible, right? And then we'll move to Caddy for public HTTPS and reverse proxy, right? So for uptime monitoring we are going to use Uptime Kuma, and for monitoring and matrices, for CPU uses, memory management, all those things we are going to use Prometheus and Grafana. And at the end we are going to finish this particular video with load testing using Grafana K6. So that is all that we are going to cover in this particular video. So it's my humble request. See, I've given a lot of effort while creating this particular video, right? Please give a like, comment down, and if you can hype this video it will be very helpful. So if this video get 5,000 likes, so I'm going to create a part 2 of this particular video. So with this, now let's get started and good luck. Alright, so now let's get started. Now before we are going to start the conceptual sections and everything, right? Couple of things I wanted to mention, and each and everything that I'm going to discuss in next 5 minutes is very important, so please do not skip. The first one, as we've discussed in the intro and in the title, you can see this is not a beginner course, right? So this will be a little bit advanced side of DevOps course. Now if you are here for the first time, so just to give you some info that I already have 3 DevOps parts that I already uploaded on my channel. You can go to YouTube, right, and then search for Sangam Mukherjee DevOps. So this was the first video. This is the second video on Dockers and Jenkins, and then also I have a dedicated video on Kubernetes. Now for this particular video, at least you should know the basics. For example, Git, Docker, Docker Compose, CI/CD, all these things. Okay, if you know all of these things, you don't have to watch this video. You are good to start. The second point, very important, and that is prerequisite. So what you need to do, right, that is you have to download the source code. Okay, now this source code is completely free. I have added in the description. So this will be the first step you have to do. Download the source code from my website and then open that in a code editor. Why? Because throughout this particular video we are going to copy paste a lot of things. This is a DevOps course, right? We are not going to write each and every config file. Absolutely not. So it is going to take a lot of time, and also it doesn't make any sense also, right, until it is needed. So I have added each and every details that you need, right? So you can directly copy from there, and then you can also understand by yourself. So it's actually very important, and I will not say only important, but it's actually prerequisite. So download the source code. It's absolutely free. Okay, now third thing, for this particular video, as usual in the last 3 parts also we have used the same. So we are going to use a dummy man application. Okay, so I'm just going to discuss in a minute. So now let's see that what are the tools that we are going to discuss, although we have discussed in the intro, but I'm just going to give you one more introductory for all the tools. So first of all, we will be using Terraform. So what actually Terraform is nothing but your infrastructure layer. Okay, so after Terraform we are going to use Ansible. So for example, let's say your Terraform is going to create the VPS, or let's say you already have a VPS created. So that is actually my case. So I already have a VPS created, and I'm going to link that VPS using Terraform. So after Terraform will do that, Ansible is going to do what? It's going to turn into a usable deployment target. Okay, so these we are going to discuss later. Then we are going to use something called Caddy. So Caddy will be our HTTP edge and works as a reverse proxy. For monitoring we are going to use Prometheus and Grafana, right? For load testing we are going to use K6. Okay, And then we are going to use a very interesting tool, and that is Sublyzer. So this is an all-in-one monitoring platform that we are going to use. So these we are going to use for our error tracking, performance monitoring, and all are real-time, okay, user and session analytics, security scanning, and also AI auto fixes. So we are going to have a dedicated section on this. And for VPS we are going to use Hostinger, okay. So now I've already given all the idea and everything. Now we are going to we'll start. Before we are going to start, let me just explain the source code. It's very important to understand what actually we are doing here, okay. So now first of all, you'll see that I already created an app folder. We are going to create an ops folder here, and we are going to write all our ops related or operation related or DevOps related config files and everything inside that particular folder. So what you will do, right, if you see, I already added two source code. If you notice, right, I'll be adding a initial, or maybe let's consider this one as a initial source code that you can just download and then you open, which will be this one, and the final one you can open in another window, and then you can just copy paste some of the things that whatever I'm going to mention. So here what we are going to do, okay, first of all we'll be creating a folder that is ops, and we are not going to do anything for now. We'll just leave it there. If you go to app, inside that we are going to have two folders. One is our server, and then we are going to have our web. So this is in React Vite I have created. And if you go to server folder, first let's go to the env, and you'll see what are the things that we have. This we are going to remove for now, okay, and I'm just going to use this one later. So save this. For now we are going to have a port. We are going to have a course origin. So for now I'm going to use the React Vite, so 5173. And Mongo URI, I'm just going to use MongoDB, Mongo this port, and then the name. So maybe let's do this one as DevOps _ Advanced Course. You can change whatever you want to keep. And then I just have one more variable here, that is slow ms. And then also we are going to create our Sublyzer, but this we are going to do later, okay, in the next section. So this will be our env. And if you go to source, we have a mongo.js where we are just connecting to the DB. I'm just giving all the information and everything. In the route file, we have our health route, some debug, and some issues route where we'll be creating the issues and everything, okay. And then if you go to the index.js, this is our main entry file, right. So we have our as usual Express server setup. We have a port, course origin, right. We are using this API endpoint to call all our endpoints, and then we just start the Express server, okay. So this will be our backend code. Very simple. If you already worked with man, right, even if you don't work with man, it's not that much difficult, right. So you can understand what actually we're doing here. If you go to web, so in the web we have a Vite API base. So what we are doing, we are using this API as a proxy in our Vite config, right. You will see that we have added a server and then we added a proxy. So for this particular, whenever there will be any endpoint that will start with this /API, we're going to call this particular target, okay. Now if you go to source, we have a API.js, right, where we have a API get and post, and then we just have two pages, okay, that's it. Now what I'm going to do, why I'm not explaining all of this in detail, because this is not our thing that we are going to discuss, right. This is not a full stack course. We are going to learn how we are going to understand and apply all those tools, concepts in a project. It can be any project. For now we are using a man as a demo project, but it can be any project. At the end the concepts will be always same, right. I hope you're getting. So for example, let's say if you watch my DevOps series, right, I think if you have already watched some of the parts, you know that I have explained very simpler way. The same way we are going to do this one. For example, consider Git, right. Now you're creating a man application and then you're posting that to Git. You're creating a Python, you're posting that source code to Git. For Git, the concept is always same, right. It will be same for your man application and for your Python also. It won't be difficult. So that is what I mean. It doesn't matter if you're using man, you're using a Java, whatever you are going to use, at the end the concept you have to understand, right. Okay, now first thing what we are going to do. So I'm going to give you the roadmap, right. So first, I already have created all those Docker file and everything that we are going to use. But before that, let me give you one very important thing, or the mental model that you have to understand. Now if you see, some of you already mentioned that why I'm writing all of this, why I already can read and then explain. No, I'm not going to do that, because there can be, most of you can be are beginner, right? So for you, if I write and at the same time you will take notes, it will be easy for you to understand, I can guarantee. Especially for DevOps, right? DevOps is you have to understand the concepts. It's not like you, for example, let's say if I tell you one very simple thing, and everything I'm telling is very very important, and normally I don't say all these things and take a lot of time in a full stack project. If you're following my channel, in full stack project I'll just writing the code and then start explaining, but for a DevOps video or course, it's completely different, absolutely different. Why? Because for example, let's say if you go to the Terraform documentation, right, and you're a beginner, I can guarantee, if I ask you that, okay, now you read from this documentation and then you try to apply these in your man application and see how many days for you to take, to understand and then apply. So what I mean by this, it's not that much simple. Okay, I'll be very honest. What you need to do, right, whenever you'll be taking notes, how much it is important, I can't explain. Why? So it's very 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 important, right? Even if you're taking handwritten notes, right, let's say you're writing, it's much better. Also you can take in Canva, whatever you want to take, but taking notes actually is going to help you a lot. What you need to do, for example, let's say I'll be starting this Terraform section, right, and then I'm going to write the key points here. Once I write the key points, you go to documentation, you try to read, and let's say you're not able to understand something, you take the note, okay, and or maybe you go to the documentation, you copy some of the things and go to GPT, and then you try to understand that concept and see how much easier it will be for you, right, instead of directly reading from the documentation and try to apply. I hope you're getting it. So the same thing you're going to do for all the tools that we are going to use here. Okay, so now I think enough time we have spent. So what are you going to do? So first of all, I'm just going to write some of the things. So first of all, I'm going to write here provisioning layer. So this will be our Terraform. Okay, so here it's going to, maybe let's say it's going to either create a VPS. For example, let's say you're doing for the first time, so you're creating a new VPS, so it's going to create the VPS, or for our case what we're going to do, we're going to attach a link to our existing one. Okay, let's keep this one a little big. Okay, now next thing we are going to have our bootstrap, or I'm just going to give this one as config layer, something like this, and this will be our Ansible. Okay, then we are going to have our runtime layer. So what is our runtime layer? So it will be our Docker and our compose file, right? Why? Because it's going to do what? It's going to run your front end, it is going to run your back end, and it's going to run the Mongo or whatever DB you're using as what? Services. Each and every will be as one service, right? Then we are going to have our edge layer, which is what? Our Caddy. Okay, what it's going to do now, if you see, we have something called Nginx, then you have Caddy. All these are what? It's going to work as a reverse proxy. So what it actually going to do? So just write it down. So it's going to expose the app safely over HTTPS, and very very important, right? So what it's going to do, it's going to route the traffic to the correct internal services. Okay, so we're going to discuss this one later. Route traffic to correct internal services. Okay, then we have a what? Observability layer. So I'm just going to do observability layer. So here what you are using, so we are using two things. So first we are using all-in-one app monitoring, and for this one we are going to use what? We are going to use our Sublyzer, and for this one we are going to use the SDK. And remember, this will be real time, so you're going to have our error monitoring, right, user analytics, session analytics, and all those things. And then also you're going to use our Prometheus, and also you're going to use Grafana. And these will be what? So these will be, for example, let's say you want to check your CPU uses or memory, or let's say maybe you want to check disk, right, all these things. And then we are also going to have one more, which will be our validation layer, right? So do validation layer, and validation layer is our K6 for our load testing. Okay, so these, you have to understand all these things, that how these things, now why these all are very very important, right? If you ask me why it is important, because in DevOps you will see that you're going to have 100 tools. For each and every tool you have to, what you have to understand, the first thing, if I ask you, you have to understand that particular tool, how it is helpful to a DevOps ecosystem. So what I mean by this, for example, that why actually we need Terraform, why we need Docker, why Ansible is actually helpful in a Docker ecosystem, right? Whenever I used to learn, I also learn now also, the first thing I will understand that why that particular tool is actually there. For example, let's say why Sublyzer is helpful, or why Prometheus or Grafana is needed. So that is the first thing you have to understand. So that is the reason this model you have to know, not memorize, but you have to understand. Okay, I hope this is clear. So with this, now our basic intro is completed, that okay, these all are the things we are going to cover and everything. So what will be our next step? So next step, first we are going to write our Docker file, Docker ignore, write our Docker compose file, right? We are going to start our app, so we're going to run in our Docker, right? Our application locally in Docker for now. And then next, what you're going to do, right? Next, we are going to integrate our Sublyzer SDK, so that we can see our real-time uses and everything throughout this particular video. Once we'll do that, from that third section, we are going to start with Terraform. So first, let's go here and let's start with the backend first. So go to app, inside server, and create our Docker file. Okay, and now I'll go here, and remember, I'm not going to explain each and everything, right? So here I'm just going to copy this part. You're going to get all of this from the source code. So that is the reason I mentioned just open all of this, right? You'll understand what actually you're doing here. Now remember one thing, this is our starting or entry point, source/index.ts, JS. If you have given different name, you have to change this. Now let's go here and then copy this, and I'm going to create Docker ignore and paste it here. Copy this file, go to web, paste it here also. Now go to web and create one more Docker file, and then I'm just going to copy this one here. That's it. Okay, so this is done. Now next thing what we need to do, go to env. I think we have already changed the DB. Okay, this is correct, DevOps Advanced Course. You can take whatever you want. Now what you're going to do, right, we are going to create let's do compose.yml. okay, and here what I'm going to do, so I'm just going to see, we are going to have these services. So we are going to have our Mongo service, and then we are going to have a server and the web, right? And then we have the volumes. Why I'm not explaining, I've explained all of this not once but in last two parts in details. You can see all these videos. So I'm just going to copy this from here, and then I'm just going to paste it here, and then I'm just going to change this on to, let's do DevOps Advanced Course Mongo, and I'm going to copy this and let's do DevOps Advanced Course server, and I will do DevOps Advanced Course web. Okay, so I think this is done. So now what I'm going to do, we're going to start. Alright, so what I'll do, we'll just do Docker compose up-d. So I'm going to just pause this, so once it will download. So once this is done, then we are going to do the next step. Awesome, so you can see that this is done. So now if I go here, right, so let's just refresh this. Okay, so you can see that you're getting this very simple UI that we have created. So go to the create issue, and then I'm just going to do first issue, and then just create, go back. So I'm going to get this. Let's do one more time. So I'll do second issue created, and then create, go back, and we'll be getting this. Refresh this, we're going to get the list of issues. That's it. Now why this is very important, because before we are going to start all the new section or the actual topics that we are going to cover, because these will give you the basic overview. First I thought that okay, that I'm just going to add all this Docker file, then I'll just start from this particular step, but I thought no, first I should cover all these things so that you will understand that what actually is happening here. Now I think this is done. So what will be our next step? Next step, first, as I already mentioned, that we'll start with Sublyzer. Why? Because throughout this particular course, whenever we are going to introduce a new topic, right, for example, let's say Terraform or Ansible or Prometheus or Grafana, side by side we are also going to see how our website or the app is actually doing, right? So this is going to handle each and everything, as I already mentioned. So for now, okay, now before we'll see that okay, this is paid or not, it's actually not. So this has a completely free dedicated plan also. So what you have to do, just sign up for free, right? So just log in, and then I'm just going to do continue with Google. Awesome. So for now, what are you going to do, right? So we have to create a new integration. Okay, integration we are going to create, and we are going to do what? SDK integration. Okay, so for now, what I'll do, I'm just going to do new integration, and then let's do this one as man DevOps course or something, right? And then just create. Okay, this is now created. Now why what actually you need this integration code, which is very important. So for now, what I'm going to do, this is a dummy one. Okay, I think some of you already mentioned that why I'm showing all of this. That is fine. I'm going to anyways delete once I'll record this. So I'll just open a new tab here. I'm going to paste it here. This actually we need, right? So you just do the same thing. Now what you have to do, right? If you see, you have this view dashboard options. Click here, and then you'll do go to dashboard. Once you go to dashboard, you're going to see a lot of things. Okay, first of all, how many returning users, how many bugs are there, what is the performance, how many active users, right? System health, which is very cool, that we are going to discuss. How many errors. If you go to security, it's also going to flag what kind of security bugs that you have, right? And it's going to define based on critical, high, medium or low, something like that, right? Also here we are also going to get options, that is AI fixes. So if there are any issue, that we are going to use AI to fix those. Okay, then if you go to performance, we're going to see detailed performance also. So for now, what we need to do, first of all, we need to integrate these with our SDK. Okay, so that will be our first step. So now go back and let's do SDK integration, right? And here you'll see that you have to paste the code just now we have created, and then because we are using JavaScript, right, we are going to use JavaScript here. Now if you're using something else, you can use, because they have TypeScript, Node.js or other options also. So for now, what I'm going to do, I'll go here, I'll copy this code, and then I'm just going to paste it here. Okay, so this is valid. Now you can change this name and everything, and this is the app URL that we need. Okay, so for now, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to copy this. Okay, this is very important, sorry, API URL, and I will go to our server. We are not going to use this one directly. Why? Because we are going to create a proxy through our backend. That is much better way, so that you have all the handle to you, so that you can manage by yourselves. Go to env, and you'll see that if you already downloaded the skeleton code, you have this env here, and then paste that URL here. Okay, so that is the second step that we need to do. Okay, now what we are going to do, you can just copy from here, or you are going to directly download from here also. So if you do download, it's going to download that way. But what I will suggest, right, sometimes if you're getting any errors or anything, that is the reason I already mentioned that I'm going to add all these in the source code. If you downloaded the source code, you are going to get this SDK also, right? What I will suggest, right, you use the SDK that I actually added in the code, copy that SDK, and then you have to change only one line in that particular SDK. So I'm going to explain. So first do this. First you're going to go here, okay, open any notepad or anything, and if you notice, I already added this SDK file in the code. Okay, this is the complete code that I've added here. What you have to do, this is the exact file I've added there. In this SDK, just search with integration code. Okay, and if you go next, you'll see that you are going to get this key. Okay, sorry, the code, and this is the same code that we have actually here. Okay, so this is what you're going to use. So copy this code just now you have created and then paste it here. That's it. So this is the change you have to do. I'm just going to repeat once again. Just download this source code that I've added in the source code in the description, right? Download this SDK, search with integration underscore code. You're going to get it here, right? This is only in one place, and then just replace this code with your code just now you have created. So now what you have to do, you have this SDK ready. So now I'm just going to copy this entire file. Okay, so see, from here I'm going to copy the entire file. So I'll go down. This is a long SDK that we have, and I'm just going to copy from till this part, copy this. Okay, and now if you go to the docs, so let's go to view SDK guide. Alright, so here you can see that what you need to do. So we have already done till this part. So we're going to save this file as sublyzer.js under the public assets. Now for this one you're using Vite, so you just create a SDK's file and then Sublyzer. If you're using Next.js, it's the same thing. So now what you're going to do, we'll go here and let's go to our web, and then inside public we are going to create a folder. I'm just going to do SDK, right? And then I'm just going to create this particular file here. So I'll copy this and then just create this file, and remember, don't forget to copy that and paste that code here that I mentioned, right? And then you just paste it here, enter thing, save this, right? So if you just search for this integration underscore code, so this is what I'm talking about. So this one actually you need, which just now we have created. Okay, so with this the basic setup is now completed. So now what you're going to do, now if you notice what you're going to do, you're going to paste these into our HTML. So in our main document, so main document means in our single file that we have, right, index.html. So if you go to your Vite directory, you have this index.html file. So this is where we are going to add our script. So I'm just going to copy this, okay, and then I'm just going to paste it here. Maybe let's add it here, only we can add. Now first of all, this will be our source. This is the code. So this is the code that we have actually created just now. So I'm just going to copy this and then I'm just going to paste it here. And this data API URL we are going to change to our backend, because we are going to call that via backend. So we're going to create a proxy. So let's do that in the next part. So for this one, we actually already added this proxy target, right? So this is the proxy target that we are going to use. So let's see how we are going to do that in the next part. The moment we will do that, you'll see what will happen from here. You are going to, so this Sublyzer is going to actually track each and everything whatever your UI is doing. For example, let's say how many users are visiting, how many sessions and everything. So that we are going to see real time in the dashboard. But first let's create the proxy, and once we'll do that, then this will be completed. Alright, so now let's go to the backend. So we'll go to the backend, and inside source let's create one file, and I'm just going to do Sublyzer proxy.js, and I already created this. So I'm just going to copy from here, just download copy from the source code also, and then just paste it here. So this is okay, I'm doing something wrong here. Let's see, I have one more. Okay, so we are just taking that proxy target that we have added in the env, and then we are just simply calling it. You see, we are just doing this await fetch. We are passing the method, headers and body, that's it. And at the end we are sending the status, and also we are sending this response back. Okay, so I think that's it. And then what we are going to do, we are just going to go to our index.js, and then I'm just going to call it here. Okay, so we'll do app.all. So whenever we'll go to for any this endpoint, we're going to call this particular proxy. So I'll just copy this. I'm not explaining all of these normal concepts, express concepts. So maybe I'm just going to paste it here, right? And also we need to import this. So we are going to import this from, so we'll go to Sublyzer, and we have Sublyzer proxy. Okay, and I think this is done. So now let's save this. So now I think this is completed. So next step, what we're going to do, right? So we have to go to our index.html of our client side, and then we're going to change this data API URL. Why? Because this is now going through our backend, and our backend is running in which port? So it's running on 5000. So I'm just going to change this on to 5000, and then I'm just going to do /Sublyzer. Okay, and I think this is done. So now let's save this, and now what you're going to do, right? So I'm just going to do docker compose down. So let's do one more time. Alright, so now this is completed. Okay, so what I'll do, right? So let's go here. I'll just create one more. Let's create one more issue here. I'll create. So let's do maybe anything, random value I'll give. Let's create this. Go back, right? Now, if I go to the dashboard, right? So let's go back. We already have the dashboard for this particular integration, right? So we'll go here. I can guarantee you to be able to see the result by now. So if I go to dashboard, that's it. So now you're already seeing the details here. Okay, so these many active users, performance, this many bugs you have, right? System health and all the other details that you should be able to track from here. For bugs, you have to go to the security tab, and you'll see that mostly now you'll be getting the bugs related to because we're running in localhost, right? But this is where you should be able to see all the details, right? So now with this, for now we have actually completed the integration, the initial integration that we need, right? So every time you're going to do any kind of action in your UI, right? So Sublyzer, because you already have the SDK integrated, right? And we're using that particular proxy, so it's going to return all the details, and those details will be reflected real time in your dashboard. Now we are going to use this throughout this particular video, but for now this should be more than enough to know. But one thing I wanted to mention, and that is very important, that please use the SDK that I already added here and just replace the code that you have created. Okay, so with this, now we'll move to our next section, which will be Terraform. Now for this one, we are going to cover in-depth concepts first, because we are not going to write the config files and then everything first time, or initially it will be very difficult for all of you to understand. So please don't skip the concept section. Okay, it's very important. Second thing I want to mention, that I already have a VPS created, right? I'm going to use the hostinger, so it's very very you should have at least one VPS ready. Okay, now why it is important, because I'm going to use the existing one. If you don't have, so you can, I'm going to also show you that how you're going to create a new one, and then how you're going to configure that using Terraform. But if you already have some VPS, what you can do, we are going to link that existing VPS, and then we are going to use that in our next section. Next section means when you are going to use Ansible and everything, we need the VPS IP and all those details. Okay, so what I mean basically by this, that in sum up, that you need a VPS for this particular next sections. Okay, so with this, now let's start with the Terraform. Alright, so now let's start with Terraform. Now for this particular section, or basically for every section, mostly we are going to cover most of the time on concepts, and then we are also going to learn that what actually that particular tool is and how that tool fits in DevOps ecosystem, right? So I already mentioned, and then we are going to apply some of the concepts in our MAN application. Why I am focusing more on concepts rather than practical, right? Because I can guarantee if your concepts, commands, and how actually things works, if these things are clear, you will be able to clear the interview very easily, and also you will be able to create any projects also very easily. Now I'm talking this in terms of DevOps concepts, right? Because in DevOps you have to understand the tools, definitions, why, what, all these things, and I'm repeating these things multiple times. This is very important. So now from this particular point, now start taking the notes very seriously. Okay, so first of all, as usual, that we are going to understand that why actually we need Terraform, or how actually Terraform fits in DevOps. Now here you have to understand the concept of provisioning versus configuration management. Okay, so what is the difference between, sorry, let me just take, so I'm just going to do here, let me increase little bit, 40. So we have to do provisioning versus configuration management, right? So we are provisioning versus configuration management. Okay, so what actually Terraform is, or what problem it actually solves, I think this would be better way to put. So first of all, you have to understand that Terraform actually we use or Terraform is for creating and changing infrastructure. Now let's write all of this right in short so that you can note it and it will be helpful. So Terraform will be for creating and changing infrastructure. I think some of the times you will see that I'll be doing some spelling mistake, but that is fine. Okay, I just wanted to say that. So Terraform is basically used for creating or changing infrastructure. Here infrastructure I means it can be servers, it can be networks, it can be DNS, it can be load balancers also. So you can note it down. So it can be servers, it can be networks, it can be also let's say DNS, or maybe you're working with load balancers, you can use there also. Okay. Now what actually it answers in a one sentence, it will be what should exist, right? So here you can write that Terraform actually answers what should exist. That's it. Here why this is very important to understand unless we'll move to the next section, which is Ansible. Now there are one very important difference you have to understand, and that is I already mentioned the provisioning versus configuration. So what actually Ansible is actually for configuring what already exists. I hope now you can relate. So Terraform actually answers what should exist. Maybe let's say I should have a VPS. Okay, I should have a VPS server. You're getting right. And then Ansible we are going to use to configure that VPS. Okay, so here this will be, so Ansible will be for configuring what already exists. So do what already exists. Now you can understand the difference very easily, right? So Terraform answers what should exist, Ansible answers or Ansible configures what already exists. Now these can be packages, it can be users, it can be config, right? Or it actually answers that how should this particular machine be set up, something like that. Okay, so you can get this kind of query in interview, that what is the difference between provisioning versus configuration management, right? So provisioning, you are actually dealing with infrastructure lifecycle. Now what actually come in infrastructure lifecycle, right? So I'm just going to do infra. So I'll do infra lifecycle. So in infra lifecycle you will have all these things. For example, let's say you are creating a VPS, right? So these will be under your infrastructure lifecycle. Or maybe you are adding some kind of rules. Maybe the better way to put will be firewall. So you have the firewall, right? So you have adding some firewall rules, right? Or maybe we are creating some DNS records. Okay, I hope you are getting right. Here you have to deal with all these things in an infrastructure lifecycle, right? What is configuration management, right? So configuration is actually you are dealing with inside the machine setup. Now this is very important. So here I'm just going to do config, insert config management. So this will be something like this. So you are doing maybe install Docker, right? So this you are going to do when you are going to work with Ansible, or let's say this is your Ansible territory, where actually you are dealing with inside the machine setup. Means let's say you're installing Docker, you're installing Caddy, you're installing Nginx, you're installing Node, you're installing Mongo tools, right? Maybe you're creating some users, right? Or you are doing some maybe SSH hardening, okay, these kind of things. So here these will be, or all these things will come under configuration management. I hope this is clear, right? So this is actually very important to understand. Now you can write some of the examples also. So Terraform example will be, maybe let's say we are using Hostinger, right? So we will create Hostinger VPS, something like that, right? We are going to choose some data center and some kind of template image, right? We are going to attach our SSH key, right? And at the end we are going to get our VPS IP. So here what we are going to do, I'm just giving the example, the thing that we are going to do in the project only. So in the Terraform what we are going to do, or what actually will comes under infra lifecycle. So maybe let's say we are going to create or attached our existing Hostinger VPS, right? Then what we are going to do, we are going to choose some data center. We are going to choose a plan that, okay, I want to choose a monthly plan or whatever, choose a plan, right? And we are going to attach SSH key, and what will be the output? At the end, the output will be our VPS IP, and this output will be the input for what? So output of Terraform will be input of Ansible. I hope this is clear, right? Don't get confused. So output is like Terraform is doing all these infra related things, right? So at the end, it's going to give you the VPS IP, and these VPS IP I'm going to use in Ansible. So Terraform output is the input of Ansible. So in the Ansible, what we are going to do now, see, Ansible we will have separate section, but you have to understand, or else it will be difficult for you to understand what is the difference between the provisioning and the configuration, right? So here we are going to do what? We are going to do the same thing, right? We are going to install maybe Docker, or let's say we're going to create our app directory. Then what are we going to do? We are going to upload our Docker compose, something like that, compose.yml, right? And then maybe at the end we are going to configure some logs, monitoring, all these things will come later. So this is the basic difference between provisioning and configuration management, and this is what Terraform does. Terraform actually used to create or change infrastructure. So this is the keyword that you have to understand. Okay, so now if I give you a very simple maybe let's create one, not here, we'll go here. So let's, I'm going to take here, so maybe let's do this one as this is me, or okay, something like that. I'm just giving very simple example. Okay, we are going to have some detailed concepts, but just understand. And this is, let's say, connected to Terraform, and Terraform is doing what? Provisioning. So Terraform is doing provisioning. Okay, I think the spelling is wrong, but that is fine. And here what it's going to do in this step, it's going to call the provider API that we are going to discuss later, that what actually provider is. So in our case, the provider is Hostinger, because we are using Hostinger. Let's say you're using AWS. So in that case, your provider will be AWS. Okay, so here this will be, it is going to call the Hostinger API, right? And then we are going to check that whether VPS exists or not, something like that. Okay, or not, and then we are going to create the VPS, and at the end it's going to do a lot of steps in between, definitely, and at the end what it's going to do, it's going to give you the output. So what output we are going to get? We are going to get maybe, let's say, VPS IP. Okay, and these VPS IP we are going to use where? We are going to use in our Ansible config. So that means the output of Terraform is the input of Ansible. Okay, so this is where we are going to do what? Configuration. I hope this is clear. So now, so this is very simple example. Okay, this is for complete beginners. Now let's do, I'm just going to copy this and I'm going to paste it here. So let's remove all these things. Okay, now first of all, I think you know, I'm guessing that some of you already know this particular term that is called IAC. So what actually this means, right? So IAC means infrastructure as code, and why actually we need this, or what actually this means, right? Or why? Now you'll see that most of the teams actually, if you work in some companies, right, they usually use this infrastructure as a code. So why they're actually moving from scripts to this IAC, right? In short, I'm going to tell IAC, right? So here what actually this means. Now remember, don't think that I'm just taking a lot of time explaining all of these things you will get in interview query also, right? Don't think that they will they in interview they will give you a code and then you will tell that okay, you have to write this particular Terraform files, that how variable works, what actually output file, how you're going to create. Definitely they're going to ask, but you have to also know all these things, right? What actually IAC, why actually you need infrastructure as code, right? So here what actually IAC means, that here you describe infrastructure using version control code. I hope this is clear, so you can write it down. So do you describe infrastructure or infra using version controlled code, right? So that means in practice what usually happens, that your infra definition is going to stay in Git. Okay, so now consider you have your project folder, and then in the project folder you have a ops directory. Now inside this ops directory you have a Terraform folder that you have created, and inside this you have a prod. Let's say you have a different stage environments, right? You have a dev environment, you have a stage environment, you have a pre prod environment, right? Most of the big companies, big products, they use pre-prod also. Okay, so before pushing the code to the directly to the prod, they're going to do the testing, right? Maybe let's say I will give you these kind of real life examples, right? So let's say some teams follows maybe weekly once or bi-weekly deployment, right? So what they're going to do, right? So before they will do, maybe let's say they're going to do the deployment on Wednesday. I'm just giving an example, right? Now before getting all the approvals and everything, most of the teams, they're going to do a pre-prod validation. Okay, so pre-prod validation before they're going to deploy the changes in Wednesday, maybe let's say Monday, or some teams also do last week, maybe last Friday, something like that. I hope you're getting. So we are going to have different environments. Okay, now let's say consider you have an ops folder where you have a Terraform directory, and then you have a prod folder. So all the prod related configuration you're going to write inside this, right? So what actually this IAC or infrastructure as a code, what actually we do, we describe all this infra using version control code. Means our infra is going to, our infra definition, this infra definition is going to live in Git. So what is the advantage? The advantage is whenever any user, consider user A, not user, I'll say employee A. So employee A is going to make any changes, right? So what will happen? These changes needs to go through what? Peer review, right? And this is very, very helpful, right? Also, one more thing is that whenever we are going to have any kind of considered like this, right? This is very, very, very important. Now if you're a student, right, I'm going to tell you one very important thing, and that is in big product, or let's say you have a big project, right? Maybe a client project, there these kind of things becomes very, very important. Consider, let's say there are 100 employees or maybe 10 employees in a particular team, and they don't have any kind of track or anything, right? And some maybe intern or freshers, they by mistake they made a huge mistake and they push the code directly to the prod, something like that, and something breaks. And even if that is a B2C product, it will be a huge problem, right? So that is the reason here what will happen whenever you have all these things in a version controlled, right? It will be very easy to track, and also you'll be able to see the changes. Also, you'll not believe, not related to Terraform, but I'm just giving very basic good ideas that what happened, right? You'll see in some products whenever we'll do push any changes to prod, right? Normally there will be some kind of message we used to get in Slack. Actually, I've worked in multiple projects. So what happened whenever consider there is a employee A with ID XYZ, he pushed the changes and the prod deployment is successful. So what will happen in a team channel, we will be getting a message that okay, this particular user just now completed the prod deployment. So that is just to not to inform that prod deployment is successful, but that is to track that who is the user actually done the deployment and who is making the changes. I hope you are getting right. So that's why infrastructure as a code is actually very, very helpful, right? Now here also you'll be able to get the history, right? That who else make any changes, what is the history, what are the actual changes, all these things. Okay, now maybe let's do a reference architecture, and I think this will be actually important. So I'm just going to take one more here, and let's do this one as maybe let's say this is you, means you or me on laptop, something like that. Okay, I can guarantee no one is going to teach like this, right? I'm trying to make things very, very simple. And you remember one thing, that whenever I teach, right, I myself took a lot of time understanding things, because you'll see teaching is very difficult thing, because I can't just go to the official documentation and read it and then create a video. It's not possible to explain like this in a very simpler way. You need a lot of reading, lot of practice and all those things. I hope you are getting right. So here consider you are on your laptop, right? Or maybe this can be your CI runner also. That is also good point. So this is your CI runner. What you're going to do, right? We have something called Terraform CLI. Now remember, we haven't explained the CLI here, but we are going to discuss later. Now this is your Terraform CLI. So CLI is going to do something, right? You don't know what actually it's going to do. And before this, so in between there will be one more steps that we are going to use Terraform init. It's going to initialize, then we have Terraform plan, then we are going to do apply, right? So we are going to discuss those later. So you have Terraform CLI. Okay, so what this is going to do, right, this is going to download your provider packages, right? It's going to read all the files that we are going to create, right? So normally we create using this .tf file, right? So .tf means, so it will be, maybe let's do star.tf. so it's going to read all the tf files, it's going to read all the VATs variables, and also it's going to read all the env VATs, something like that, right? So this is what it's going to do. Then this CLI is going to call the plugin. Now this plugin is nothing but your provider plugin. Provider plugin can be anything, right? So maybe we are using Hostinger, it can be anything, right? And this is going to do some kind of API calls. Very important, right? Why? Because this is where actually, maybe consider that you are creating a VPS for your team, right? Your team is in early state and you are setting up your project. Definitely you don't have any kind of VPS or anything, right? So that means this API call is going to do what? It's going to actually create the VPS, or maybe you already have VPS. What it's going to do, it's going to attach the existing VPS, something like that, right? So these API calls is going to do create, update and read, right? And so plugin API calls, and then what will happen? Okay, then infrastructure will be created. So infra will be created, right? So here infra means, maybe let's say your VPS, or let's say it can be IP, it can be a lot of things, right? And at the end you'll be having your Terraform outputs. So here you're going to have the Terraform outputs, right? And then you'll be having your next tool. Now this is, I'm talking in terms of our context, because in our video you're going to use next tool, which will be Ansible. But forget about this, you have to understand these things. If you can understand these things, you will see that when we are going to write the code, it will be very easy for you to understand. So you have your CI runner, consider it's going to call the Terraform CLI. In between we have a lot of steps, okay? So that we are going to discuss later. CLI is going to download your necessary plugins, is going to read all the files and everything, do its job. It's going to call the provider plugin. Depends on what provider you're using. Provider plugin is going to call the API calls, and it's actually going to do the task. Maybe it's going to create something. I'm not talking that it's going to create the VPS, because VPS creation is not the only job. You're getting what I mean. It can be anything. So it's going to do some kind of CRUD. It's going to create, update or read, whatever it's going to do. And at the end, your infra will be created and you'll be getting your outputs, something like that. So this is the simplest way that what actually it's going to do. Okay, so I hope this is clear. Now here's a couple of commands you have to understand. Let's copy this only. And I think last time I didn't share this particular whiteboard. This time I'm going to share. So here I'm just going to keep it like this. And so some commands you have to understand, you can note it down. All are very important. So you have something called Terraform init, right? So this is going to do what? It's going to sets up the working directory. So I'm going to do directory in sort, and maybe it's going to downloads the provider plugins. Okay, then what we have something very important. We have Terraform plan. So what actually plan is going to do? So plan is going to actually, so it's actually going to show you the diff. So I'm going to show you the diff, right? Means what actually diff means, that what actually will be created, that what will be created or what will be changed, or also it can be what will be destroyed. Okay, and then you have Terraform apply. So this is actually going to execute the plan. Okay, see, there is a difference between plan and apply. Plan is not going to execute. Plan is going to show you the diff and what will be created, changed, destroyed, something like that. Apply is going to actually execute. So it's going to actually executes the plan. This is very important. So it's going to, maybe let's say, I'm just trying to explain a simpler way, that it's going to do some kind of API calls. Okay, and at the end you're going to have Terraform output. So output is going to do what? Output is going to prints the output values. Okay, maybe in this case, maybe we are going to log what VPS IP. See, it's not that much difficult. If you can understand all these things, especially this flow, right, you'll see that how much this will be easy for you to practically. That is the reason. See, normally if you watch my other videos, maybe full stack videos or project videos, I normally don't talk these kind of extra things. I just create the project, try to explain the flow in details. But in DevOps videos, you'll see that I will focus more on concepts, and there is a reason. I don't care if other people are telling you that no, you have to focus on practical more. You have to do it, but DevOps means you have to learn the concepts, the tool actually. If you don't know that what is Prometheus is, right, and then you started writing code, means doesn't make sense, right? I hope you agree. So that is the reason you have to learn all these things. If someone asks you that, oh, you don't have to write the code, tell me that what are the main commands and what actually those commands in Terraform does. So you can easily tell that init is going to do this, plan is going to do that, apply and output. Okay, so this is what is very, very important. So for now, these 4 is actually you have to understand. Try to do these things. Okay, one more thing I wanted to mention, and that is copy all those things, go to Google only and paste it, and just go to the AI mode. AI mode in Google is very good. Okay, so I'm talking about this one. Search here. I normally read from here also. If you search something, go to AI mode, you will be able to chat from here instead of directly going to GPT. You can do that, but this is very handy, right? You can just search here. Okay, so now I think this is, for example, let's say I'm just going to copy this. I'll just show you the example. Terraform plan, maybe let's do something like this. Terraform plan versus Terraform apply. See, plan is the rear cell, apply is the opening night. I told you, right? So this is the same thing. See, apply is the execution, right? Plan is what if, right? It's going to do some kind of check, right? That is like they're giving a lot of details. So in a simpler way, plan is going to show you the diff, what will be created, apply is going to do the actually execute the plan. So now you understand what I mean. So actually when I will do this kind of videos, right, I'm going to read all of this, okay, and then I'm going to create a summary for the video, and then I'm going to create a one-liner. I hope you're getting, and then I'll try to explain. So don't think that creating these kind of videos take a lot of effort, right? I have to think that, okay, how I'm going to explain in a simpler way. So here this is done. I think I have talked a lot of things, but let's move to the next one. Okay, so next I already explained the CLI, but let's take the note also that what actually Terraform CLI does. Let's increase this. So I'm going to do Terraform CLI. So what are the things it's going to do? So first of all, it's going to read your .tf files, right? It's going to install the provider plugins. What else? Okay, it's going to build the plan. I'm going to build a plan, and it's going to apply the changes via provider APIs. So basically I'm talking about this one. Okay, so this is what it's going to do, the CLI. This is the task of CLI. Okay, so how you are going to install CLI, that we are going to do later, right? We can use the Choco, or directly if you're using Windows. For Mac and everything, I think you have to go here and you can see all of these things, right? That's how we are going to install. So we have the Windows, we have the binary download also, but I am going to use, let's see, no, I don't want to do the binary. I want to take the, okay, let's check this one later. We can directly use this Choco install. So let me just search here. So do Choco install, and I'm going to do Terraform. Let's see. Now see, so you can directly do that using this, right? Which is the, now this is on Windows, right? How to install on Mac, right? You can just search it here, and then based on that you'll be able to get the result. Okay, so using Brew you can do that. So now this is done. So what will be the next step? Now one more thing you have to understand, that here we are going to use some kind of version, okay, in Terraform. That is also very, very important, right? And why actually versions matter. So what we should do, right, we are going to lock the version. Okay, so how we are going to lock a particular version? And first of all, you have to understand that why actually versions matter. Now very, very simple. Let's say if some of the versions drift, so what will happen? Something can break, right? So your Terraform CLI that you're using, that behavior can actually change across version. It's very simple. Consider you're using a version of 1, right, and suddenly version changed to 2. So these version have some extra changes, right? So that means what? The behavior can changes, right? Maybe the output, state handling, provider selection. Maybe let's say if we are using Hostinger. So for version 1, there is one way to use Hostinger plugin. For version 2, there is a different way. I hope you are getting right. So that is the reason it's very, very important to lock the version. So how we are going to lock a version? So you can do something like this. Now remember, we haven't started the coding yet, but for now what I'm going to do, right, I'm just going to create a demo version. Okay, I'm just going to show you. So I'll do demo. I'll do .tf, right, and here let's close all of this. I'm just going to write it here only for now. So I'm going to do Terraform, and here you can do required version. Okay, and here you have to give the value. Maybe let's say I want to use the version should be greater than, I'm just giving one random example, 100. Okay, and this should be less than 200, something like this. This is not the real. Okay, I'm just giving an example. This is how you can lock this particular version. Okay, so that means what you are typically telling that, okay, this is actually now pinned. So this will always use the version which is greater than or equal 100, or it should be less than 200. Okay, I hope this is clear. Also, okay, one more thing, you can lock the provider plugins also. Provider versions also, not plugins. So how you are going to do that? So here maybe I'm just going to use required providers. Okay, so here we usually do required providers, and I'm using Hostinger, something like this. Here what we can do, right, so first of all you have to give something like source. Okay, so you have to give a source, and let's say source is ABCDE, something like this. And here what you can do, you can pass a version. Okay, and this version, maybe let's say I want to use a version of 100.3456, whatever, right? So this is how also you can lock the version. So there are two ways. Here you can directly pass the required version, and also you can lock the provider versions also. Okay, I hope this is clear. So now what else? Okay, so let's see what are how you can read these TF files, because if you haven't worked with this .tf extension, so you should know all these things. Now first of all, you will see one particular shape every time, right, most of the times, and that is, I'm going to explain in a very, very simpler way. Okay, I'm thinking to write this here. Okay, let me think. Okay, let's write it here so that you can note it down, because anyways I'm going to delete this later. So go here, and then I'm just going to do how to read .tf files. So most of the times you will see like this, you will see a block underscore type, right, and then you're going to have a label. So let's say I have a label 1, and I'm going to have a label 2. Okay, and here inside this you're going to have the key and value. So let's say you have a key, and this will be your value, right, and then you have other key, and this is equal to 1 2 3 4 5 6, whatever. Okay, now what actually this block type is? Now block type is actually, you can note it down, it's actually important what kind of thing this is. Okay, now what I mean by this, now what kind of thing is actually, this can be a resource, right? So here I'm just going to do block type actually tells that what kind of thing it is, right? So it can be a resource, it can be a variable, it can be a output. I hope this is clear, right? So this is going to tell that level 1 and level 2 is nothing but your names and identifier, and it's actually not always required. Okay, this part, but you should know all these things. So here you can write that level 1 level 2. So level 1 comma 2, this is nothing but your names slash identifiers. Okay, then we have our this is, I'm not writing this, this is what, this is the settings for that particular block. So this is a block, and this is the settings, and inside this we are going to have our actual key and value. So key equal to value is what, is arguments, right? So here these can be, we'll have a separate section for variables that we are going to discuss later. So it can be your strings, it can be numbers, right? So it can be bools, something like this. It also can be list, and also maps. I think maps also it happen. So this is how the structure will be. Okay, now there are normal how we usually have in other variables and everything, right? So here also you can use the values, right? So for example, let's say I want to use some string value. So what you can do, you can simply pass a name and you can pass this value like this, something like this, right? Let's say you have a number, you can do count equal to 1, right? Then you have a boolean enabled equal to true. It's same thing, right? Now you also going to have a list, so list of arrays here, something like this, right? So here also maybe let's say you're using some ports, and then you're going to tell, okay, I'm going to use a port of 80 and 443, something like this. And also maps, I think we can write like this. So let's say I'm just going to have some kind of tags, and let's say I'm just going to give, I'm going to use the env. So env equal to prod, this is a string, and then I'm also going to have a app equal to my app, something like this. So this will be a map, right? So these are all the variables that we can use. Okay, now I already mentioned that this is actually very important. You have to know all these things, that block type, that what kind of thing it is. It is a resource, whether it is a variable or it is what, right? So here let's understand some of the blocks. Okay, so what I'm going to do, right, let's take one more. Let's change the color. I think this is looking fine. Okay, so here we are going to have something called Terraform block. See, just now we have taken, right? So we have the Terraform block. So what actually this is where you're going to have your meta settings. Please note all this, right? It's actually important. So that means here you are actually going to tell that, okay, this will be my version and I want to lock the version. I'm just giving an example, and also I'm going to have the providers, and this is what actually we have had here, right? So we have actually tell that, okay, this is my version and I've locked the version, and this is my required providers, and I'm using Hostinger here. Okay, you can use other providers also. I hope this is clear, right? Now okay, if you ask me that, okay, explain me in a simple way, so this is nothing but your project rules plus what I'll say that, okay, what are the plugins that I need. I hope this is clear, right? Okay, so this is about the Terraform block. Then we are going to have something called the provider block, right? So if you go here and you see that we have a provider, right? This provider. So now here we are going to have the provider block. So we'll do provider block. Very important. So what actually this is tell that how we are going to authenticate. See, we need to, when we are going to call a provider API, very simple concept. If you want to connect to something, you need to have some kind of way to connect to that provider, right? Hostinger is not going to tell anyone, not going to give anyone access to connect to their APIs, right? So we need some kind of thing, right? So what we need some kind of API key. So here this provider block is going to help you that how I'm going to authenticate. So how I'm going to authenticate to that particular provider, or how I'm going to configure that provider. So this is what it's going to tell, right? Or in a simpler way, what is the purpose? The purpose will be that this is going to tell Terraform that how I'm going to talk to the provider API. That's it. And how you're going to write? So I'll do provider, and let's say the name of the provider. So I'll do Hostinger. And inside these, what you're going to do, right, you're going to pass the API token. So that I'm going to show you here. Go to all. So you see we have the API token, and this is your Hostinger API token, right? This is how we are going to connect. So this is what I'm telling, that this is going to tell that, okay, this is my var, I'm using a var, and this is my variable name, that, okay, this is my Hostinger API token. Okay, so if I just copy this and paste it here, okay, so this will be my provider. It's going to give error, which is fine, but let me just remove this, right? So this is how we are going to write. So two things you have to understand. First one is what? The Terraform block. Second one is the provider block. Then we have another one, and that is the resource block, and that is the actual infrastructure object. Okay, the resource block. Now what I'll do, right, so let's quickly go here. I actually like this one, so I'm just going to do Terraform resource block. Resource block is the most important element in a language. It defined special piece of infrastructure, right? Like a VPS, DNS recorder, virtual network, or blah blah. Now here, this is the actual, I already mentioned it, this is your actual infra objects, right? This is where you're going to create something or you're going to manage something. It can be anything, right? Something means it can be anything, right? Now here, just note it down, that resource block. Now you see, you watch this video for 2 hours and you try to learn the same thing from the official documentation. You'll see that how much difficult it will be. You got it, what I mean? So that is the reason sometimes watching videos and at the same time learning from the documentation is way better than only learning from the documentation. I can guarantee if you're a beginner, learning from the documentation will be a nightmare. You don't know, right, what to learn here. See, if you go to the docs, right, it's huge. It's absolutely huge, right? You have to know all these things, that okay, which one to learn first and which one to learn next. So that is the reason learning from a tutorial is actually helpful. So here we have the resource block, and this is the actual infra object. Now this is where you're going to do something. So I'm just going to do a resource. So if I go here, right, maybe I'm just going to do resource. So you see the resource, right? And resource is going to have, so here I'm just going to give, let's say, no, I'm not going to write it here now, I'm going to remove this. So I'll do resource, and I'm just going to do this one as maybe this is my hostinger BPS, right? And then I'm just going to do this on prod, right? Name or identifier, I think this we've already discussed, and inside this I'm going to have all the variables. For example, these resource need what? It needs a host name, it's going to need a plan, it's going to need a data center, and you can see all of this, right? If you go to all and if you just click here, right, let's see what they're telling. See, it's need a plan, data center, host name, password, post install script ID, SSH key IDs, and all those things, right? So this is where we are actually creating a new VPS instance. I hope this is clear, right? This is all the label and everything, and this is your resource block. So now we have learned 3 things. One is your Terraform block, the actual project rules, the settings and everything, versions, provider block, and the resource block. And then you have something variable block. Not writing anything here, let's increase this. So you have the variable block. So variable block is the inputs. I think I don't have to explain much, this is simpler. So you will do like this, you will do a variable, right? You will take the name, consider this is my host name, and I'm just going to do a type here. So I'll do type. So type will be string, something like this, and I'm just going to give a description, something like this. Okay, this is my host name, something like this. Okay, so if you go here and let's say I'm just going to do variable ABCDE, then I'm going to take a type, let's say I'm just going to use a string, okay, and then I'm just going to give a description, and this is my blah blah whatever, something like that. Okay, I'm going to take a default value also, but that we're going to discuss. But this is how you can do a variable. You can also take a default value which it will pick from there. Okay, so 4 things we have learned, right? Not 4, 3, no 4. Terraform block, provider block, resource block, and variable block. Next will be the output block. So output block, as the name suggests, this is going to print, or it's going to take all the values, right, and it's going to pass or print for your downstream tools. What I mean by downstream tools, actually this is very important. So downstream tools means it's going to print, or I will say maybe provide to the downstream tools. So in our case it will be Ansible. So I already mentioned that point, right? The output of Terraform will be the input for Ansible. So output is going to, let's say, is going to give you your VPS IP. So here I'm going to take output, and let's say this is my VPS IP, something like this, and here you have to pass a value. Okay, you have to pass a value, and you're going to pick the value from somewhere. Maybe let's say hostinger dot something dot something dot IP address. Okay, I'm just giving example, right? So this is where you're going to pick, and also you can pass a description also, that this is my output, final output, this is my final VPS IP output, right? So you can take like this. So you'll go here, so you'll take output and you'll give a name, and then you're going to give a value, right? And value will be your, maybe let's say you're using hostinger dot something, and then you're going to take it from somewhere. Okay, I hope this is clear. So now I think we have actually covered most of the things. We still have a lot of things to cover in the concepts only. Also, okay, let's pause for some time. I'm going to pause. I think for you it won't be pause, but for me I have to pause and then I'll start recording again after some time. But after this, what are the things we are going to cover? So let me just give recap. So we'll be learning the project working directory, that what are the files that we are going to create inside our project, right? This is not how we are going to create it. We will be creating actual folder structure, right? So that is what we are going to discuss. What else? We will discuss the variables in depth, because it's very important how you are going to handle required variables, right? How you are going to do validation also you're going to discuss. What else? I think that's it. And at the end, maybe we are going to end with the actual Terraform workflow, right? How the init, plan, apply and output work, although we have discussed that, but I think we haven't discussed that part, right? So this is, I mentioned right, that after this, before this, in between, we have some steps. Remember I told you that. So that is the core workflow, that how we are going to initialize, plan, apply and get the output. So that also you are going to discuss. And then we are also going to understand the concept of state. Once we'll cover all this, right, then only we'll move to the practical part. So let's move on to the next one. All right, so now moving to the next one. So first let's discuss a typical Terraform project working directory, or what are the files that we usually create, and then we'll be discussing the variables in depth. So first let's do one thing. Let's copy this and let's paste it here. Okay, and let's remove all of this. So first of all, what actually working directory means, and I think I don't have to explain this one, because this you already know, that this is the folder where we are going to run our Terraform commands. Okay, for example, let's say in our case what we are going to do. So now I'm just going to remove this. Okay, we'll see that how much easier it will be for you to understand. Now consider this is your source code, right, and this is your all the operation related directory that you are managing here. So inside this, I'm just going to create a Terraform folder. And now remember, I already mentioned, this is very important, this is just a tutorial video, right? So I'm just showing you that, okay, this is one way of doing things. There are n number ways you can do all of these things. But if you see a typical production level B2C or B2B application, right, there you normally see that teams usually manages all these configuration based on different environments, right? I already mentioned that if you're learning DevOps, learning all these concepts is very important. For example, what I mean, so here I'm just creating a prod folder. Okay, so all the files, whatever I'm going to write, that will go inside this prod folder. So that is my products and configuration, right, or products and configuration from Terraform. Now here normally you can have multiple. Let's say you can have a stage folder. So what I mean by stage, right, so stage is typically when you're doing the development, right, so that is called a stage, right? Then you can have a maybe, see, different teams calls different terms, right? Then you have some pre-prod folder, something like that. It can be called in any way, and then you are going to have your typical prod folder. I hope this is clear. So that means this is the folder where we are going to manage all these things, right? Now remember, one more thing I wanted to mention, so that I know some of you are going to comment that, okay, why you are writing like this, we can manage the folder in different way. Absolutely yes, there are n number of ways, so this is one of the way. Okay, what actually this folder is going to do. Now these things is very important. So first of all, it's going to reads, so you can write all this. Okay, these are important. So reads.tf files in that folder. So whatever files that we are going to create, so that is the first thing. Also it's going to create the local artifacts for that folder or in that particular folder. Okay, and also, so I'm just going to do create local artifacts, and also sometimes it's going to maintain state also, states there. Okay, until you are going to configure remote backend later. Okay, so for now we are not going to go into those details, but these all things typically that folder is going to do. So whatever tf file that you are going to write, it's going to read all the files, create local artifacts, and also sometimes it's going to, not sometimes, it's going to manage the state. So what are the files that we typically write? So normally we are going to write our main.tf file. What actually these file is going to provide. Now remember, these all are the typical files that we usually use. So these main.tf files is going to give you all the resources and the provider that you are using. Very important, right? So it's going to give you all the resources, so you're going to write all the resources and what kind of provider that you are using, so that will go in this particular file. Then you have something called variables.tf. Okay, so variables.tf, what it's going to do, it's going to give you all the input variables that I'm going to use. Even also what you can do, right, to learn this one in better way, just copy all of this. For example, let's say we want to copy this. Okay, and I will, maybe let's go back, I'll go to the AI mode, and then I'm just going to search here in Terraform, something like this. And then you can see the details that what actually this file is going to do, something like this, right? So it's a standard file. It's to declare and define all the metadata of your input variables, right? Then you can ask, okay, then what is main.tf in Terraform? Okay, so this is the primary entry point, right? This is the entry point where you are going to write your all the primary logic, your resource management I already mentioned, and also it's going to give you the provided details. Okay, you can see all the details also here. But I'm just showing you that this is how you're going to learn in depth. So for example, let's say I'm telling you that, okay, this is going to manage the resources and provider. See, no one is going to tell all these details, small details. If you notice, I'm telling you that, okay, this is the file is to manage your resource and provider. But if you go here, it is giving some more extra information. So what I mean by this, if you just watch the video, note it down, and if you copy this particular term and search it and again learn by yourself, so what you're doing, you're repeating things, right? So it will be easy for you to understand and also memorize in your interview that, okay, what actually this particular file is. Okay, for example, in your interview you're telling that, okay, this file is going to manage your you're going to write all your resources and the provider that we are using, and your interviewer asks you with a counter questions, okay, what else actually this file is going to do. So if you have all the other details that, okay, this is going to do the data sources we can write, right? These also we are going to use, right? Local values and all those things, what are the best practices, so you can read from here. Because for me, covering each and everything, it's next to impossible, right? I can't cover each and everything. So this is main.tf file and the variable.tf file. Then you have another very important file, that is outputs.tf file. And this is going to give you what? So it's going to give you all the output. For example, let's see in our case, in our man application, we're going to get what? So because I'm using our existing VPS, right? If you're creating a new VPS, that is fine. At the end, you're going to get what? You're going to get your, let's say, VPS IP. So this is going to give you, in this output.tf file, it's going to give you all the outputs, right? Same, you can copy this, and let's say maybe I wanted to search this one also. Right, so this is a standard file is to expose information about your infrastructure. Okay, that, okay, this is for example, let's say instance IP address, this will be my value, this is sensitive, so this we're going to discuss, but this is typically give you all the outputs that you're going to receive. And then another very important file that you have to understand, that is Terraform dot, I think it's called tf vars, right? So what actually this is going to do, this is going to give you the values for your variables. Okay, now remember, this is an example file we are going to create. You're not going to commit this, right? Because you are not going to commit your secrets, right? So I'm just going to write it here. And if you just copy this also, so normally you'll see that you're going to create an example file here. So you see, it's a file where you as an actual values. Okay, very important, right? So this is going to give you the values, right? Why use it? Okay, blah blah, whatever. So here I'm just going to do, okay, then what is dot example file. Now see, okay, is a documentation file created by developer to show user which values they need to provide to make the Terraform code work. It is not read by Terraform, it's a dummy file. So this is what you're going to push to your GitHub, okay, or whatever source management you're using. I hope this is clear, right? So now you see how much easier it will be to understand all these things. Instead, if I just start writing all this file, you don't know that what actually this file, right? So that's why maybe I'm repeating this one almost 100 times in this 1 hour, that learning concepts in DevOps is very important, right? You can't skip it. Okay, now there are some files that Terraform actually creates. I'm not going to go into much details, but you'll see that once you're going to create the practical, you'll understand that it's going to create. So it's going to actually create a .terraform, right? So it's going to create a Terraform / directory. Okay, so here when this will be created, once you're going to use the Terraform init, so it's going to initialize what actually this folder is going to have. It's going to have your all the downloaded provider plugins, module downloads, and the internal metadata, all these three things. Okay, you can note it down. Now if you want to compare this one to a node project, consider you are installing a new package. What will happen? Your package.json will be getting updated, your package.log.json will be getting updated, and that all the plugins and whatever code that you have related to that plugin will be added where? In your node modules. But you're not going to push the node modules. Why? Because your package.json and package.log.json already having all those information. I hope this is clear. So we are not going to push this particular directory to GitHub. Okay, then also it's going to create a I think it's called .terraform .log.acl, right? And if I'm not wrong, this will be also created after Terraform init, and it's going to contains the exact provider version logs and the checksums. Okay, so just let's reconfirm this. So if I go here, right, so let's ask this one. Okay, this is the dependency log file also. Okay, correct, right? So it's similar to your package.json in a node project. So see, oh, it's already been, I didn't see this line only, right? So it's like package.log.json, sorry, in node.js, and in Ruby you're using this particular file. I'm not aware about the Ruby, but this is similar to what you have all the checksums and all the versions information in your package.log.json. So this is the file that it's going to create. Okay, next, also another very important file that it's going to create. This will be Terraform dot, I think it's called tf state. So this is will be so when this will be created first, so this will be created after we are going to use Terraform apply, or this will be actually to helps to manage the local state. Okay, so this is going to manage your resource IDs, attributes, and metadata. I hope this is clear, right? So here also you can search this. I'm doing this one intentionally so that you can just reconfirm, right? If something I'm telling wrong, so it's like a, see, it's like brain of your Terraform project. It's a JSON file that acts as single source of truth, mapping the real world resources. What actually this is going to do, metadata and all those information I already mentioned, right? Resource IDs, attributes, and the metadata, all those information, all the basically the your state life cycle. And this is going to create after Terraform apply, right? So this is going to create. Okay, now what else? I think this should be more than fine. These 4 files you have to understand that, okay, what are the files it's going to create. Now we are going to understand some of the very important concept, and that is variables. Okay, before we will move to practical, because it's very important to understand the variables. So let's do variables. Okay, now so if you see, first of all we are going to understand that how many types or what actually is variables. So I think that we have already discussed. The variables are the inputs, right? Why we use variables? So this also can be a very important interview question, that why actually you need variables. Variables are inputs, right? To for what? For your Terraform config. So that, so I'm just going to write, oh man, so here I'm just going to write so that you don't have to hard code values in your main.tf file. So this is the reason we need variables. And variables are what? Variables are your input, right? Not input, I will say that is not correct. Input to your Terraform config. Okay, now what are the types of variable that we have? So we have string, right? We have number, we have bool or boolean, we are going to have the list, right? And we are also going to have a map. Okay, so these many variables that we have, right? Common ones basically. We're going to we are keeping this on minimal. So now here how we are going to write variables. I think this part we have already discussed, but one point, if you remember, I already mentioned that in variables we can pass the default value, right? So consider I'm creating a variable which is plan something like this, and here what I'm giving, that I'm giving a, okay, this variable type will be string, and this variable will have a description. I'm writing in short that, okay, this is blah blah whatever. Now here you can pass a default value. Okay, this is important. So this is going to take the default value. So consider I'm passing a VPS1 which I'm using. So this is actually how you can pass a default value. What will happen if the user doesn't provide any value, so Terraform is going to use this default value, will use this as default. Okay, default value. Now let's understand how we are going to write required inputs, right? So now required inputs will be considered. Okay, first of all, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to write a variable. This is a very, very important concept, note it down. So consider I'm writing a variable, and this variable name is host name, and I'm giving a type, okay, which is string, and I'm giving a description, I'm giving a description, and maybe whatever, ABCDE. Now notice one thing, that here you don't have any default value. What will happen, Terraform is going to force you to provide this value. I hope this is clear. Until unless you have a default value, you have to give a default value. Okay, so now if you search here that Terraform, maybe let's do required inputs without default value, something like this. Let's see what it is telling. Okay, in Terraform, any variable declared without a default value automatically treated as required input. That's it, right? So if you don't provide a value, Terraform will stop and demand one, means it will force you. So you have to give. Whenever you are going to apply, use the plan or apply, you have to give a value. Okay, so this is a very important concept, and these can be interview questions also. Okay, so that how you usually write a required input in Terraform, or maybe they can give you this example and ask you that, okay, this variable is a required variable or not. And also there can be a query that how you can convert this variable from a required variable to optional. What you have to do, you have to add a default value. I hope this is clear. Okay, so now let's say maybe we'll do some basic validation concepts also. This is important. So let's write maybe let's do basic validation, something like this. Now here I'm going to use the same one. Okay, so I'll do variable, and I'm going to use host name, and I'll use these two things, type and description. All right, here what you can pass a validation. Okay, and here you can pass a condition inside this. So you can pass a condition, and then you can pass the condition whatever you want to pass. For example, let's say that length of this variable host name should be greater than 0, and it can be less than 100, whatever, right? And also you can pass a error message. Okay, and if you want to check, so you can pass a condition, and also you can pass a error message. I think it's written like this, error message. So just search it here, right? So I'm just going to copy this, and let's do. Now some of you ask me that, whether AI will replace developers or not. I think I know this is off topic, but I wanted to explain. You see how I'm using AI to learn things. They're not going to replace you. You have to actually learn AI and go with AI, or basically I will say that you have to go with the flow. Learn using AI and then try to create project by yourselves, and I can guarantee you're going to get job, and no one is going to take that job from you, right? Because at the end human effort is needed. Okay, so here I'm just going to search something like this. Let's see what it is telling. Okay, so in Terraform, the validation block allow you to enforce custom rules. So here you can see whatever. So this telling that, okay, condition, and then see you can pass an error message. The instance must be whatever, blah blah, right? So you can pass a validation like this. I hope this is clear. Okay, so now what else? Okay, that is one more thing I wanted to mention, that is secrets handling, that how you are going to handle the secrets handling. Okay, so here how you usually write, right? So you're going to write like this. So you'll do tf underscore var, and then here you're going to pass the let's do env vars, that whatever variables you want to use, right? So here this will happen when you're going to pass one property, and that is sensitive equal to true. Why? Because now if I'm creating a variable, let's say, and because we are using Hostinger, so I'm just going to use the Hostinger API token, right? And here I'm just going to do type equal to whatever string. I'm going to give a description, Hostinger API key or whatever, and then I'm just going to pass what I'm going to pass. I'm going to pass a sensitive information, and this sensitive is true. If this is true, so in that case what you can do, right? So in your PowerShell or whatever you're using, maybe let's say you're using Git Bash or Linux or Mac OS, doesn't matter. So what you're going to do, you're going to do something like this. So do env colon, and then you have to pass this tf underscore var, something like this, and here you have to pass the variable name. So consider I'm using Hostinger API token, so this one, right? So this is what we are going to pass it here, and this will be equal to your token or whatever. Now these not only for Hostinger API token, this will be for any secrets that you're using or any sensitive information, right? So something like this, if I search it here, let's see what it is telling, right? So syntax: to set environment variables that Terraform will automatically pick and assign to the variable, something like this. Okay, and you can also search, maybe let's say you're using Mac. In Mac, how to do this? I think you have to use something called export or something, if I'm not wrong. Let's see. See, you have to use export in ZSH. So you have to use export, and same I think it will be for Linux or also, but I'm not that much sure. If you're using, you can search once. But this is how you're going to use this sensitive equal to true, which is going to make what? It's going to make the variable sensitive. I hope this is clear. All right, so I think we have covered almost all the concepts that you need to know to start your journey with Terraform, right? I try to make everything very simple. Yet we haven't finished yet. We have to do one more thing. So I think we already discussed the concept of outputs, right? Let's write one more time, because it's actually very important, that why actually we need outputs, what actually outputs are. So it's actually Terraform's way to print your important results after you're going to use Terraform apply or whatever, right? So it's going to give you, for example, let's say you have Terraform as your step A. I already mentioned this on multiple times. This step A is going to give you some output, right? It's going to give you some output which you are going to use in your next step. So next step, let's say your Ansible. So this is your step B. So you're going to use this output as a input here. Okay, so how you're going to write? So we'll simply use a very simple. So you're going to use output, and let's say I'm using VPS IP. This is what we are going to use, and then you're going to give a value here. Okay, so you're going to give a value, and then whatever, maybe let's say whatever value you have, a dot b dot whatever, something like this, and you can also pass a description. So this is how you're going to use output, and how you're going to get this output. So you just have to use Terraform output. Okay, like this. Also we can directly use Terraform console, and then we can directly paste this output, and then we'll be getting the result. So that also I'm going to show you. I hope this is clear. So now I think this one you should understand. So let's write one more thing, and that is the core workflow of Terraform. Okay, I know this, I think we have discussed this on multiple times. Still I think it's very important to know one more time. So you have the step 1, right? So step 1 will be your Terraform init. Okay, so what this is going to do? So this is going to, you can note all these down. So it's going to download your provider plugins, right? It's going to create or update the log file. Remember I mentioned that package.log.json, right? And it's going to prepare Terraform to run in that particular directory. So mostly it's going to do all those things. I hope this is clear, right? Now how you're going to write? So the command will be Terraform init only. So this is the command. Once this is done, right? Okay, now one more thing I wanted to mention, that okay, why you should use this. Maybe let's say you want to initialize your backend. You're installing a provider, right? So you have to do initialization, right? Something like we do npm install. So similarly here also we need this particular step, and then we are going to have Terraform plan. I think this also we have already discussed. It's going to read all your .tf files, right? It's going to read your inputs. What else it's going to do? Also remember I already mentioned that we also going to have a state file. It's going to manage a state. So whenever you are going to do a plan, right? Now consider you have a state A and then you have a state B, right? So what will happen that if any changes happen, remember, note it down, if any changes happen, this one it's going to do, it's going to compare with that particular state, and it's going to produce a diff. Very important, right? So it's going to produce a diff that what actually changed. I hope this is clear. Now once we'll do Terraform app plan, so this is the command, and then we are going to use Terraform apply. Okay, so this is the Terraform apply step. What it's going to do, remember I already mentioned that plan is actually not the actual implementation. Actual implementation will happen in this particular step, right? So what this plan is, this Terraform apply is going to do, this is going to execute the actual plan now, that plan you have created. So it's going to execute the actual plan. So it's going to execute the plan. How? Let's see if you can recollect. I already mentioned this one very, very clearly. How it's going to do that? It's going to do what? It's going to call the providers. It's going to call the providers APIs, right? It's going to call the provider APIs. Based on that, it's going to execute the plan, and also it's going to update the state after its success maybe after successfully done. Let's now after successfully done. Okay, and then at the end you have Terraform output, right? I think I've already explained that it's going to print the output values. So it's going to print the output values. Okay, I hope this is clear. So now I think we have covered almost all the things, and we are going to finish this particular section, the concept section, and that is what actually state is. So state is, I think you already know that it's going to state what? It's going to memory, right? It's Terraform's memory, that what resources it's going to create or what resources we are going to manage, right? Also it's going to keep a track of the real IDs of that particular provider. Okay, and which file we usually use, that file that we've just created, right? So it's going to use this particular file. So we have this where is that? Terraform.tf state. So this is the file where it's going to manage, or it's going to leaves, the state is going to live in that particular file. I hope this is clear. So now with this we'll start the implementation, right? Now remember, I wanted to mention one very important point, another very important point, because some of you might not have any VPS plan. I already mentioned that you need to have a VPS plan, right? So I already bought one VPS plan and I don't want to buy a new one. Very, very clearly I'm actually telling, right? And I'm pretty sure this won't be a blocker for all of you. If you don't have any plan, buy any plan. Okay, it's not, see, remember, very, very clearly I'm telling, I'm not promoting anything, or right, you go and buy whatever plan you want to buy. At the end you have to spend some money, and you'll think that okay, I'm being very honest, right? You are not going to get all these things free. If you're very serious about learning, right, spending maybe let's say 500 rupees or let's say 1000 rupees for 2-3 months, it's not a big deal. If you want to learn DevOps, right, because remember, I'm not giving any GAN or anything. At the end, this money that you are spending in your learning, right, it's going to give you 100-time return, right? I used to do the same thing when I learn all these things from my college days, right? I used to save money and then I'm going to buy something, right? Now it is very, sometimes it's getting expensive day by day, but at the end, what I mean by this, if you learn something, you have to spend some money. So I already bought the VPS from here, and I'm not going to buy again because again I have to spend money, right? What I'm going to do, right, I'm going to use the existing plan that I already have, so that we are going to see later. If you don't have any existing plan, you can use this Terraform to create the plan, okay? Or let's see, if this is getting difficult, what you can do, go to here, right, buy a particular VPS plan, right, whatever suits you, and then we are going to link that particular plan in our project. Okay, so let's see how we are going to do that. So basically what I mean by this, that this is where we are creating the infra, right? So we are going to, you can create your own VPS plan, and you can choose a plan, you are going to choose a data center and all those things using Terraform only. We can set it up, all those things. Because we already have a VPS plan created, I'm going to use the existing plan and I'm going to sync with this Terraform here in our code, so that we can use that output in our next step, or else for our next step, which is Ansible, it will be a blocker. I hope this is clear, right? I'm going to repeat these things multiple times. So with this, now let's start the implementation in the next part. Alright, so now let's start with the implementation, right? So first of all, first let's search Terraform Hostinger, and then we'll see the doc, that what actually it is telling. So first what we need to do, we have to set up our provider, right? Remember, I already mentioned all these points in the concepts, and all those concepts now we are going to apply. also we need the API token. Okay, so first of all, what you need to do, right, you notice, right, I already have the VPS I already bought, and here what you need to do first you have to go to the account information, right, and then what you need to do, you have to go to API and you need this API token. Okay, this one. Now I already have created one, but I'm just going to create one more for this particular course. So I'm just going to do man course. Okay, now remember, one thing is very important here. Normally I think you all will not do it. This is, I'm creating a video, that's why I'm just showing, I'm going to show you the token and then I'm going to delete it, but don't share this token with anyone. Okay, so for now I'm going to give it 1 month, and then I'm going to do generate, and then I'm going to copy this, and then I'm just going to search notepad plus, and let's create one more, and then I'm going to paste it. So we are going to use this. Okay, so this will be the first step. Then let's go to VPS, and you can see that I already have this VPS created, and now I'm going to go to the manage page, and this is my VPS ID that we are going to use later. Remember, I already mentioned that I'm going to map my existing VPS here because I'm not going to create a new one, but at the end the concept will be same, right, how we are going to set it up. So what you're going to do, that means first thing we need to set up our configuration, right, that we need this provider, right. For this, how we are going to do it? Now here you have to apply all the concepts that we have learned so far. So how many files we have, which files we are going to create. For example, here we are going to create we need a API. So whenever we need a API, how we are going to write those API? So for that we need a variables file, right? And in that variables file, I'm going to define a particular token, and for that particular variable, what property we are going to use? We are going to use sensitive equal to true. See, I'm trying to explain that how all the concepts that we have learned so far, I'm trying to map it, and then I'm applying in this particular practical part. So if I go here, so first of all, what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a variables dot, so I'm just going to do variables dot tf. Okay, and also I will suggest go to extension and search for Terraform, and then install there will be some extension, right, for formatting and highlighting. It will be very helpful. So first, what are you going to create here? So I'm just going to create a variable, and let's give this one name as hostinger underscore, and I'm going to give this one as API underscore token. Okay, and here what I'm going to do, first of all, I'm going to use a type. So type will be string, and then I'm going to give a description, and description I'm just going to do hostinger API token. Okay, and here I'm also going to use a sensitive will be true. So this will be the first variable that we need. So let's save this, and this is done. So now what I'm going to do, now we are going to have our main entry file. So what is our main entry file? Our main entry file is main.tf. Now if you go to the official documentation here, and you'll see that we have to create this file, right? We are going to tell that, okay, these all the providers we are going to use, this will be my version, and for provider this will be the API key that we need to give. Why? Because at the end, whenever you're going to use Terraform apply is going to do what? Apply is going to call your provider APIs, and based on that it's going to do certain operation. It can be creating a new VPS, it can be updating something, it can be connect your existing VPS to your Terraform config, all these things. So that means now what I need to do, I need to create a main.tf file, which will be my entry file. And here first of all I'm going to give Terraform, and inside this I'm just going to give a required version, and for this one I'm going to do greater than or equal, and let's use 1.6.0, and I'm just going to do this would be less than 2.0.0. Okay, so this is the version, or basically this is the concept of lock part. I think we have discussed. Remember that how we are going to lock a Terraform version, that this version should be greater than this always, and it should be less than this always. Okay, now what we are going to do, so we are going to use required providers, and if you see required providers, we are going to use the provider which is hostinger, and then we are going to use the source which will be hostinger/hostinger, and here we are going to use the version which is 0.1.3. so now let's copy this till this part, and then I'm just going to paste it here. Okay, so this will be my provider, this will be source, and this will be version. I hope this is clear. So now this not provider, this is the required providers, that these provider that I'm using for this particular project, right? It can be other providers also. For example, let's say you're using AWS, so you have to configure based on that. And here now I'm going to give a provider So my provider is what? Hostinger, and here I'm just going to give that, okay, to connect to this provider I need to give a API token, right? Because that is the property that we are going to pass, this API token, and here you are going to pass the your Hostinger API token. But how I'm going to get this API token? So to get this API token, so first I'm going to do API token, and this will be equal to var, right? And this is going to give you this variable that we have used here, this Hostinger API token. Okay, so this one we are going to use. Now see, I'm just going to show you. If you remove this from here, right, it's not going to work. It's not going to get this variable from here. So you have to take these variables here. So that is the reason we have taken this variable, and I'm simply telling that, okay, to connect to this to connect to this provider, what I need to do, it's going to pick this particular token value from this particular variable. Okay, so with this is done. So now let's save this. So now also I'm just going to show you one more thing. Let's go to the official documentation here, the detailed one. Okay, now if you notice what we are going to do, resources we are going to do later. So till this part we have done, right? Now I need to get the data sources. So what this data sources is going to give you, it's going to give you all the list of information that you need where you can deploy your VPS instances. So what are the things I need? I need that, okay, which data center I want to use for this particular project, which VPS plan I want to use for this particular project, whether I'll be using a monthly plan, whether I'll be using a yearly plan, something like that, and which VPS template I want to use. I hope this is clear, right? So for these, what we are going to do, right, we are going to use our read-only data, these properties. Okay, so this exact one we are going to use. So for data centers, we are going to use data hostinger underscore VPS underscore data underscore centers all, and then we are going to use this. And in the output, so this is the output variable we are going to create, output file, not variable. And this is going to give you the actual data centers once we'll do Terraform apply. So once we'll do Terraform apply, what it's going to do, it's going to connect to the Hostinger API via API key, and based on that, it's going to give you all the information you need. I hope this is clear, right? I'm breaking these up in very small details so that it will be easy for you to understand. Similarly, for VPS plan, we are going to use Hostinger VPS plans all, and then in the outputs, we are going to use this plan, something like that. Okay. Now we can give any name you want. For example, let's say I want to give available plans. So let's see how we are going to do that. So first of all, I will be using this. So let's copy this, and I'm just going to paste it here in this data here. So I need the data centers, I need the plans, this also I need, and also I need the templates. Now remember one thing, now you might, if you are getting confused that, oh, you told me that you already have VPS created. That is correct, I already have VPS created. I'm going to connect to that existing VPS. But for example, let's see if you're creating this VPS for first time, so this is how we are going to create it. I hope this is clear. Okay, so this is done. So now what we are going to do, right, we need to, once we do Terraform apply, so we need to check, right, whether we are getting the correct output or not, whether we are able to get the available plans or not, whether we are able to get the available templates or available data centers or not, and how we are going to get it. So for this we have what, if you relate to this, that is the reason we have the Terraform output, which is going to print the output values. So now here what I'm going to do, I'm going to create one more file which will be output.tf. I have this practice of writing ts file, and you'll see that I'll be making this mistake. So output, first output, so let's give this one as maybe available plans. Okay, now how I'm going to get, now remember I already mentioned that this is going to receive a value, and this value will be your data dot, and we'll see how we are going to get it. So go to plans, so you have data dot hostinger VPS plans dot all dot plans. So it's going to give you all the plans that hostinger provides. Okay, that particular provider provides. Particular provider provide means I'm using hostinger. If you're using something else, for that particular one you have to check it, right? And even if you see all this other information right here, there are a lot of providers. For example, AWS, that how it's going to do all of this. I'm not going to go into details and everything, but you can also go to the documentation and you can check all of this, right? A lot of things are there. But now I'm just going to use this. I'm going to copy this, and this is what it's going to give me the plans. So here I'm just going to paste it. Similarly, I'm going to do for data centers. So I'm just going to do output. Now let's do available data centers, and this also is going to give you the value, and data centers, let's say how we are getting. So we'll do data.hosting of VPS data centers dot all dot data centers. So I'm going to copy this and paste it here, and then we need one for templates, right? So we'll do available data templates. No, let's do available templates only, and here also I'm going to give a value, and this will be this one. Okay, so now this is done. So now what we need to do, right? All right, okay, now I think it's time to give you some homework. Now remember, I already mentioned that these token I'm exposing because I'm creating this video, but for you I'm going to give you the first homework of this particular video. Now remember what I mentioned, that whenever we are going to use a sensitive information, how usually we are going to set those env variables, how you are going to do that. So for that we are going to use something called tfvar, right? This one. So this is your homework. What you need to do, this API key based on the operating system that you are using, for example, let's say you're using Windows or Mac or whatever, blah blah, you have to set it up, okay, such a way so that once you're going to set it, next time it's not going to prompt for the token again. I hope this is clear. I'm repeating once again. So this is your homework. You have to set this API token based on the OS that you are using, right? So that next time you're going to connect to your provider, for example, let's say you're going to connect to Hostinger, it's not going to prompt for that API token again. Now see, when I'm going to do it, what it's going to do, it's going to give me the prompt multiple times every time. So I'm just doing intentionally so that you'll do this by yourself. So now what I'm going to do, first of all, what is the steps? Now first step will be, we're going to do Terraform init, and then we're going to do Terraform fmt, and if I'm not wrong, I think that is to format. So let me just check once, right? So we'll do Terraform fmt, code formatter, right? So we are going to use this, and then we are going to validate. So it's going to validate all the files. If it is correct, then we are going to do plan, and we are going to do apply, right? And also you're going to do apply auto approve. So let me just check that also. So we'll do Terraform apply, and we are going to do auto approve. Apply is going to do what? It's going to execute that plan, right? So here you can see that it's going to skip the save execute immediately without waiting for the type yes in the terminal. So we're going to use this, but this is what you have to understand, that Terraform apply is what? There is a difference between plan and apply. I'm repeating this one multiple times. This is very, very important. Plan is not going to execute. Apply is going to execute the plan. Okay. So 5 steps we are going to do. Terraform init, Terraform fmt, which is going to format, Terraform validate, Terraform plan, Terraform apply, and at the end Terraform output. 6 steps. So let's go to this directory. So I'll go to ops, go to Terraform, go to prod, clear this, and I'm going to do Terraform, right? And let's do init. Alright, so first it's finding, it's installing, I explain each and everything. That's it, this is done. So it's actually initiated. So what actually it done in that particular process, it installed all the packages and the provider and everything, and if see, it's created a file, and inside this you're going to have all the information, and there is a log file. So this log file is going to have all the checksums and all the details that we have, right? That what actually we have registry of this hostinger, which is the version, right? And these are the constant and all the checksums and everything. So this is done. Now next step will be, I'm just going to clear this, and I'm going to do Terraform, let's do fmt. Okay, then I'm just going to do Terraform validate. It's going to immediately validate. If it is successful, the configuration will be valid, and here I'm just going to do Terraform, and let's do plan. Okay, see, this is clear, right? So it's going to prompt for that API token multiple times because it needs to connect, okay, to that provider. For you, once you do that homework, it should not ask you this token. If it is asking, you can write it down in the comments, but at least try to do it by yourself. And then I'm just going to paste it here, enter, and it see that it's going to read and do all the things whatever it needs to do. Remember, it will actually not execute, and at the end it's going to give you a long list of information and everything. Okay, now what I'm going to do, I'm just going to clear this, and I'm just going to do Terraform apply, and let's do here auto approve. No, let's try only Terraform apply, and see, it's going to ask here. I told you, right? It's going to ask multiple times, and I'll paste it, and I'll see you are going to get all the information and everything now. So I'm going to show you that how you're going to get it. So it's telling that do you want to yes, accepted. Yeah, okay, let's do yes. So that's why I mentioned that you can pass that auto approve for that. So now I'm just going to clear this and then do Terraform output, and it's going to give a long list of information, lot of things that see all the operating system and everything. Let's see, huge. But now how you are going to get a individual output that you want to check. Okay, now I want to check that, okay, how many data centers are there, how many available plans are there. So how I'm going to do that? So to do this one, what you have to do, right? So here you have to do, so I'm just going to, let's keep it like this. So I'm just going to do Terraform, and let's do here console, sorry, not output, console. Okay, so here you can pass the input. For example, how you are going to get the data centers, how you're going to get the data centers. So we have data.hostingervps data centers.all.data centers. So just copy this, and then you're going to pass it here, enter and see. So you're getting all the information, right? So it has South Africa, Asia, blah blah whatever. And now for our case, what we're going to do, we are going to use this Mumbai. The ID of Mumbai is 13. Okay, so I'm just going to note it down. I already have noted all of this, right? So I'm just going to use the same. I'm just showing you that this is how we are going to do it, and we will exited from that. So let me try one more time, and now I'm just going to use the same for template also. So now if you go here, right, or maybe let's try for plans. So I'm going to copy and paste, enter, and you'll see that you'll be getting billing plan of every 3 year, every year, 2 year, right? I hope this is clear, right? So this is going to give you all the information that you need. Similarly, if you want to check all the templates, so I'm just going to copy this and I'm going to paste it here, enter, and you're going to get all the templates that available for this particular provider. Okay, I hope this is clear. So now what I'm going to do, so that means this is done. So I'm going to exit. So what will be our next step? So now what you're going to do, right? I will be creating our tf_vars file. Tf_vars file is what? The actual value of that variables. That okay, this is the data center I want to use. Now you ask me that, okay, why actually you need that? Now if you go to the official documentation and go to resources, you see that whenever you will be creating a new VPS, it actually need the plan. Okay, this is the plan I want to use. It's actually need, okay, which data center you want to connect. So if you see it's 13 means it's connected to Mumbai. Which template ID you want to use, what is the host name, what is the password, if you have any script ID. So normally what will happen whenever we are going to create a new VPS from scratch, we should have a script, right? And based on that it's going to do certain operations, something like that. And then you have some SSH keys and everything. Password, you can use a normal password, and also you can directly use our SSH key also if you have. But this is actually what the actual resource, that resource we are going to create. Okay, so for this one, what we are going to do, we are going to create an example file. We are going to update our variables file, and also we need to update our main.tf file. And then I'm going to show you that how we can create a new VPS, although I'm not going to create here because I already have, but I'm going to show you the information, and I'll see that mostly I'm going to get some kind of payment related failed message, right? So after that you will have good understanding of this is how we are going to get the information, this is how I'm going to create the resource. And then I'm going to do what? I'm going to connect this existing VPS to our project, and then we'll move to the next part. But at the end the concepts will be always same, that this is the main file, this is the output, this is the variables and everything. So let's move on to the next one. Alright, so now moving to the next one. So first what you're going to do, you're going to create that example file, that what are the variables, that actual values that we are going to have, but we are not going to push the tf_vars file. Remember I already mentioned, instead of that what we are going to have, we are going to have an example file with dummy values. So here first of all let's create. So I'm just going to do Terraform, and let's do .tf_vars, and here I'm just going to do .example. Okay, and inside this I already have, so data center is, so remember all these, actually these three, right, that which data center I'm going to use, which template ID I'm going to use, and the plan, these I've taken from this output. Just now we have checked, remember we have done Terraform console, and then we paste all these values, and then we are getting the result, and from that result we are choosing any of these. For example, let's say your team want to use a plan of yearly billing, right? So based on that you have to change this. You want to use the data center of Singapore, so you have to change this ID. I hope this is clear. Similarly, you want to use some different template ID, so based on that you have to change this value also, right? And this host name and the root password, this is actually for your create flow. So when you are going to create the host resource, the actual VPS resource, okay, for this particular flow we are not going to create, but this is what actually you need, right? Also, if you go to there, right, you can see similarly clearly it is mentioned that you need the host name and the password, the plan, data center ID, and the template ID. Okay, so now I'm just going to copy all this, go here, and then I'm just going to paste it here. Okay, so this will be my example file. Okay, now what I'm going to do, this is very important. Now example file is to just tell, okay, these all the things that I'm going to have, so that other developers can relate from this particular file. But now we are going to create actual the variables file, right? So we are going to have Terraform dot, and this will be tf, that's not folder, man, file we have to create. And here what I'm going to do, so I'm just going to for now copy this, and then I'm just going to paste it here. Okay, now this is going to give you the error. Why? Because we also need to update our variables file. Okay, so first let's do one thing, let's update the variables file, because for our variables file we only have one variable, right? So we have to add all these variables. See how all these are related. For example, let's say in our vars we have the data center, we have the plan, we have the template ID and the plan. So first let's go here, and then I'm just going to add a variable, and I'm going to give this one as plan. Okay, and inside this plan the type will be string, and here I'm just going to do a description. I'll do description, and here I'm just going to do hostinger bps plan slug or whatever, something like this, right? So one we have added. See, this error is gone now. I hope this is clear. Now you're going to add one more. So variable, I'm just going to take this one for our what is that, data center ID. So I'll do data center ID, copy this, and then I'm just going to paste it here, and this will be hostinger data center that we want to use in this project, something like this. Okay, so this is done. Next we have the template ID. So I'll go here and take one more. So I'll do variable, and I'm just going to do template ID, and here also template ID will be, oh, I'm done some mistake, man. Data center ID will be number, right? And this will be also number, template ID, and then I'm just going to change this to template. So hosting a template, okay, maybe let's do host template ID. Alright, so now next we have the host name and the root password. Okay, so I'm just going to take those also. So I'll do variable, and then I'll just copy this host name and root password, both will be type will be string, right? So let's copy this, not this one, copy this, and then I'm just going to paste it here, and I'm going to paste it here. So this will be VPS host name, right? So this will be my VPS host name, and this will be our initial password, something like this, initial password, and this will be sensitive will be true. I hope this is clear, right? So now I think we have added all the variables, we have added the vars. Now one thing is very important, what we are going to do, right? In this host name, because we already have an existing VPS that created, so for now what I'm going to do, right, I am going to use that host name only. So for this one I'm going to use this, okay, and then I'll copy this, and then I'll just paste it here. And password, maybe let's do hello at the rate 1 2 3 4 5, something like this. So this is my actual values, right, and this is my example file. I hope this is clear. So now what we have done, we have created the example file, created the variables, and created the actual var files. Okay, so now what we are going to do, how we are going to create the resource. Now remember, resource will not be created until unless you are going to add that resource. But where we are going to add that resource, we are going to add that resource in the main.tf file. So we go here, where is that, this one. So this is how you can create a new VPS instance, right? So here you are going to add a resource, and this resource will be, let's give this one as hosting a VPS, how they have given I think they have given hosting a VPS, and then they have given some, so I'm just going to give this one as prod, something like this. Okay, so what are the things it's going to receive? It's going to receive a plan, right? And now how you're going to get the plan? So we'll do var.plan, because you already have that variable, right? Similarly, you're going to do for data center ID, template ID, host name, and password, all the things that we need. So I'm just going to copy it from here. Okay, you can directly pass it, but I don't want to do this. That is the reason I mentioned it, that is the reason we have variables, so that you don't have to hard code these values. Getting all the points. So now I'll paste it here. Plan we can remove. So I'll do var dot what is the name that we have given, data center ID. So it will automatically connect. Then I'll do var dot template ID. So copy and paste it, and then I'm just going to do var dot host name, and then we'll do var dot this password. Okay, and I think this is done. So you're going to save this. Alright, so now resource we have created. So what will be our next step? So let's run all the similar steps that we have done, right? So we are going to do format, validate, plan, and apply, right? Although I'm sure that in apply you are going to get some error. Okay, so what I'm going to do, first I'm going to do Terraform. Let's do fmt, and I'll do Terraform. So we'll do validate. Okay, okay, the configuration Terraform, but we have done, right? Okay, this will be hosting our VPS, that's why. So let's run once again. So I'm just going to do fmt, and now we will do validate. Okay, so this is valid. So now what we're going to do, so we're going to do plan. So I'll do Terraform plan. See, it's asked the token, which is fine. I'm just going to copy this now. If you have already set it in the env, so it will not ask. Okay, and then we are going to do Terraform apply. Okay, and then I'm just going to paste it, and mostly we are going to get some kind of error. Let's see. So I'll do yes. So it's creating. I just wanted to show you the process, okay, because I already have that created. So see that you are going to get see. So what you're getting, that failed to place order, the payment method is not available, something like that. Now till this part, I hope now this will be clear. So consider you haven't created any VPS, right? So this is how you're going to create. So now it will actually prompt you for payment and everything. So once the payment and everything will be done, so this will create your VPS. But for now, what will be our solution then? Or let's say you already have some VPS and you want to like link it here. Alright, so now to link it, what we are going to use, right? We usually use terraform.imports, and that is the reason I paused and I found this particular issue. So what we are doing, right, if you notice that we are using this version which is 0.1.3, and this version has a import issue. I think this issue is also open. You see that they're getting resource hosting a VPS doesn't support import. So here, because for my case I have to link to that particular VPS, I don't want to buy a new one. In that case, what I will do, right, so I revert back to the previous version, okay, and then I'm going to use that. So I'm just going to show you that why you are going to get these issues. So I'll just do Terraform import, and then I'm just going to do hostinger underscore VPS dot prod, and here we need the ID, the VPS ID that I want to link. And if you go here, you'll see that how you're going to get the VPS ID. We're getting the VPS ID from here. So this is my VPS ID. Okay, so I'll copy this and I'll enter here. Okay, so I'll need the token and I'll just copy this, paste it. Okay, so you'll see that you're getting this error. So in that case, what you're going to do, right, I'm just going to revert back to this particular version 0.1.22, and then I'm just going to remove the local cache and everything, and then we are going to just do init once again. let's remove the log file also, and then I'm just going to use Terraform init upgrade. Okay, so I think this is done. So now what I can do, right, I'm just going to do just to check, so I'll do Terraform fmt, let's do Terraform validate. Awesome. And then I'm just going to do Terraform plan. Okay, no, let's do first import. So I'm just going to do import, so let's do the import, or else let's go to the top. We already have this one, right? So now I'm just going to import this. Awesome. So this is done, and then just I'll do some sanity. So I just want to do Terraform plan, right, and then paste it here. Okay, so now I think this is done. Apply you are not going to do because you are going to get that billing issue, but for now the import is completed. And what we are going to do now, so we need to now test it, that whether this is done or not. So how we are going to test it, that if the VPS is actually linked or not. So for this one, what we are going to do, right, so let's go to our output, and here after this, right, I'm just going to add some more output here. So let's add one output, and I'm just going to do VPS underscore ID, and here I'm just going to do a value, and this will be hostinger VPS dot prod dot id. Okay, and then I'm just going to use here a description, and maybe let's do hostinger VPS ID or whatever. Okay, then I'm also going to use the output, and I'm just going to do VPS IP, and here I'm just going to do a value. So here this will be hostinger underscore VPS dot prod dot, and I think this will give you this IP4 address. So this is what you need, and here I'm just going to take the description, and this will be my public IP or something like that, hostinger. And also maybe if you want, I think this would be fine. So now let's save this. So this should give you the output, and how we are going to check it. So let's go here, and then I'm just going to run the format again, and I'll do Terraform output, but this will be like a huge, right? We don't want to check like this. So how we are going to check it? So we are going to use Terraform console, right? And here what you have to pass? You have to pass hostinger. Just now we have done, right? Here all these hostinger.vps.ip address. Maybe let's copy this one. So I'm going to copy this, and if I just paste it here, enter, see, this is the IP, and if you go here, you'll be able to see that IP, right? So this 82.29.167.27, right? So this is the IP, so you can see here. So that means you can also log the ID also, so you should be able to get the ID here. Awesome, that's it. So now, anyways, see what I try to explain here. Even if you're creating a new VPS, right, the process will be exactly same. The only difference is because here I already have VPS, I just imported that VPS here. But once you'll create the new VPS, you are going to add the output like this, and then you are going to when you are going to console this, you will be getting the IP of your newly created VPS. In this case, I'm getting the existing one. If you're creating a new one, you're going to get the new VPS IP. So now with this, what happened? So now we have something that we can hand over to Ansible, right? So we have our VPS configuration, resource creation, everything ready, right? So this is how you are going to use Terraform. I think this section will give you a very good idea how all these things work, because I think I tried best to explain in very simpler way. So with this, now we'll move to the next section, which will be Ansible, where we are going to do what? Configuration management. So let's see how we are going to do that. Alright, so now we will start a new section, which will be Ansible. Now before we are going to discuss that what actually Ansible is, I think although I have given some of the idea before starting the Terraform, so let's ask this query that why actually need Ansible first, right, in details. So that we have to first go back. So used Terraform, right? And then what actually received? We received a VPS IP, correct? So we receive a VPS IP. Now you have to ask a query. Let's say you're a complete beginner and you don't have any idea of this particular tool, that okay, that I have this IP, but actually whether my product is live or not. So you will ask this query, that is my product is live. So the answer is no, right? Because even if you have IP, until unless you're going to deploy this to your VPS, your product will not be live. I hope this is clear. That means that this VPS with an IP is how to put it in a simpler way, it's like a okay, it's like a empty computer on the internet, and now if you want to, or to make it run your app, what are the things that you need, right? That what are the things that I actually need here? So first of all, I need all my packages to be installed in that particular machine, right? So you need your packages to be installed, right? See, this is how I actually learned all these things, right? If you believe me or not. And remember, if I'm teaching this way, means you know that I also learned the same thing the same way. I hope this is clear, right? So first of all, you need the packages installed. For example, let's say we have to install Docker, we have to install Docker Compose, you are using some blah blah, some other tool, you have to install all the packages. Consider you are using a Node.js project and you're using something called not Node.js, but I'll say, let's say React.js project, and you're using Tailwind CSS or Framer Motion, some packages. If you don't install that package, how you're going to use it, right? Makes sense, right? So you have to install your packages. The folders has to be created, right? For example, let's say in our case, we are going to give a name of that particular project demo, so we have to create the folders. We should have all the configs present. So what I mean by configs, so here I'm going to keep this on very simple. So here we have all the env files that we are going to have, all our Mongo URI, or let's say the port that we are using, or maybe some secret, all these things, correct? And very important, your services should be running, right? Services is nothing but your containers. I hope this is clear. Now this is the gap that Ansible is going to fill. Now if you compare, you'll see that the comparison is very simpler. Terraform is doing what? It's doing an infra. It's giving you some information, but your product is not live yet. Ansible is going to do all those. Ansible is going to take some input from Terraform. So in this case, it's going to take the VPS IP, and then okay, it will understand. Ansible will understand. Okay, now I have to deploy this particular project in this particular VPS, right? So for that, I need to do some kind of process, right? Now consider you are not using Ansible, and you're using you are deploying something in AWS. What you have to do? If you watch some of my previous videos, right, you'll see that we have done AWS deployment. So you have to follow some 20 to 25 or even 30 steps. You have to install packages, right? If you're using Ubuntu, right, you have to do lot of things, correct? So those things is going to do so Ansible is going to do all those steps. So definitely we are going to write some files or some configuration so that it will understand. But first you have to understand that what is the difference between Terraform and Ansible. I hope this is clear, right? So now if you ask me that okay, give me a simple DevOps map, so it will be something like this. We have what? Provisioning versus configuration, then you have deployment and exposure, right? Remember these four terms. So we have layer 1. So I'll do layer 1 is provisioning, right? I think we have already discussed this term before. I think ignore if there are any spelling mistakes, but just understand that provisioning is doing by what? So Terraform is actually doing it, right? So it's doing what? Creating the infrastructure, right? And giving you output values. In this case, because we have existing VPS that we are using, but let's say you're using a project from scratch, you are going to create a VPS, right? And once you create a new VPS, anyways, you will be getting the VPS IP as output. Now, in this case, I'm just taking VPS IP as output. Maybe let's say your project is very complex, right? So there can be 20 outputs that you're going to receive, but at the end the concept is similar. The Terraform is going to do the infra related job and it's going to give you the output, right? And then what layer 2 will be? So layer 2 will be your config management. So it's called configuration management, or it's called bootstrap. So I'm just give this one as config management. So this will be done by Ansible, or you can tell this one as bootstrap also. So it's going to do what? So it's going to prepare the server so that it can run all the softwares and everything, right? For example, installing packages, creating directories, do Docker Compose, all those run and everything, right? And what will be layer 3? So layer 3 I will be talking as here deployment, right? So deployment is nothing but in this case we are going to use Ansible only for deployment, and then let's say we have some Docker Compose. If you're not using Ansible, I'm just giving example, you can do in multiple ways also, but because we are doing Ansible here, so I'm going to use Ansible for deployment only. And then you're going to have exposure. Now what I mean by exposure is nothing but in this case we're going to use Caddy, right? We are not using Nginx, so we are going to try something else. We are going to use Caddy. So here we will be doing what? We are going to create a reverse proxy, HTTPS, domains, all those things, right? Now 4 things you have understood, right? So if I give you one diagram, so let's do diagram also, it will be easy. Okay, so 4 things. Terraform means server exists, right? Next you have Ansible, means what? Server is now ready. Now see the difference, right? Server exists and server is now ready. Third one will be what? Compose, means your app is now deployed and app is now in running state. App is in running state. Okay, and the fourth one will be exposure. Exposure means here in this case we're using Caddy, so app is reachable. See, now you'll say that how much easier it will be for you to understand if you know all those things. There won't be a single doubt, I can guarantee, right? If you see slowly, if you understand all the concepts, why I'm repeating and giving more focus on the concepts, you can understand if you're watching this video completely, that you have to understand that why actually this tool exists. Instead of just going blindly and creating 10 config files, it will be very, very difficult, right? So focus more on concepts, learn each and every tool, that what actually these tools are doing. For example, let's say here you can ask a query that, okay, what if I don't use Ansible? Can I still deploy? Absolutely yes. But Ansible, there is a reason we are using Ansible, because it's going to make your life easier. So Terraform is server exist, infra related job. Ansible is making your server ready, and we are also going to use Ansible plus Compose for your deployment. So once the deployment is done, app is in running state, and then Caddy we are going to use for HTTPS, domain, reverse proxy, so that app is reachable. And here just give this one as Ansible plus Compose, right? So now see, I've given complete background. Now you see how much easier it will be for to understand that what actually Ansible is. So now we are going to start the actual definition. Okay, so what is Ansible? Now this is the definition I picked from the official documentation, so you can note it down, or else you can just go there and check that also. So Ansible is a tool, right? It's a tool that to automate tasks, right, on remote machines. Now this is simpler definition, right? So this is going to automate tasks in such a way so that it's reachable. So you can write all this, so it's reachable. So for this one we have something concepts called playbooks, right? Repeatable, and also targeted. Now I'm going to discuss what actually targeted means. So here we have something concepts like inventory, groups. For example, let's say you only want to target the prod group, means you are doing some prod deployment, you only want to target some specific group, right? So those things we are going to discuss later, but this is considered as a automation tool, right? Or a tool that's going to automate tasks on remote machines, that is reachable, repeatable and targeted. Okay, so now what else? Maybe let's understand one very important thing, and that is that why actually need Ansible, right? Why just we can't use SSH and run commands? Now definitely we can do that also, right? The problem with SSH is that first of all you have to do manual setup, right? Order sensitive. Now this is very important. Order sensitive, what I mean by this, right? So let's say you are doing you are following some 20 steps to deploy a particular application. So you have to first install these, and then you have to install that, right? I'm not giving any specific example because there can be a number of things, but it is always order sensitive. Very, very important, person dependent. Why? Because it's going to only work if you are doing it, right? So that is the reason. And also this is my personal experience. I have also seen that whenever we'll do this kind of manual setup, let's say we're working in a team, right? And that team has, let's say, 5 developers, and let's say one new developer came. in place of an existing developer, right? So one developer already left the company, and consider that developer was responsible for this deployment related task. Now whenever we used to do, let's consider this team actually follow manual deployment, right? And there is no documentation. So what will happen? Now think, I'm giving real life scenarios. This will happen if you're working in a company, right? Like I'm not telling you some fancy things that other YouTubers and everyone usually tells. But if you work in a company, right, or maybe let's say you're already working, you will understand or relate that these kind of issues can occur almost every day. So a new developer came and there are no proper documentation of that particular deployment process. What do you have to do? You have to go here and there to know, right? So this is the problem. Now here, what actually a particular DevOps team actually need? Three things, very important. So first one is the most important, that is consistency, right? Confidence means, okay, I know that this is what I need to do, and then I will something called, maybe let's say auditability, right? So these three things. Now first one is actually very important. So consistency is actually very important. Now here I'm going to give you three main reasons that Ansible is very helpful in this particular case, right? So first of all, here you notice one thing, right? Whenever we are going to do that, how Ansible is going to connect over SSH, right? So what it's going to do, right? It's going to connect over SSH, and it doesn't require you, see, note this line, it doesn't require you to install an agent everywhere. I hope this is clear, right? Means if you can SSH, you can automate something like that, right? Second, very important, I think you can also note it down, that inventory based targeting. I already mentioned this is very important, right? So what I mean by inventory based targeting? So this is nothing but, let's say you have or maybe let's say I'm going to give a different example, that instead of you hard code any kind of IPs into a script, what Ansible is going to do, right? It's going to use something called concept of host plus groups. So now let's say you want to target a particular inventory, right? So let's say this can be a prod, this can be your staging, this can be wave, this can be DB. So it's only going to target that particular group, and this is very helpful, right? So this is one of the main reason. Now one of the most important questions that you can get, and I think I've already discussed this on almost 10 times, that what is the exact difference between Terraform versus Ansible, right? So you have to understand this contract very clearly, that what is the exact definition between Terraform versus Ansible. Then we'll move to the concepts and everything, because this is actually important to know, right? So what actually this is we are doing here, and remember I'm actually repeating this thing multiple times, right? Even I know for some of you it might be boring, but please hold on for some time. So Terraform is going to do these things. It's going to talk to the cloud or your provider API. So it's going to talk to cloud or provider APIs. I think this part we've already discussed. It's going to manage all kind of infra resources, right? And it's going to, I think you remember, right, I already mentioned that Terraform is going to actually manage a state. Now what it's going to do, right, it's going to keep that particular state. So keeps the state of that, I think keep the states of resources, yeah, keeps the state of that particular resources, right? And it's going to output the values to downstream. Now this is very important. I think I'm not discussing because this will be repetitive. You already know, right, what is the output, the values to downstream. So downstream here is actually our Ansible, right? And what is Ansible is doing? It's going to talk to servers, talks to servers. It's going to manage all the OS config plus deployments, and it's going to use something called inventory to decide targets. Now this is important, okay? So this is going to decide targets based on inventory, right? And it uses a concept called playbooks, and these playbooks is going to help you to describe the automation. Okay, so this will be the exact definition or difference between Terraform and Ansible. Okay, so now let's understand some of the things that how we are going to, although you will be creating the folder structure, or maybe let's do one thing. Let's understand a simple flow, okay, before we'll move go deep dive. I don't know what is, okay, let's take one, or maybe let's copy these only. Okay, no, I think I'll delete this. Let's do one thing. Let's, okay, so I'm going to take this and I'm just going to write some flow so that you can understand. Now here, let's say you have your laptop and consider this is your control node, okay, and here you have your VPS, something like this, okay, and this VPS is what? Your managed node, okay. So this is your control node and this is your managed node. So here in between, okay, just you can note it, in between you have what? You have inventory, the concept of inventory, and I already mentioned that inventory is going to do what? It's going to select, let's say it's going to select only the prod, okay, that I'm targeting the prod group and I want to do some kind of changes in prod. So this is the difference. So here we have something called what? Inventory, right? So here what will happen, right? The sum up, you can note it down. First of all, it's going to put the server into inventory, which is prod group. It's going to run the playbook, which is bootstrap, right? Bootstrap is going to do what? It's going to make that particular machine ready. Once it is ready, third step will be it's going to run the deploy playbook, right? Deploy playbook, and then once the deployment will be done, normally what you usually do, right? It's very, very important to have a health endpoint so that you can check whether your app is up or down. I hope this is clear, right? So fourth step, so let me just write it down. Maybe I'll just take one more and I'm just going to remove it here and let's put it here inside this, okay. So here in between you have what? You have your inventory, which is going to select the prod, right? So it's going to, let's say, select prod. So you have 4 steps. The first is put server into inventory, right? Inventory. So in this case this will be our prod group. Second will be it's going to run the bootstrap playbook, means now it's making your server ready. So keep the server ready, keep the server ready, okay. And then what it's going to do, right? So it's going to run the deploy playbook. So means your app is now deployed, and then you just do a verification, right? So verify is very, very important, that you check your health endpoint or whatever endpoint you have. So now that means this will be done, right? So this is this very simple flow that we usually do. Now if you notice here your laptop, now remember this is the, I'm talking about the Ansible flow right here. Before you already have your infra, so I'm not discussing that. So you're already going to receive the IP and everything from Terraform. I hope this is clear, right? So now let's understand the core architecture. Now here I already mentioned there will be quite a few concepts that you need to know. We can't write the practical part without learning all the concepts, okay? So it's very, very important. The first of all, we have discussed 2 things, right? The core architecture, we have the control node and the manage node. So control node and the manage node, okay. So first of all, so you have your control node. So what actually control node? Control node can be 2 things, right? It can be, let's say, your laptop, or it can be also a CI runner, okay. This is the node where you are going to install Ansible. Now very, very important, okay. So where Ansible should be, or Ansible is installed, right? And here you are going to do all kind of runs and everything, okay. And this is the node. So node is again your laptop. So this is the node where you're going to hold or keep all your inventory plus playbooks, okay. Then what is managed node? Managed node, this is the target node. This is the target node. What actually in this case? The VPS, right? Because you are going to deploy in the VPS, right? Or I'm not going into much detail, it can be multiple server also, multiple servers. Here you don't need the Ansible agent. Okay, but then let's see, if you have this query, that how it's going to receive the actions if you don't have the Ansible. That is the reason I mentioned that if you can SSH, you can automate. So here it's going to receive the actions over SSH. Okay, so this is the difference between control node and the manage node, right? So control node is your laptop. Consider your laptop. If you're a beginner, don't go into CI runner and those things. Your laptop where you're going to have your Ansible installed. You're going to create the inventory, you're going to create the playbook, then you're going to target a particular group. Let's say you're going to do prod deployment, something like that. Okay, and manage node actually is where you are going to do the deployment, maybe let's say in VPS, where you don't need your Ansible agent because you're doing all these actions over SSH. So that is the reason, this is the key point, that if you can SSH, you can automate, right? Something like this. Okay, now here I'm just going to show you one very interesting thing. Then we'll go here, then I'll do Ansible become equal to true, then I'm going to discuss the concept. So okay, you can see that in Ansible become equal to true is a directive, right, used to activate privilege escalation. Okay, now what actually I mean by this? Now let's go here. So first of all, let's do privilege, and very bad at spelling, man, escalation. Okay, so what I mean by this, now here let's say, I'm not sure how to explain this if you don't have any practical experience, right? So or else maybe you'll understand that if you notice that what actually we're doing here, if you notice very carefully, right, we are doing admin task. So what I mean by this, now consider you have a team of 100 developers, right, in a particular team. Do you think that all the developers is going to have admin access? Absolutely not, right? So there will be maybe let's say 5 senior developers is going to have admin access, and then there can be one developer who is a super admin. So what I mean by this, all these things whatever we are doing, or maybe not this one, maybe there can be some other extra thing also, there you need some admin related task. So you have to do some admin related tasks. Okay, so where you have to do what? Install packages, manage services, manage servers, right? You're going to write something to your system directories. Now this is where you have the concept of privilege escalation. Why? Because you will not give all the developers to do admin related task. Maybe let's say one developer is a junior and he done some mistake, so something can break, right? Even if it is a even if this is a B2C application, it will be a disaster, right? So it will be very problematic. So you will not give everyone to change something. So this is where you are going to use something called become true. Okay, so whenever you are going to do this, you will tell Ansible that now you are going to run task with privileges. I hope this is clear, instead of a normal user. Now I thought this is actually important to understand. What you can do, right, as I already mentioned, go to the I think Google is only fine. You don't have to go to ChatGPT, because I've noticed these answers are very easy to read and everything. So whenever you're watching something here, right, you're learning something, go here and then search that particular topic and learn more. Become equal to true activates privilege escalation for the scope. Default will be false. This is become users, right? Become method. You have a lot of other things. You can see installing Nginx, and then it's given become equal to true. Okay, so now I think this is done. Then let's do one thing, maybe. Okay, let's understand the one more concepts, and that is called module. Now what actually module in Ansible is, it's like a packaged action, right? So it's like a package action that Ansible is going to execute on the managed node, right, to reach a particular state, something like this. So let me just search it here if I'm not able to recollect this. Ansible modules. Okay, see, it's like a unit of code, whatever. This is the environment that performs the actual work on the managed nodes. Okay, so now let's understand that what actually happened when we are going to do any kind of run using Ansible. Now this is actually important. So here you're going to learn quite a few things. Okay, so I'm just going to take one more here, not this. Okay, so first of all, when you run Ansible, what will happen? This is the first step, that inventory is loaded. Now to know the target or the groups, okay, this will be always the first steps, right? You needs to understand that which group I want to target. This is the first step. Once it will decide, so now targets are selected. So now it will understand, oh, I have to target a group like prod. Okay, so once it will select this, then what will happen? For each host, Ansible is going to connect using what? Can you guess? I've already discussed this part. Using SSH. So for each host, Ansible is going to connect using SSH. That is the reason I mentioned, if you can SSH, you can automate, right? For every task, whatever you are going to mention, right? For every task, Ansible is going to execute a module. Now this is the important one. See, module means what? A action or a work, okay, on that particular host. So here you are going to write it that for each task, Ansible is going to execute a module or a action on that host. Once it will do that, then very important, it's going to give you the results and it's going to print in this format, and I'm going to show you in the practical. It's going to print like this. Either it should be okay, or it should be changed, or it should be failed. Now this is very important, right? And then at the end it's going to create a summary. But what actually okay, changed and failed is? So I'm just going to show you here. Okay, changed and failed. Now see, okay means green. You're going to see that the task is successful, no changes made. Changed will be yellow, means there is some task is successful but there is some changes, so it is going to modify the system, right, to bring it to desired state. And fail means it's something goes wrong, right? So if something goes wrong, there should be some failed state, so it's going to give you the error. Okay, so this will be the result, how it is going to give you the output. So output model is, again I'm going to repeat, you can note this one down, because if you are giving any Ansible or any DevOps interview, you are going to get this kind of query, that what is the output model of Ansible. So there will be three things. Either it is okay means the requested state was always true, there is no changes. Okay means no changes. Changed means Ansible had to modify the machine to meet the desired or the requested state. So there is some change. Maybe I'm going to give one simple example. Consider you have changed something in the Ansible deploy playbook, right? Maybe you added Nginx configuration. So once you're going to again deploy, so Ansible will find, okay, there is a change. So there is a Nginx, a particular step is added. So it's going to install that particular thing and it's going to do something, right? So there is a change. So whenever there is a change, so it will be yellow. And failed means something goes wrong, so it won't be able to complete the task. So there can be n number of reasons, right? So it's going to give you that why actually it is failed. I hope this is clear. So with this, I think we have actually covered most of the things, but it's not yet completed. So I'm going to pause for now, and then we'll move to the next section of concepts. Once we'll cover all the concepts, then only we'll start the practical implementation. Alright, so now let's quickly finish the concepts section. So we are going to learn a couple of things. So first, maybe let's copy this, and then I'm just going to paste it here. Okay, I think we've already discussed the inventory concept, right? That what actually inventory are, but let's write it one more time so that you'll understand better way. Okay, so first of all, how we are going to define? So Ansible define inventory, right, as list or group of managed nodes, or you can also say this one as host. Okay, and there can be also variables plus variables associated with it. Okay, so now this is also interview query, that why actually you need inventory or why this matters. The first of all will be, this is going to help you prevent what? It's going to help you prevent hard coding IPs in scripts, something like this. Okay, also very important, it helps you to group or grouping by role, right? So here, for example, let's say you have wave, or let's say you have DB, or let's say you are doing something monitoring, something like that, monitoring. Okay, and also it's going to attach or attaching variables per env or host. Now regarding sources, right, it can be one file, single file, or what will happen, right, it can, or Ansible can compose inventory from more resources also, not only from one, right? So it usually comes from a static file. Consider you created a ini file, right, or you created a YML file, or it can be multiple files also. Multiple file means this will be split per environment. Okay, I already mentioned, let's say you have a dev, stage, prod, something like this. Okay, so now here, consider you are watching this video. Don't see, this is my suggestion. Now it's up to you. If you can learn, it's very good, but start with simple file or start with static file, not multiple files. This can, consider you don't have any idea and you directly start with this split per env created multiple files, it will be tricky to understand. Okay, for practical, start with a simple static file. So how it usually works, right? So you are going to do something like this. So here I'll write here only, so I'll do prod, okay, and see what I'm doing here. I'm just going to give a name, so let's say app1, and I'm just going to do Ansible underscore host, and this is my host 1 2 3 4, right? And then I'm going to take one more, so let's do stage, and here I'm just going to do app1, right, and this will be stage, and this also will be my Ansible underscore host, and this is 2 4 whatever. All right, so here what actually we have learned so far, so this prod and this stage, these are groups. I'm repeating this point multiple times, right? It's going to target certain groups. Consider you are doing a prod deployment, so you want to target the prod group. Okay, what is this app1? App1 is the host aliases. Okay, this is the host aliases, and Ansible host is the actual or the real IP or the DNS. Okay, so just note this down, that this prod and the stage, these are your groups. Then you have the app1, right? App1 or this app1 hyphen stage, these are host aliases, and you have the Ansible host, which is the actual IP or DNS. Now this is one way. Okay, so this is one way you can write. Or what you can do, right, you can write using YML file also. Let's say you're writing a YML file. So how usually happen the format? So here consider you have something like all, and then you're going to have children, and inside this you're going to have your prod, this will be your group, and then you're going to write your hosts, something like this, and then you'll be having your aliases, and then you're going to have the actual IP, something like this. Okay, but here what will happen, right? So you have the prod, and then you can have multiple also, so you can have stage groups also. And for similarly for stage, you are going to have, I think I don't have to explain much, you can easily understand. Again, you have the three. Now let's say you have one more pre-prod, you have a pre-prod environment, so for that also you're going to have these three things. Okay, so this is more nested, and this is child groups. You can also have child groups also, right? For now we'll stick to this part only, static one. Okay, so this is about the inventory file. Then we also have the concept of groups and child groups, right? Now this is actually also important, right? There are a lot of important things are there. So let's do one thing. I'm just going to take one more here. Okay, so first of all, you are not going to target all the servers, you are going to target roles or environment. Now I'm going to give you a simple one, okay, very simple example. So now consider you have some env groups or role groups. Consider you have a prod, you have a wave, you have a db, and you also have a monitoring, something like that, right? Now how we are going to do, so I'm going to take a prod, and inside this I'm going to take aliases. So this is wave 1, and this is my actual host for prod 1 2 whatever, right? Then you're going to have similarly for db, and then you're going to do Ansible host, and this is also equal to, let's say maybe you have 1 2 3 maybe let's do this one as 5, right? And then what you'll do, right, you're going to take one more. I'm going to explain this one first, let me write it down. So this will be wave 1, and then I'm just going to do one for DB, and this will be my DB1. So what actually we're doing here? Now first of all, you have to identify that this is in which format. This is not in YML format, this is in INI format. Okay, so this is the first thing you have to understand. Now what actually groups here? I think we have already discussed. So prod, wave and DB, these three things are groups, right? All this in brackets, so these all brackets, these are groups. So what actually groups is going to allow? Groups are going to allow you to run commands, right, against multiple servers and at once. Okay, so what this prod groups contains? So these contains both web and database servers. Consider for your prod not deployment, prod environment. So prod groups contains both web and database servers for your production environment. What actually web group contains? This only contains the web one, so this server. Okay, similarly the DB group contains only the DB server, database servers, right? So here I already mentioned these all are the aliases. Now this is actually very helpful, right? So you don't have to hard code this IP multiple times. You are just going to mention that, okay, for this particular group I'm using these particular aliases, which is going to pick the value automatically. I hope you're getting right. So this is how you are going to use groups. Okay, so I think we have almost discussed most of the things. What else? Okay, let's do, or let's finish with we are going to understand typical project folder. I think this is also important. So let me just copy this and paste it here, that how actually these folders usually work. So consider you have an Ansible folder which we are going to use here just now only. Okay, so here what will happen? So first of all, you are going to have your inventory file, right? So this is your inventory .ini, something like this, right? What this file is going to have, I'm repeating all this multiple times, this file is going to have your hosts and your groups. Okay, so this is the first thing. Then you will have your groups. Consider you have your groups, group vars folder. Now this is going to have all the variables applied to the groups, and these also can have nested so these groups where also can have nested files. So consider you have a wall.yml, so that means these all.yml file contains the variable that is applicable for all the groups. So this is for all groups, and you have one more file here, and this is for web servers.yml, means this is going to have the variables, okay, for specific hosts, right? Similarly, you also, this is the group vars. Similarly, you can have host vars, right? So for your host, I hope this is clear, right? And then you're also going to have your deploy YML file, which is going to your main playbook. All those things we are going to discuss. So this will be your normal typical layout that we are going to use right now. What else? I think we have also discussed most of the things. I think okay, let's do one more thing, that I'm also going to give you that how normally, if you're working in any company, or let's say you're creating a production level application, how one of the best folder structure that you can use. Consider you have your Ansible. This is we discussed with the inventory and everything, right? Inside Ansible, you're going to have your ansible.cfg config file, and here you're going to have your all your inventories, right? Inside inventories, now you are going to have all your groups. So let's say you have a prod, and then you're going to have a stage, something like this, right? So inside prod, what will happen? You're going to have your hosts.ini file, and then you're going to have your vars file. Inside vars also you can have again all.yml, this like this, all.yml, prod.yml, and then you're also going to have the host vars folder, something like this, okay? And then you're also going to have something called playbooks, right? So playbooks is where you're going to have your main y.yml file, your bootstrap file, right? Bootstrap is going to do what? It's going to install all the packages and everything, and it's going to make your server ready. And then you're going to have your deploy.yml. Deploy is going to do the actual deployment. So this is another way that you can write, but this is much more like advanced level, because until unless you're not managing multiple environment, for example stage, dev, prod, pre-prod, it's not needed. Okay, so keep this on simple. So you're going to keep this on simple, but I just wanted to give you structure. So for example, let's say I'm just going to do typical Ansible layout or folder structure. see what this is telling. Alright, now you see, so you have inventory, right? Prod server list, group vads, all and blah blah whatever, host vads. This is what I'm talking about. Site.yml, this is the master playbooks, and this is specific workflow playbook. Now you can also have like bootstrap and whatever, right? And this is also important, but I'm not going to cover roles and everything for now. You're also going to have roles also here, okay? So roles also you can manage, but for now just focus on these things, right? This is how typical folder structure actually means. So now I think we have covered most of the things. Now remember, I'm just going to add all this information in the source code. So in the source code only we're going to get all the information. So with this, now let's move on to the next one. So we are going to implement the practical part, but remember one more thing I wanted to mention. You should have one VPS, right? So that you can do the practical implementation. It's not that big of a deal. Try to buy at least one VPS if you're interested, right? I'm not forcing you, but without VPS you can't do it. The reason I didn't choose AWS, because in part 1 and 2 I already covered AWS, and most of you actually commented that don't try to use AWS because they need credit card information and all those things. And it's not like AWS also free, they are also going to charge you after some days, right? So that is the reason I'm choosing a different approach. But what I mean by this at the end, that you need a VPS to complete this. So with this, now let's move on to the practical part. Alright, so now we'll start the practical implementation, but before that I wanted to mention that please install WSL, right? In my previous videos I already have I already discussed about this, so we actually need this, okay? So first what I've done, you can see that I already opened the WSL terminal here. So first what we are going to do, right, we need to first refresh all the packages list, okay? And this is inside Linux subsystem, okay? So this WSL is nothing but Windows subsystem for Linux. So here what I'm going to do first, so let's install the packages. So I'll do sudo apt and I'll do update, okay? So this will be the very first step we need to do. Why? Because once we'll refresh all the packages, right, that the necessary packages, then we are going to install Ansible. I already have Ansible installed in my machine, but I just wanted to do one more time so that you will be familiar. So let's wait for some time. And also I just wanted to show you that I already copied all the files and everything that we need for this, right? So we are not going to write each and everything line by line. Instead I've written all of this. Your anyway is going to get all of this from the source code, but I'm going to explain each and every directory that what we are going to do here, okay? So this is the first step that we are doing. So let's skip it here. I think this is done. So now what we are going to do, we are going to install Ansible. So I'll do sudo apt install and let's do -y and I'll do Ansible, okay? So this will be the second step, and you can see that this is already installed. And just to check, I will do Ansible -version. So this is going to give you the version here. All right, so I'm not sure if you're getting any background noise. So I hope I cut it, right? I think there was some background noise. Okay, so the next step will be what you're going to do, right? We need to create the Ansible local config for that project that we are going to install. We are going to use Ansible, right? Why we need this Ansible config file? Because we don't have to type the extra flags every time, okay? So what we are going to do right now, it's time to write our first file. So I'll go to ops and create one folder, and here I'm just going to give this one as Ansible, right? And inside this, first we are going to create ansible.config, okay? So this will be the first step that we are going to have. All right, so let's close everything else. And now let me just copy that file content I have already created. Okay, so this is what we need. So I'm going to copy this and we are going to paste it here. So first of all, this is the file that we are going to create. This will be our inventory, right? And there are some other optional properties that I have added. So first one is that we are going to avoid SSH. So it's actually not going to give you this kind of extra prompt, right? For example, let's say you see or you want to continue connecting, something like that. So you're checking host key, checking false. Retry files enabled is going to do what? We are simply telling that do not create any .retry files when a file fails, something like that. So it's just simply going to keep the repo clean, okay? And this is the standard callback is YML. It's nothing but we are going to make the output easier to read for the audience or the students. Interpreter Python means it's simply going to auto detect Python on the target and there won't be any kind of noisy warning or anything, right? These all are optional, but I will suggest that you just keep all of this here. So now, and also if you want, right, for example, let's say, let's do this one, let's copy this and we'll go here, and then maybe you just wanted to search this here, that what's in Ansible config, something like this, and this is going to give you answers, right? See here, this will be changes how Ansible display the task result in your terminal, nothing but something like that. So once this is done, so next step will be we need to create our inventory file. So here what I'm going to do, right, so let's create inventory .ini. Okay, and here what we're going to do, we will be giving the group name first. I think this we have already discussed, so I'm going to give the group name as prod, and here let's give any name, right? Now this is the, what is this thing that we are going to write? This is the host aliases. Remember I discussed that part, aliases. So here I'm just going to give status board. Now this is random name, okay? You can give any name you want, and this will be my actual IP or the IP or DNS. So here I'm just going to do Ansible _host. You remember these things you have already discussed. So this will be what? This will be my VPS IP here. So this is what you need. So copy this. Okay, now one very interesting thing I wanted to explain here, and that is that if you're thinking that, oh, then if I'm copy pasting here, then what is the point of Terraform? I'm thinking that most of you are thinking this particular part, that why actually I've done Terraform. So let me explain. Terraform actually manages the existence and the shape of the server, right? So it's creating the VPS or resizing or deleting, right? It's going to choose your data center, plan, template. It's going to set your host name, initial password, all these things, right? And at the end, it's going to give you the IP. Ansible is doing what? It actually manages what runs on the server. Here, we are hard coding the IP in the inventory file, correct? But still, why we need Terraform? Because in the real workflow, right, you don't want humans to manually discover or copy the infrastructure details. So if I try to sum up in one word, this process can be automated, right? I hope you're getting it. So that is the reason. Don't think that all of this you have done in the Terraform is no use. There is use. That is the reason we have infra related concepts and everything, but for now simplicity purpose we are simply copy pasting here. But what we can do, whatever output that we are receiving from this Terraform, that we can definitely use it directly in our Ansible. So that output is basically we're using as an input here. I just wanted to explain this part in case you're getting this kind of any confusion. And here what I'll do, right, simply I'm just going to add some variables directly here. So I'm just going to do prod, and then I'm just going to give here vats, and for now I'm just going to do Ansible user, and this will be my root user. Okay, so I'm using root user for now, and also I'm just going to add one SSH path here. Okay, so the SSH key that we are going to use for authentication, right? So remember, if you can SSH, you can automate something like that. So we are going to add this on later. So for now this is fine. So once we will add this, now what will be our next step? Now remember, this is file. This file is what? This is your target list, means which server Ansible should connect to. This file is going to tell you that. Okay, this is very important to understand this concept. Now what we need to do, right, first of all we need to navigate these this particular project directory inside WSL, right, inside Linux environment, and then we are going to check that if Ansible connection is successful or not. So how we are going to do that? So first of all, what I'm going to do, right, I already have the path copied here. Okay, so let me explain. Now this path, how we are going to get it, let me give you the idea, or else some of you maybe will get. So let me just give 1 minute, maybe you'll get some background noise. I'm just going to close this. Alright, so what you do, right, so you do right click, okay, and then do reveal in file explorer, and if you go here, right, and you see that this is my path that I'm using, YouTube English, whatever, blah blah, and DevOps Advanced Full Course. So this path you need, you go to till this part and then copy this path, go to WSL, and what you have to do, right, you have to go to CD, and then you have to use this path. So here inside this, so let me just show you. So if you do CD and then do /mnt, so it will go inside that, and then what you can do, you can do CD, or you can also do ls, and you're going to get all this. You'll do cdc, you'll go inside this, you'll do cd users, you'll be inside your user. Now this is, you have to try it by yourself. If I do ls, it's going to give you my username, so I'll do cd this, cd this, right? So it will be inside this. Again, here I have to go to downloads. I hope you're getting right how I'm doing. So this is how you have to do. And if you if you want to go directly to the root, right? So how you are going to do that? You have to do cd space slash. So it will be in the root. So now what I'm going to do, right? I already have copied this path. So I'm going to copy this and I'll go to inside that path. So I'm now inside this particular project directory. So if I go here, what will be the second step I have to do? I have to go to cd slash ops, cd slash Ansible. So then I'll be inside this particular folder. So let's do cd ops, now cd Ansible. I hope this is clear till this part. Now what are going to do, right? We are going to ping here. So I'm just going to do Ansible, right? And you'll do prod -m and you'll do ping. So it should give you pong. If you are not getting, so you'll see that what it is telling, that Ansible is being run in the directory, could not match the host pattern, ignoring prod. So basically what this is telling, right, it's actually not getting the inventory. So in that case, what you have to do, first we are going to actually force the config here. And to force the config, what I need to do, I need to export this config, and then I'm going to tell that, okay, this is my config file that you need to use. That is, I have in my directory here. So this ansible.config file. I'm added all these details in the source code. So just copy paste. So copy this and go here and then enter. Okay. So now if you want to verify this, you just run this command. Okay. So copy this, paste it here. So you'll see that you're going to get the config file here. Okay. So once you'll get the config file, now if you try to do this, right, you have to do this, right? So if you do ping, it should give you the result back. So enter. Okay, so it's telling that unreachable, data could not be remote host. Oh, so what we need to do, right? We need to actually connect to this using our SSH. So here, how we are going to do that? So first of all, you run all this command. You'll do ls-la, and then you have to check if you already have any SSH or not. So here you have to do .ssh. And if you notice, I already have some SSH, but in case if you don't have, so which file you need to use? So here, first of all, you have to use this .pub file. You see that this is what actually you need. If you don't have, I added one more here. So you use this command ssh keygen. So this is going to create one. Okay. And then what you have to do, you have to copy this and you have to link this to your IP. Once you'll do that, next time when you're going to connect, it should ask you the password, and that password will be your VPS root password. This you're going to get from here, or you can change this. Once you give the password, right, from next time when you're going to connect from WSL, it should connect without any password. I hope this is clear. This is very, very important. So now what I'm going to do, right, so let's create one. So I'm just going to do here, or maybe I'm just going to change this onto DevOps Advanced, something like this. Copy this. And then I already have, but I'm intentionally doing. Okay, so here you see that I already have one. So it's saying that, so do you want to overwrite? Yes. Ask you passphrase, keep this on empty only, empty. So it's going to create one. Once you'll do that, right, so now what you have to do, right, you have to actually copy this public key to VPS. Okay, copy the public key to the VPS. So .pub, right, this is the public key. So if you try to do this one, right, run this, so you'll be having the public key, this one. So this you have to link to your VPS. So you'll do SSH copy ID, this is the path, and then here don't copy my IP, copy the IP that you have in your VPS. So you'll go here and then just copy this line and then just paste it here. Alright, so this is, I think, a known issue. It's telling the remote host verification has changed. Something doing nasty. Is it possible? Okay, so you have to delete the old one. So what I can do, right, I have this only we can use, this part, or else I already have added this part here. Let me just check. This is what I need. So you're going to first delete this and then again link. Alright, so now try to copy. Yes, you want to, yes. Okay, see, I told you. So first time it's going to ask the password. This password will be the root password. So you go here and then I'm going to give my password. Enter. Okay, number of keys are added. Now try to log in with this. Okay, so now we should directly try to log in and it should not give you any it should not give any prompt for password. So let's see that. So first I'm going to go to the root and try to do SSH and then do root @ and then we are going to use this. What else? Let's directly copy this. That's it. So now you're already will be connected. So that means SSH is successfully now connected to your VPS. So now what we are going to do, right? So first of all, I'm going to do one change, and that is, let me just quickly show you. Search for Ansible SSH private key. So this is one property that we can directly add in our inventory file, right? So not this one. See, this is what I need. So I'll explain this. So this is a host variable that tells Ansible exactly which SSH private key to use when connected to a specific managed node. So where we are going to add these, we are going to add these here. So after this, what I'm going to do, I'm going to do Ansible underscore. So this will be SSH underscore private underscore key file. I think this is correct, right? So these will be equals, so you have to go to the root. So I think I've already copied the path, this one. So root and then the key that I want to use, so you have to paste it here. Okay, so now what you have to do first, so go here, just map the config once again. So first let's go to this folder. So I'll go to WSL. I'm going to exit from the VPS, go outside, then I'm going to paste it. Then I'll go to cd ops, cd Ansible, and then I'll just map the config. Okay, and then what I'm going to do, I'm just wanted to check Ansible, right, prod -m, and then I'll do ping. That's it. So now your status boot, this is the host name that we have used. Remember, aliases, sorry, not the host name, aliases, and this is successful. So that means we have successfully connected now. So what will be our next step? Next step will be, we are going to create two files. One will be our bootstrap. Bootstrap is going to do what? It's going to do the setup. So it's going to install your Docker, install Docker Compose. It's going to ensure the Docker service is running, and based on that, now we are going to create the deployment. I hope this is clear, right? So this bootstrap file, so first let's create this. So we'll go to Ansible, and then I'm going to create bootstrap.yml. okay, now here this will be a long list, right? So I'm not going to write it manually, as I already mentioned. So I already have this one copied, so the same we are going to use. So this is what we need. This is the bootstrap, right? So I'm just going to copy this, and I'm going to explain lines that what actually we are doing here. Okay, let's do select. So now what I'm going to do, so let's first of all see. I think it will reload. So let's start with the first file. So first file is what? This is the play title, means what this play actually is responsible for. What I'll do, right, maybe when I'll add the source code, I'm also going to add the comments so that you can understand. This is, I think I don't have to explain, right? So this simply telling that run this particular play on the prod group from inventory.ini, right? So this is what we are simply telling. This is very, very important. So what we are simply telling, that run this particular play on the prod group from inventory.ini. I'm trying to explain in a very simpler way. Then we have given become equal to true, means what? We are going to run the task as root or admin. I hope this is clear, right? Then we are going to have some task. So first of all is what? So this is refreshing all the packages, right? So that install will work properly. Then we are installing the base packages that is needed, or basically you can say this is all the prerequisite, right? Couple of things we are doing here. First of all, we are allowing HTTP downloads. Then we are this is simply used to download your Docker and everything, right? Next, what we are doing, let's move on to the next one, which is the important. This is download Docker JPG key. So what this is going to do, this is going to add your Docker sign-in key, right? So that whenever we are going to install the Docker packages, it's going to trust, or else sometimes it can fail, right? This is the official link for downloading or this is the official Docker repo sign-in key. Okay, next what we are simply doing, let's move on here. Okay, this is installing the Docker engine and the Compose plugin. We are just installing here, and we are ensuring that Docker service is running and enabled. We are creating the app directory. Now this is actually important, right? So this is where we will deploy what we are going to deploy our compose.yml and the .env next. So this is the deploy directory. What this state directory means, this is simply means that we are ensuring that this is exist, right? And this is nothing but this mode, right? This mode is simply telling that this is standard permissions. So if you just copy this, right, and just wanted to verify, just go here, explain this. So this is the unique permissions, sorry, Unix permissions. This is the description, this is the path, right, from where we want to create. So this is actually we're simply doing, we are doing nothing but we are trying to install all the necessary packages, Docker engine, Docker Compose, and we are ensuring that Docker service is running and enabled. That's it. So this will be to create bootstrap.yml. So now what I'm going to do, right, first of all we need to run this particular playbook, right, then only we can move to the deployment part. So how we are going to run this? So first let's go here, and I'm just going to just set the config once again so that we'll not get any error or anything. And then how we are going to run, so we're going to use Ansible, okay, hyphen playbook, and then what you have to do, you have to give the file name. So I'll do bootstrap.yml, okay, and we are going to enter, and let's see what it's actually doing. So now it's going to run all of this, and then see, now you're going to get the output. You remember I mentioned okay, changed, and failed. If something failed, it's going to give you the information. If this is okay, so it's going to give you the okay, and if there is any changes, so it's going to do the modification, and it's going to give you in terms of yellow. So it's actually changed, right? So let's see what actually this is doing. Alright, so it's installing the Docker and the Compose plugin. Alright, fantastic. So now the bootstrapping is completed. So this many okay means this many there are no changes. Okay, so it's coming as green. Changed means this is also successful, but there are some modification we have done. Based on that, it needs to check, and based on that, it need to do those corresponding changes. So it's coming as yellow. Okay. So with this is now completed. So next step will be, now we need to do what we are going to deploy. So for this one, we are going to create another file, and I'm just going to do deploy.yml. And here also I've already created this. Let me just take. Now this is with Caddy, this we don't need. This is what we need. So now let's copy this, and then I'm going to paste it here, save this. And so let me just explain some of the important lines. So first of all, this is the name, right? This is the play title, this is the host prod. I think I've already mentioned this. And become equal to true means we need root user to write, and we're going to run the Docker now. This is variables. Now here what simply we're telling that we are deploying everything under one folder on VPS. Okay, now we have all the tasks. First of all, simply checking that the app directory that we have created, that is exist. So you've given this path here, right? And this is nothing but this is just to normal permissions. State directory means we are simply checking that it exists, okay, or else it won't be able to do what? Do the deployment, right? Then we are doing a copy compose.yml to VPS. This is very important because we have the compose.yml, right? So we'll go to that particular source, right? What this is telling, this is simply telling the VPS path where we are going to run the Docker Compose. Okay, so this is very important because you have your app directory, and this is go to /compose.yml, and this is this mode 0644 is for readable config file. Alright, so now after this, if you see what we are doing, we are simply syncing our backend folder to VPS. So this is the path from where it is going to pick, and this is the destination, means this is inside your VPS, right? And then we are just excluding some of the things that we don't need, for example node modules, git, env, and all those things. Same thing we are doing for front end folder also. right? And then we are writing our server env files, right? These all the files, env variables that we have, and then you're just building, and if you see building and starting the containers, right? Then show the running containers, and at the end print the output. That's it. So now this is completed. So what will be next step? So bootstrapping we have already done. Bootstrapping is means you installing packages and everything is ready. So means server is ready, so you can now deploy. So that means we need to now run the this deploy playbook, right? So what I will do, right? So we'll go here again. Once again, let's just map this config, although you don't have to do it. I'm just doing so that we don't get any error or anything. And then I'm simply going to do Ansible, and I'm going to do playbook, right? And what is the name that we have given here? I think we have given deploy.yml, right? Deploy.yml, right? So now what I'm going to do, enter. So let's see what is happening. Oh, it's telling could not find or access app.yml. Why? Okay, got it. See, there is no difference between YML and YAML file. Both are actually same. We can just change this one to, or maybe let's rename this one to YML only, right? So we can rename this to YML. That's it. So now let's try once again. So clear this. See, if this is completed, right? So what will happen? And also don't forget to that part, right, that you are excluding node modules and everything, or else it will stuck here. Why? Because the files are used, right? So it's going to take a lot of time, and you don't have to push node modules and everything, right? You don't have to do that. So let's see what is happening here. If this is completed, means your app will be now successfully deployed to your VPS. Let's see. I'm not going to pause or anything. We'll see what is happening here. Fantastic. So now this is completed. So how we are going to check it, right? So I'm just going to do, maybe let's go here, and then let's go here, and then I'm just going to copy this, paste it here. And what you can do, right, you'll just do HTTP, and then you're going to do :5173, enter. That's it. So we have successfully deployed, right? So if you click, and let's do first issue created, create here, go back, see, you're getting, refresh this, you're going to get the data. Fantastic. Now see how much easier it is, right? If you're doing all this from Ansible, so you have a bootstrap, you don't have to do bootstrap every time, right? So you're just going to run the deploy file whenever there will be any changes, and it will automatically pick all the code and everything. It's going to do whatever it's need to do, and then your code will be deployed. I hope this is clear. So with this we have completed the Ansible section. Now one thing I wanted to mention, and I'll be very honest, right, while recording this also, and when I learned all of this, I'm talking about the previous, when I learned all of this, you are going to get a lot of errors. It's not, remember, I am recording, means in between maybe I'm also getting some errors and I'm fixing those, right, or I'm learning and then I'm recording again. But for you, let's say if you're a student, most probably you're going to get some error and you will be stuck. The best way to do that will be write a comment that I'm getting this error. Maybe if I'll get some time, I'm going to reply, or else someone else is definitely going to reply you on that particular. So what I mean by this is that it's not like you will be able to complete all of this. There is a possibility that you're going to get error. Copy that error, search in Google or in ChatGPT, or post it in the comments, and I'll try to fix it. But most probably if you follow everything, and if you have the source code that I've already added, you should not get any kind of issues. But don't make this kind of silly mistake. For example, let's say you have a VPS IP, but you're using my VPS IP, so it's not going to work. I hope this is clear, right? So all these things. Also, let's say you just copied this path and paste it, and how this will work, you have to change this one to your project path only. So all these minor things you have to do, or else there is a less possibility that you are going to get error. In case you are getting, comment it down. So with this we have completed the Ansible part. Now let's move on to the next one. So we are going to discuss Caddy. Alright, so now let's start with Caddy. So what actually Caddy is? So Caddy is nothing but it's a modern web server and works as a reverse proxy, right? Now, if you ask me that where actually this sits on a DevOps stack or DevOps ecosystem, the perfect answer will be this sits at the edge of your VPS and handles couple of things. So let's write it here. I thought that I'm not going to write, but let's do it, right? So that some of the important things at least we can cover. And let's delete this and then change this one to do black maybe, and this I'm going to do white. Okay, so this Caddy, so I'm just going to do Caddy sits at the edge of your VPS, right? It's going to handle a couple of things. So what are the things it's going to handle? It's going to accept public HTTP and HTTPS traffic. So for that we usually use this port 80 and 443. Also, it's going to help you to serve a particular site. That can be a static site or it can be a proxied site, right? It's going to do what? It's going to do reverse proxying request to your internal services, right? So here internal services means your API, it can be your workers, it can be a lot of things. This will be API. All right, what else? Very important, it's going to automatically manage your TLS certificates, right? So whenever we are going to configure a domain, right, so Caddy is going to do a couple of checks. So I'm going to discuss that flow, and it's going to give you, or it's going to manage the TLS certificates or HTTPS automatically. Alright, I hope this is clear. Now before we move on, you have to understand that what actually reverse proxy means, right? So reverse proxy is like, it's nothing but it's a server. Okay, so this is going to do a couple of things. 3 steps you have to remember. That reverse proxy is going to do 3 things. First, it's going to receive the request from your internet, like public internet. So it's going to do, so let's do receive. Why this color is getting changed automatically? Irritating, man. Okay, receive I'll do receive request from public internet, right? This will be first step. Second step will be, now this is the important part, it's going to decide that where we are going to forward that particular request internally. So it's going to decide. Now this is the important part, right? So this is where it's going to work as a watchman. So it's going to tell that, okay, for server you go there, for client you go there. So it's going to do where forward them internally. So this will be second step. And third step will be what? So third step will be return the response back to the client. All right, so this is the 3 steps you have to understand internally. So let's run a diagram, very simple one. Okay, so we'll go here, tools. So first you have this your public internet. So here we have Caddy, right, which works as a reverse proxy plus manage the TLS. Then you have your, maybe let's say you have your Docker network, something like this, Docker network. Now remember, this is your internal network, right? Internal. And here it's going to do some proxy, right? It's going to do some proxy that is going to pass or call your front end, which is, let's say, web running on 5173. It's going to create all this proxy, and for server it's going to do, which is your backend API, something like this. Okay, so this will be the very simple flow. Now how typical Caddy file looks, it's very simple. So I'm just going to show you here only because I've already written. Okay, so this will be your domain. So here you have your domain that we are going to get from DuckDNS because we are using free domain, right? And here so simply we are telling that this is the skeleton we have, this is the domain that we are using, right? Here you can also pass something called log to log all the response and everything, right? It's using or it's enabling the zip, right? You can enable the log by passing like this, and then simply we have our rules, right? So this is your rules. So you're simply telling that whenever there will be any request that goes through this particular path, we are going to do what? We are going to call our server, something like this. And whenever, so this is nothing but the slash, so home page, right? So whenever any other, apart from slash APIs, whenever we have any kind of request, so we're going to call, or we are going to route to our client or web. Okay, so this is the very simple idea or rules that we are setting. Now consider you have something else. Remember, we are using Sublyzer also. Now you want to handle the Sublyzer, so here also you have to give the Sublyzer related like this, something like this, that okay, whenever I'll go to any Sublyzer API, right, or sorry, any Sublyzer related path, so I wanted to forward to backend or front end, whatever you want to do. So you can add as many rules as here based on your criteria. So this will be basic HTTP, sorry, basic, not HTTP, basic Caddy file format. It's very simple. Now one thing I wanted to mention, that this is going to give you the automatic HTTPS. Remember, I already mentioned. So how that process actually works. So automatic HTTPS works like this, right? So I'm just going to take one more. Let's take it like this. Let's see. So here it's going to do what? First of all, whenever I want to configure a particular domain, let's say I'm using this domain, Caddy is going to do what? It's going to, or Caddy can, I'm just going to do Caddy can bind ports, this 8TF443, so that it's going to do what? First of all, it's going to request certificate from let's encrypt, right? If you have watched my previous videos on man deployment or Nginx, we usually do this on manually, right? You remember, we have to do what? We have to prove that okay, this domain is our, actually we have bought it, or let's say this domain we are using. So this domain ownership is going to install the cert automatically, right? It's going to do the automatically, you don't have to do that. We'll see this, right? And then you are going to get, so this is going to automatically enable your HTTPS. So HTTPS will be enabled, something like this. Okay, so now there are some rules you have to understand. First of all, when I'm going to go to, so let's go to DuckDNS. So let's understand this one so that it will be clear. Okay, so I'm going to just log in with Google. Okay, I can see that. Let's create one, right? So I'm just going to do advanced DevOps course, right? So I'm just going to add the domain. All right, so this is my domain that I'm using. Now what I'm going to do, right, I'm just going to copy this. Let's go here and then just replace this with this domain, and we don't need log for now. So what we need to do, right, this IP we should have mapped to our IP of VPS. So this IP, so this will be the first step. So copy this and then you just paste it here and you're going to update this. That's it. So this is done. So this will be the first step that you should have. The port 80 and 433 should be open, right? And Caddy should be reachable publicly. So that I'm going to show you that how we are going to do that. And one very important, no other server should be using that port 80 and 443. Why? Let's say you're running Nginx or Apache or something like that, so that can be conflict. So this is how it's going to enable the HTTPS automatically. So now what you're going to do, right, first of all we need to create our Caddy file. Okay, so now let's do one thing. Let's go here and I'll go to this app, and here only let's create a Caddy file. So I'm just going to do Caddy file. Okay, this is inside app. Okay, this is inside app in this level with compose.yml. And here what you're going to pass simply, so you can just copy from there. I don't want to write now. Okay, let's copy this, paste it here, save this. So using advanceddevops.duckdns.org, right, enabling zip, handle /API means whenever there will be any path, start with this API. We're going to do or redirect or route that traffic to server, and this will be for our web. Okay, so this is simple, that much we need. Now we need to do a couple of very important steps, or else it's not going to work. So first step, what you need to do, you have to go to web and then you have to go to the vite config, and here you see you have this proxy, right? What you should do, right, here you should use the allowed host. I think this would be allowed hosts. Let me just quickly check. In vite config. Okay, so we have allowed host. So this is what we need, right? And here what you have to pass, you have to pass that this one, advanced, whatever name you have given, right? Based on that you have to use that. So we're going to pass it here and comma, that's it. So this is a important step that you need to do. What else we have to do here? Okay, now see here we are going to use or add Caddy, right, inside our compose.yml. That is very, very important because we have to do that, right? So for that I already have created that. Let me just check. See, so using Caddy, this is the image, right, container name, this is what depends on, and we are opening this port. I mentioned these two port, right, and this is the volumes that we need. That's it. So copy this and then I'm just going to comment it for now, and then I'll just paste it here. So this will be our compose.yml. And next what we need, right, let's say I'm just going to give you some time and let's see if you can guess that what extra step that we need to now do here, which is if we don't do it, it's not going to work. So we need to copy the Caddy file to our deploy.yml playbook. I hope you're getting right. So here, just like we're copying the compose.yml, we need to copy our Caddy file also. So I'm just going to copy this, right, and then let's paste it here. So I'm just going to do maybe copy Caddy file to VPS. So this will be /app and this will be Caddy file, right? App directory, let's give the same Caddy file. That's it. So mode will be same. So now this is completed. So what we have to do next step? Next step we are going to deploy again. So I'm just going to set the config and then run the deploy YML again. So let's enter and let's see what is happening here. That's it. So now you can see that the containers and everything is up. And now if you try to go in this, let's go here, copy this, that's it. So now we have successfully deployed. See, fantastic, right? So that means, see, we haven't set the HTTPS and everything. So what I mentioned, that process that Caddy automatically handles. Okay, so it's going to check the domain and everything, and it's going to install that cert, all the certificates and everything that's need. So you don't have to do anything else. So with this we have successfully, see, the data is also coming, right? You can create one more. So do second, blah blah, whatever, create, go back, you have, refresh this, that's it. So now we have successfully completed the deployment. So with this we have learned quite a few things. We have learned how you can do app monitoring using Sublyzer, Terraform, Ansible and Caddy. So with this, now let's move on to the next one. Alright everyone, so now we are going to start a very, very important section, which is monitoring. So for this one we are going to learn three things. So we will start with Uptime, Kuma, and we are also going to cover Prometheus and Grafana. But before that, let's see the recap of all the tools that we have covered so far, right? Actually it is very, very important. Then we will move on to learning the concepts. Okay, so I'll just keep it here. So how many things we have learned so far, right? So first of all, we have learned and we have integrated one for Sublyzer, right, at the first, right? This is what, so this is going to give you all the information for this one. Let's say which endpoint is causing pain, right? How many users that are logged in last 6 hours, or maybe how many errors are there, something like that, those kind of information, right? Then we covered Terraform. So what actually Terraform? All the infra related things, right? For example, let's say creating VPS or link existing VPS, right? And then pass that to downstream. Then what we have covered? We have covered very, very important Ansible. So Ansible is for what? For your So now we have the VPS information, so we are going to configure, so config VPS and do the deployment. So we'll do deployment stack. Next, what we have covered Caddy, right? So Caddy is for what? For your public HTTPS and for your reverse proxy. So now why we need these three tools, that you have to understand first. So what actually Uptime, Kuma will fit in this DevOps ecosystem. So we are going to understand all the concept, but this will be like, for example, let's say now your app is deployed. Now whether your app is up or not, so you are going to ask a query, is it up, right? So here you are also going to get the alerting concept, and also there will be a status page. But in this video I'm not going to go into much details, so you are going to simply see whether our application is up or down, okay, whether our backend APIs are up or down, or same for frontend. Then we have very important Prometheus and Grafana. So why Prometheus and Grafana? Now here the questions will be, why is it slow or high CPU? So all related things, or maybe let's say memory, all these details, right? So these things we are going to now learn. So now let's do one thing, let's copy this, paste it here. So now we need to understand the concept. So I'm just going to change the background color to black, and this I'm going to change this one to white, okay, and let's make this one to middle. Alright, so now you have to understand that what actually Uptime, see again this is changing to, I don't know why this is irritating. Okay, so now you have to understand what is Uptime Kuma actually is, right? Here this will be, so if you go to the definition, it is a self-hosted monitoring tool, right? So what this is going to check, this is repeatedly checks your endpoints, right? And it's going to give you, or gives you a couple of things. First one will be, it's going to give you, let's remove this here. Okay, so it's going to give you first of all uptime, right? Whether your application is up or down, right? Next, it's also going to give you response time graphs. Now all the things that you normally can do using this, right? We are not going to cover everything, but this is how you can, for example, let's say if I'm creating a next part, I'm going to cover all these things. It's also going to give you incident history, which is very important, okay? Next, also you can set up alerts. For example, let's say if you're using Slack, right? Or maybe you can use email or Discord, whatever you're using. So you can set up your alerts, and that can be you can also have a status page, right? So if you ask me that, okay, just explain me in simple line that what actually this is going to do, why I'm repeating these things again and again, because you have to understand that why actually even we are using in this particular video, right? What is the use of this tool in a DevOps ecosystem? So it's simply going to tell that, is my site alive from outside? So this will be a simple single answer, that is my site alive from outside. That's it. So this is the questions it is going to answer. Now why it's needed? Because after we have done Caddy and HTTPS, now our app is what? Is publicly reachable. So the next questions will be, how do I know that my app is actually up 24/7? Whether if my app is a B2C application, I need to understand whether all my user will be able to access my app 24/7, right? So see, when we are going to implement this, right, for now I'm just going to show you that how it's going to show you that up and down, all these things, but this is going to give you a lot of extra things. So what I'll suggest, you can go to the features, you can try to learn all those things, right? I'm going to give you all the information that how you're going to learn and what are the basic necessary you need, right? Now very important questions, that okay, then if this is there, then why actually we need Prometheus, Grafana or Sublyzer, right? Now the questions will be, here this uptime Kuma will be what? It is synthetic uptime monitoring, right? So it's the focus will be, it's going to check that whether your app is available or the app availability is there from outside or not. The data it's going to show whether it is up or down, right? All the things. Why this is important? This is based for whether you want to see whether your site is down or not in very simple way. So there will be UI and you can simply see that, oh, my app is now down. So it will be very easy for you to detect that, okay, something is going wrong. For example, let's say you want to check something routing issue, that your route is broken, all these things, right? Or maybe there can be DNS issue also. All these things you can easily check using this particular tool. What will be output? I already mentioned that you can set up alert, incident timeline, and also status page. Now why Prometheus and Grafana? That is metrics monitoring, right? For example, it's going to focus on numbers, your CPU uses, memory, right? What is the container stats, right? All these things there, actually Prometheus and Grafana will comes into picture. Why this is needed? For example, let's say you want to see, or let's say you want to check what is your CPU saturation status, whether is there any memory leak or not. Very important. Most of the teams, you see that if any production, you are working on any production level application, you'll see that latency actually matters a lot. For example, there can be lot of latency. For example, 55 P99, this kind of latencies will be there. So these you can actually monitor from, let's say you have multiple Grafana graphs, so you can check from there. I hope this is clear. So what are the outputs that Prometheus and Grafana is going to give? It's going to, you are going to have multiple dashboards and you're going to set up queries, and based on that, what you can do, right, you can set up alerts, and that alerts directly go to your Slack, or you can use something called alert manager. But in this video I decided not to cover that, maybe later. And now coming to the Sublyzer will be your app level monitoring, right? For example, let's say how many users are using the app from last 6 hours. What are the locations of those users, whether the users from India, from US, all those things. How many errors are there? And then based on that, you can fix all those errors. So what I mean by this, all the tools that we are using, those are actually we are using for different purposes. I hope this is clear. So now, first of all, to set it up, right, multiple ways we can do that, but I'm going to show you the best way to implement this. So first of all, what I'm going to do, go to duck DNS, and I'm just going to refresh this first. I don't know why this log out automatically every time. So just log in and then create one more domain here. Okay, so what I'm going to do, right, I'm going to copy this and I'll paste it here, and I'm just going to give this one as status. Okay, don't give the same name, and just give status advanced DevOps course and add this domain. Okay, so this is added. Now see, again I refresh and then need to log out. I don't know why, man. There is some issue with this. Recaptcha failed. Okay, so now first of all, whatever, so let's map this same IP, your VPS IP. Okay, so now this is mapped. That's it. So what we are going to do, right, we will be actually we need to do two things. It's very simple. First, you have to go to your compose.yml, and here we are going to add the Uptime Kuma email service here. Okay, so to do this, let me just check from where we need to get it. So we'll go to, we have to go to docker compose, not this one. Go here. So we are going to add this image. Okay, this is the port and all these things we are going to add. So once we'll add this information, second thing what we need to do, right, we need to update our Caddy file, because we are going to use that particular domain that just now we have created for Uptime Kuma. Once we'll deploy, what will happen, right, it's going to create one UI, and there we can configure. So let's say how we are going to do that. So to save time, I already created everything. Okay, so this is, if you see what I've done, this is the existing services. So we have the Mongo, the server, web, and then I just added one more Uptime Kuma with this image. This is the container name, right? This is volumes, this is the port, and then at the end I just added a volumes. Okay, that's it. This is the only change you need. You are going to get all this information in the source code, so you can just directly copy paste from there. So I'm just going to copy from the services till to the end. So copy this, and then we'll go here and go to the compose.yml, and then I'm just going to comment it out. Okay, now remember one thing I wanted to mention, that is in this file, right, when I'm going to add the source code, I will be adding all this files. So you can see that this is without Caddy, this compose is with Caddy. Now below I'll be adding with Uptime Kuma. So what I mean by this, based on that, whatever sections you are working, you can copy till that part. I hope you're getting what I mean. So here now I'm just going to paste it here. Now so you have the Kuma data, and then we have the volumes, the image, container name, That's it. So this is the port. So this is the only change you need. Now what will be the next step? Next step, we are going to update our Caddy file. Okay, so in the Caddy file you can see that I already added this domain, right? So you're just enabling zip, and then what you're doing is just adding a reverse proxy, and then just we have given the port and everything. But this step you need to do it, or else it's not going to work. So for now what I'm going to do, I'll copy this simply and go to Caddy file and then just replace it here. That's it. Okay, so now let's save this, and next step what we're going to do, we'll go here. So I'm in this folder inside WSL. Now I will go here. First of all, let's run this, and then what we're going to do, simply we are going to deploy this, right? So I'm just going to do Ansible playbook, and I'm going to do deploy.yml. That's it. Once this is done, what we need to do, right? See, we are going to create an account, and then we need to add 2 monitors. Okay, monitors means what? For example, let's say we have this application deployed, right? So this is my application. This application is for what? This URL for web. Similarly, we have our API endpoint, right, which will start with /API. So you're going to create 2 monitors, one for web to check the web status, one to check the backend or API status. And then once we'll add that, right, and based on that we will be actually getting that whether your service is up or down, something like that. So here you can see that this is now done, and you can see, I think this is completed. Okay, so what will be the first step? First step will be you copy this and paste it here, and I'm just going to do status. Okay, so it's giving a provider. Okay, I got it now. So what we need to do, right, it's possible that this service is not up. So what we need to do, let's go to the root, and then first I'm just going to, it's possible that service is down, that Uptime Kuma. So just log into your VPS. Okay, now I will go to that folder, right? So you have the cd opt/status board. Okay, now what we'll do, right, we'll just do docker compose, we'll do restart, and what is the name that you have given here? Not this one, this is what we need. I think we have given Caddy or something. Let me just check. Caddy. Okay, so here what I'll do, right, restart this. Okay, this is restarted. This should solve this issue. Let's see what is happening. Okay, still it is not done. Let's do one thing, restart this service. That's it. Okay, so that's right, it's an intermittent issue. It's possible that if the service is not up, right, so just restart both, right? Either you restart the Caddy and see both where you're getting the result. So in this case now it is up. So what you need to do, right, just set it up. So you just give admin, and I'm just going to give admin, and I'll give here admin create. Okay, so I'm just going to give a strong password here. And then create. Awesome. So now you are in the dashboard. Okay, so what you need to do, right, first let's do one thing, add new monitor. So this is what you actually need. So for now I'm just going to keep this on very, very simple. You can do a lot of things. You can see we have also status pages and everything. So just create a new monitor. Alright, so first you will see that what you need to do, right, monitor type, this will be HTTPS, and you have to give a friendly name. This is your URL. Now this URL will be your actual app URL, where the app is deployed and which app you want to monitor, right? So this will be your actual app. Then you give the I say, like, you can check or change this one to 60, 30, whatever. Retrace, try to give this one 2 maybe, right? For now I'm just going to keep it like this, and then you can add all the other options here. Okay, for now I'm just going to keep very, very simple. So I'm just going to give this one as web. Okay, and then we'll go here, copy this, and then just paste it here. Okay, so this is my web URL, and then I'm just going to save it. That's it. So this is now already up. That means you're already getting the result. Okay, now I'm just going to add here, I'm just going to do server, and what I'll do, right, we'll copy this, and we have what we have /API/health, right? This is the endpoint that we already have, and if you want to check it from where we are getting, so we'll go to routes, and you'll see that we have this health endpoint. So if this is up, means your application is already up. So in that case, I'm just going to save this, and you'll see that this is up. Now the point is how you are going to check it, right, that whether this is actually working or not. So how we are going to do that? So now there are multiple ways we can do this, right, but the best will be, what we can do, we can just bring the server down, and then we are going to wait for some time. Once you're going to wait for some time, you will see that after some time this server should show as down, right, and it's also going to give you the exact reason that why it is down along with the graphical view here. So let's see how we are going to do that in the next part. Alright, so now if I go to the compose file, right, let's go to the compose file, and then first of all you'll see that we have this container DevOps Advanced Server. So I'll go copy this, right, and then I will go here, and first of all what I'll do, right, I'm just going to do here, maybe let's do docker stop, and then pass the container name. So I'm just stopping the backend container. Okay, so this is stop now. Now you'll see that what is happening here. Let's wait for some time, right, and if you see, refresh this, right, you see that you're getting error, and now I'm just going to show that what is happening here. So refresh this, you are going to get it in some time. Okay, so it's have a average response time and everything, not this, we have this timeout, right, after some time it's going to check and it's going to give you the result. Let's wait for some time. I'm not going to pause it so that you can clearly see what is happening here. See, so you immediately got it that it's actually down now, right, and then you're getting the result that okay, this is the reason it's failed with 502, means what, your backend is now down. Fantastic, right? So you will be able to see this very clearly, very easily. Now what you should do here, you should add an alert here. Now I'm not going to go into much details, those are little bit advanced, right? You can create alert for your Slack. Let's say you're using, I think all of you use this Discord and everything. I don't use that much, but email and everything, those you can set it up, right? You can also have your status page, all those things, but I just wanted to give you the idea, right? This will give you the overall idea that okay, this is how we are going to see. Now if I go here, and then what we need to do here, I think you already know. So we'll just do docker start, and I'm just going to start the backend again. So this is now up, and now let's refresh this. So you're getting result here. Okay, so now what I'm going to do, so maybe let's create one issue or whatever. Okay, and now here you see it's already up, so server is up. Fantastic, right? So now you'll see that you will be getting the result and everything. You are going to track it and whatever you want to do. Now I'm going to give you another homework. Remember, I think I've given you one homework in this particular video, so I'm going to give you one more. That is, try to do the same for web. Okay, and see if this is you are getting the status as down or not, right? And similarly you can again start the container, and you'll see, come here and see that will be up again. So that will be another homework. So this is how you can implement Uptime Kuma, right? It's very simple, not that much, like don't have that much concepts and everything, so I'm not going into much details, but that's all for this particular part. Now let's move on to the next one. Alright, so now in the previous section we have completed the Uptime Kuma section. Now let's complete Prometheus and Grafana. And this section, right, so we also need to understand some of the concepts, and let's do this particular section little slowly, and I'll try my best to make the concepts as simple as possible. Okay, so for now we have used Uptime Kuma, and what actually that is telling, that it's actually going to tell you that whether your app is up or down, and then based on that you can simply check the status, right? Something like that. So why it is helpful? So it is helpful for your easy checks, right, that you just want to check your website. Now here, why actually Prometheus and Grafana comes into picture. It's very important to understand that here. So let's write all this. Okay, so these things are actually important. Now you can go to the official documentation, you can read all of this, but again I already mentioned, right, that if you're a beginner, see, reading from all of this can be little tricky, so you don't know where to start and everything, right? A lot of things are there. So if you're doing this one for the first time, or let's say you already have some idea, still I will say that just take some handwritten notes, or maybe if you're using some digital notes, that is also fine. So just give here that Prometheus is nothing but Prometheus is equal to what? Matrices or matrix database and collector. Now this is important. Now we are going to understand a lot of concepts here. Okay, so Prometheus is matrix database and collector. What is Grafana? In simple word, it's like we are going to do visualization. So we'll do visualization plus dashboards. Okay, now here very important, we have a concept called exporters, right? And here you have different types of exporters. For example, we have something called node_exporter, then we have C advisor, then also we have something called black box, right? So what actually all this does, right? So these all are adapters. Okay, so you can write it down. So these all are adapters that exposes matrices in Prometheus format. Now this is actually important, right? So in this particular format, the format that Prometheus actually needs, and just copy these three, right? So as usual we are doing in the previous section, maybe let's go here, I'll go back and let's go to the AI mode, and I'm just going to do black box in Prometheus, something like this. Let's see what it is telling. So I just wanted to see the definition, that what is the definition it is telling, that in Prometheus monitoring stack, node exporter, C advisor, black box exporter, complementary tools, right? Now these all are, I'm just going to discuss all this, right? That why actually we need all of this, but I think they haven't mentioned the term adapter, but you can just note it down. So all these actually adapters that at the end is going to help Prometheus to take, or actually to collect all the matrices that actually Prometheus needs in that particular format, and it's going to expose those matrices, right? Now if I wanted to give you a very simple real world path, so Uptime Kuma is what simply going to catches it's down or not, right? So it's going to catch it, so whether it is up or down. Prometheus is going to do what? It is going to explain what is let's maybe do what is degrading and why, and what Grafana is going to do. Grafana is going to make it easy for us, so make it easy for us to see the patterns and the trends, right? Because let's say in Prometheus we're going to have some queries and everything. Now consider I'm going to give a very realistic example, right? And you'll see that in companies also this will happen. Let's say you have a product manager and they want to do product manager, you have no, let's do in this way so that you can actually understand how all these real world concepts works. So consider you have a B2C application, and then 100 users actually complained that this particular feature, consider maybe let's do the cart feature is not working. Cart feature is not working in e-commerce application, right? What will happen now? Consider definitely this is going to go to the support team first. Support team is going to do what? Normally you'll see that whenever if you're a user, your support team will say, okay, I'm going to move this request to the engineering team. It happens, right? So they are going to pass this to engineering team, so engineering team is going to do that. Now for engineering team, they will be able to understand using this Prometheus. Okay, they're going to check all the patterns and everything. Okay, this actually breaks, which time, right, till how much time it is it actually broken, whether it is still broken or not. But consider product manager wanted to check the same thing, right? But product manager don't have that much technical experience, right? So what you're going to do, as an engineering team, you are going to give product manager the link of your Grafana dashboards. So Grafana dashboard is nothing but something like this, right? So you have a dashboard like this. So here your product manager will be able to see, oh, here it is actually broken, this is the time and everything. They will not go into technical details, but they're going to see that from which time, maybe let's say from 10:44 to till this time it actually broken. This is clear, right? So what I mean, so that is the reason Grafana is going to make the things easy for you to see that, okay, this is broken in a dashboard format. Now another important query, that why we need Prometheus and Grafana even though we already have Uptime Kuma, right? We have already used it. Don't skip all these parts. I'm repeating once again, even if this is getting little boring, I can understand. Don't skip all of this. These are important, right? Or else there is no point of implementing Prometheus, because at the end we are going to copy paste the compose.yml and you can easily understand what is happening here, but concepts you need to understand, right? So here I'm just going to, I already told, right, my teaching is like I'm going to repeat same thing again and again, and you'll see that I'm not going to say from myself. You'll see, just search that, okay, what is the best way of teaching process, whatever, even if it is technical teaching or history, geography, whenever a teacher or whoever is teaching is repeating the same thing again and again, you'll see that that is a good sign. Why? Because when I'm going to repeat the same thing, especially the important parts, it will be easy for you to take notes, and you'll see that you are going to get similar kind of real life experience whenever you'll be working in any company, or let's say maybe you're giving some interview. And these are not like I'm just reading the documentation and creating all of this. These actually have worked in products. You're getting, right? So in product, I'm not going to give the specific details and everything. We already use something called Kibana, we use Grafana, we used Prometheus, all these things, right? I used different charts and everything, how we are going to monitor and everything. So that's why these things are very important. So the point is, why actually we need Prometheus. I'm going to write insert Promi and Grafana. Even though we already have Uptime Kuma, right? So here this is going to give you a couple of things. Kuma is going to give you simple uptime notification, right, status page and all those things, but what Kuma is not going to give you. So this is where the answer lies. So Kuma is not going to give you the numeric details, right? It's not going to give you numeric details. What I mean by this, all these things. So CPU saturation, right? You can note it down, all these things. RAM growth, memory uses, all these things, right? This is also very important. So you are using containers, right? We are using containers. So per container CPU throttling. Okay, another very important thing, latency. I think this is one of the important part. Normally any team, they are going to monitor latency. They will monitor. It's very important. And the most important one is, another most important one, I'll say, trend analysis. Now what I mean by this, consider here what will happen, right? Again, I'm going to give you one example, that you have a B2C application and most of the users are from US, right? So you will see that during a particular time there will be a CPU spikes, right? Let's give an arrow here. So these CPU spikes is going to happen a certain time. What will happen, you are going to check, okay, this is our peak time, right? So from this you are going to understand this is our peak time, and it will help your business to like do more growth on that particular product. You're getting, right, what I mean? So let's say I have an e-commerce application and during this time I can see there is a peak traffic and I'm seeing this trend every day almost. So you'll be able to identify all these things, right? So these details, what it's going to give you. So Kuma is not going to give you all these details, right? So here Prometheus is going to answer what actually is happening over time, right? So how it's actually works, right? Maybe let's do one thing. Let's take this block now. Okay, so what Prometheus, how it's going to give you the answers. So Prometheus stores in time series matrices. So what I mean by this, now every metric, whatever metric it's going to collect, that will be a value with a timestamp. So I'm going to write it. So every metric is a value with a timestamp. Okay, so what you can do, whenever you have a timestamp, you can query with very small duration of time also. For example, let's say last 5 minutes. last 15 minutes, last 1 hour, something like that, or even 7 days, right? Lot of things you can do here, right? And very important, I'm going to only discuss these 3 points for now, and you can calculate averages, percentiles also. So averages you can calculate from these, percentiles also you can percentile you can also calculate, and based on that you can also calculate trends, right? I already discussed. So this is what Prometheus is going to give you. Now what Grafana is going to answers, how do I see that particular all these things clearly, right? So Grafana is going to answers, or Grafana is going to tell that how do I see all these details clearly or visually, maybe visually, right? So here it's going to help you to build your dashboards, and in the dashboards you can run queries. So that we are going to see, you can add panels. In the panels also you can have something like, you can add graphs, you can add stats, you can add tables, lot of things are there here. We can't cover everything here, but you can add panels, graphs, stats, tables, right? You can filter options will be there, right? All these things you can do. Okay, now another very important concept, and again I'm going to repeat the same thing, not same thing, but I think this point we haven't discussed. This can be interview questions also. You can note it down, that how Prometheus and Grafana is going to fit in a DevOps ecosystem, or what is the industry mental model for these two things, right? Now how you're going to answer, so you'll be answering like this, that in DevOps or in Ops there are mainly 3 pillars you need to understand. One will be matrices that Prometheus is going to give, right? Now matrices means what? Numeric values over time, right? So for example, let's say CPU percentage, disk uses, container restarts, all these prob durations also. Then you have something called logs, right? Now we are not covering logs in details here. For example, in logs we have what? We have something called, let's say we have something called Loki, or you are using ELK, all those things, right? And then you have something called traces. Traces also is like something like, I'm not sure if you have read all this. So you have something called tempo, and I think that is called Jaeger or something. I don't know how to pronounce. Let me just check. I want to check this. Jaeger in DevOps. See, it's a tracing platform. So all these things are there. So we have 3 things, right? 3 pillar: matrices, logs, and trace. So 3 pillars, you can write it down. So there are 3 pillars main. So you have matrices, then you have what I mentioned, logs, and then you have something called traces, right? So here what actually Prometheus is giving you, Prometheus is giving you matrix first observability setup, right? So Prometheus is actually giving you matrix first observability setup, and this is the exact reason why Prometheus fits in a DevOps ecosystem. So this will be your answer, okay? And this is the best answer that you can give. You know, definitely interviewer can ask you a lot of counter questions, but this is the starting point, right? Now here you have to understand that now how Prometheus actually these are not Prometheus actually Prometheus model actually works. Now this is actually very important, and there are a lot of things you have to understand. So maybe let's do one thing. Let's copy this and I'm going to paste it here. Okay, so first of all you have something called pool model, right? And this is actually important, that how Prometheus works. So what will happen, right? So we are going to have some kind of scrap interval. For example, let's say 15 seconds. Okay, so 15 seconds is our scrap interval. So in these 15 seconds what is going to happen? So let's say 15 second is our scrap interval. Okay, so in these 15 seconds this is what it's going to happen. So Prometheus is going to call, remember I already mentioned that we have adapters. So you have node exporter, cAdvisor, and black box, right? So what it's going to do, right? So Prometheus, I'm just going to do Prometheus in short, it's going to call these things. So let's say you have, I'm just giving an example. So you have HTTP, then you have node exporter, right? And maybe it's running on 9100. I'm just giving an example, and this is going to call the matrices, right? And similarly it's going to call the cAdvisor, advisor, and let's say this is running on 8080 and this is running on something 9116 or whatever, right? And this is your black box. So it's going to call all this, and then it's going to store what it's going to get from all this and result, right? Now remember one thing also, very important one, that this is actually opposite to many tools, right, where app actually pulls to a server, but Prometheus actually pull first. So it's going to pull the matrices, but there are multiple adapters. So these all the adapters that I already mentioned, right? We are going to have this definition in our compose file or YML file that we are going to write. So whatever these adapters are going to pull, so Prometheus is going to store, right? Now here one important question can be that why actually pull is nice, right? Now remember here one thing is very important. First one will be that debugging is easy. Okay, so debugging will be easy, and Prometheus is going to controls the retry and the frequency, all these things. Now let's understand three things. I think we have some job name, targets and labels. In Prometheus configs mainly we are going to define all this. So we are going to define something called scrap configs. So here you are going to have job name, and then you are also going to have targets, and we are also going to have labels, right? So if I just copy all these three, right, just to show you that Prometheus, and then I'm just going to paste it here. Okay, so you can see that scrap configs you have, right, job name, targets and labels. So I'm just going to write it here that what actually all this does. Job name is nothing but this is the grouping name for your targets. So this will be your grouping name for targets, right? Then you have targets. Targets is what actual endpoints that Prometheus is going to scrap. Now this is very important. So you can see that target list defines a specific IP address or host name from and ports where your exporters are running. Okay, so here this will be what I'm just going to write in short, actual endpoints, to understand easily, that Prometheus scraps. And what is label? Label will be your key value or key val metadata, and this will be attached to each metric sample, right? And you can see what this is. While job name refer custom labels to a specific target to make querying easier. So this we are going to see. So you can see that you have like this. This is your targets, right, and this is the job name. So now I think that's it. What else? I'm going to show you that how we are going to write the configs and everything. Also let's understand the time series format also. So time series format. Okay, so how it's going to store it, right? So this is going to store something like this. Maybe I'm going to take, let's do node, let's say CPU we are storing in seconds, something like this, in seconds underscore total, right? And inside this it's going to have a CPU equal to some value, maybe let's say 0, and then it's going to give you a mode, right? There will be a value, let's say idle, and then it's also going to give an instance, and also it's going to give the job. Okay, something like this. And then so here maybe let's copy this. I just wanted to show you here. So let's do Prometheus time series format. Okay, so you see that we have the notation matrix name. So this is your matrices name, right? And then you have the key value pairs, right? So here for example, let's say HTTP request total, this is your method, endpoint status. Now there can be lot of things here, right? Lot of way you can write all of this, but this is how you are going to write. So I'm just giving one simple example. Now here one thing you have to understand, that how actually you are going to ask questions in Prometheus, right? So we have something called PromQL. Now if I want, right, I can create a video on that only, but you can see that, right, I'm also getting finding it difficult to explain what are the concepts to tell in the first video, right? You're getting, right, maybe to discuss these or this, like there are a lot of things, and these can make beginners little confusing. So now I'm just going to give you a very small introduction. So you have something called PromQL, right? So this is actually the query language, and you can also search it here. Just search for PromQL. This is Prometheus query language, right? So here, now what actually this is going to do, so let's say I'm just going to, in our project we are going to ask some simple questions that, okay, tell me what is current CPU uses, right? Or maybe you want to ask, tell me what is the memory uses trend. Also, let's say you want to get the average, and also you want to get some rates. So all these things you can do using this particular query, which is called PromQL, right? I think this would be more than enough. Now what we are going to do, right, maybe let's understand the Grafana basics. So I'm just going to give you some of the core concepts, then we will move to practical, because I'm also getting difficult to explain in very conceptual way. We have to write some of the files here, and then we are going to explain that what is happening here. You can see we are using this node exporter, C advisor, black box, all these things, right? How, from which targets we are targeting our actual website that we have deployed, all those things. But first let's understand some of the Grafana basics also. Okay, so first of all, in Grafana, I think already mentioned that what Prometheus is going to give you, Grafana will help you to see those clearly, or see those trends visually using dashboards and everything, right? So in Grafana you have something called, so I'm just explaining the core concept. You have data source, right? So what happened, right, Grafana actually is not going to store your matrices by default. So this is a very, very important point, and you can write it down. So it's going to read that metric from a particular data source. Now this is very important. So it's going to read that metric from a data source. You can note this one down. Now this data source can be lot of things. I'm going to show you, right? So in our case, we are using Prometheus as our data source. So what Prometheus is going to give you, for example, let's say Prometheus is going to give you some, you're asking some query in this PromQL, in this query language, that tell me what is the current CPU uses, and it's going to give you an answer back, right? What Grafana is going to give you, so you are going to connect that data source or Prometheus data source in your Grafana. You're going to create a dashboard, and then what will happen, right, you're going to write that particular query in Grafana. So Grafana is going to create a visual dashboard, so that you don't have to go to Prometheus and see the answer. So you can visually see those things. You're getting right what I mean. So here the important point is that Grafana is not going to read that, or sorry, Grafana is not going to store metric by default. It's going to read that metric from a data source, and in our case the data source will be, so in our case the data source is what? Prometheus. So you're going to get it from Prometheus, right? Then you, in dashboard you can have panels, right? So for a particular dashboard you can have multiple panels. For a panel we are going to add one visualization. Now this is the important part. Let's say we're going to have a graph, or we are going to have a stat, or we are going to have a table. But how we are going to create those panel, so I'm just going to do those panels will be driven by a PromQL query. Okay, so this is where it is important. You are getting right how these things are connected. If I don't explain this, and consider I'm just started doing the implementation and writing the query, can you understand? You're getting right why the concepts are very important. So what I mean by this, first of all, I can repeat that it's not going to read the metric, or it's not going to store the metric by default. You need to connect a data source. Consider in our case we are using Prometheus as a data source. So whenever we are going to have a dashboard and we are going to have multiple panels, so for each and every panel, whenever we want to see a result that is created by Prometheus, we need to write that prompt, right? So until unless you're going to write that prompt, how Prometheus is going to create the result? So it's like this. So I'm just going to give a very simple way. I'm not sure if this is correct or not. I'm just trying to explain. So you do like this. So you have your Grafana, and then you create a dashboard. So you create dashboard, right? So you create dashboard, and you have 10 panels. and for every panel, let's say first panel, you added a particular Prometheus query, right, and you save it. So now what will happen, based on this query, Prometheus is going to create the result. Once it is going to create the result, now it's a job of Grafana. Grafana is going to create a graph to see those results visually. I hope this is clear, right? So here you can use multiple data sources. For example, you can use Prometheus, you can use Loki, you can use Postgres. So if you see, right, see how many. So look, Grafana data sources list, see how many we have. So many, it's there, wide variety of lot of Prometheus, Graphite, Loki mentioned, right, Jaeger, Zipkin, these also I don't know, MySQL, Postgres, so lot of things, right? There are a lot of things you can do here. Popular ones, Enterprise, Splunk, these also I've used. If you guys are interested, you can comment it down. I'll create. This is very, very important, and this is enterprise level. Okay, this is paid. Datadog, right? Community. So what I mean by this, there are a lot of data sources that we can use, right? So this is how the process will work. I hope this is clear. Now I'm going to first, let's do one thing. You can see that we are using some exporters, right? What exporters we are using? We are using node exporters, we are using C advisor, and we are using black box HTTP. Now all these three are very, very important, right? Now what I will do, right, first I'm going to give you a very basic overview that what actually all these are doing. I'm not going to write these in the code now. So first let's understand that why actually need all these things or all these adapters. So let's start with the first one, which will be the node exporter. So here let's create one more. I'm going to copy this only. Maybe let's change this into this now. So you have something called node exporter, right? What this node exporter actually does, this will give you host level matrices. So what I mean by this, so this, see, every exporter or every adapter has its own job, right? For example, node exporter is going to monitor a couple of things. So what it's going to monitor, it's going to monitor CPU, right, core level, load average. For example, what else? Disk uses, right, disk IO, then network traffic, all these things. So the job of node exporter will be to collect all this information and pass it to Prometheus, something like this. Now why this is very important, but consider your VPS is overloaded, right? So when VPS will be overloaded, what will happen? Your VPS is what? You have containers, right? So containers is going to suffer. So node exporter, so this is going to tell you that if the host itself is in bottleneck, okay, so this will be the term. I hope this is clear, right, what I mean. Now next we have C advisor. I think this will be more than enough. If you want, you can just check here and see in details node exporter in Prometheus like this. Okay, so you can see that you must configure this blah blah, apply changes if they are giving node exporter. Tell me what actually node exporter does. Gathers data, translate. See, this is what I need. CPU, memory, disk, network, all these things it's going to exposes. The term is exposes, okay? So this is going to give you all this information. So now next we have C advisor, right? C advisor, what it's going to do, it's going to give you container level matrices. So container level matrice, you can search these also here. So do C advisor. C advisor is for specific for your Docker containers. Okay, I hope this is clear. So I'm just going to give you what it's actually going to give you. So it's going to give you per container CPU uses. There can be a spelling mistake, okay? It's just I'll upload this, you will understand what I mean, right? You can just go through all these things. Then it's going to give you per container memory. Also it's going to give you container network stats. Okay, so this is what Sublyzer is going to do. So this is nothing, like just understand like this. Node exporter is host level matrix, Sublyzer is your container level matrix, right? That's it. Next, what we have, one more is there, right? Okay, let's understand. Okay, now consider, I'm going to give you one simple sentence so that you can understand this one very clean way. If your node exporter is telling that okay, CPU is at 90%, what Sublyzer is going to tell you? Can you guess? Now this is very best way to put these two things. Node exporter is telling CPU is at 90%. Sublyzer is going to tell okay, which container actually is burning the CPU. It's clear, right? See how simply I'm explaining here, that if host level CPU is at 90%, so there must be some container or maybe two containers is causing that issue. So that is going to Sublyzer is going to tell you that. And then you have something called black box exporter. So black box exporter will be end-to-end probing, right? Or outside in monitoring, something like that, probing. So simply black box here means that we treat our system like a black box, right? So what we are going to test, so we are going to test from the outside. Can I reach HTTPS URL? Do I get 200 response back? How long it is taking? Something like this. Okay, you can just search this also. So we'll do black box. Then what is black box? So internal spice, external auditor, it performs probes. Okay, tells black box exporter go check this, and then it's going to try to connect via HTTPS. I already mentioned that can I reach HTTP URL, right? Whether I'm going to get see, it's going to return the 200 okay or not, all these things, right? So this is what black box adapter is going to do. Now if you don't know, so it's this black box monitoring, right? So there is something called, we have white box versus black box also. So white box is actually is what, so we observe internal metrics, you're getting, right? So in this case this will be your node exporter and Sublyzer. So what is happening in the inside? Black box is like what is happening in the outside. For example, let's say we have our this endpoint, right? So now let's say we paste it, let's paste it here. So I'll do /API/health. So /health. So what this black box monitoring is going to do, so it's going to tell that can user actually access this service or not, and or is it fast or not, something like that. Now the point is, okay, you can ask me that why actually you need both. Then white box means we need node exporter Sublyzer, and also you need black box. Actually you need both. Why? Because black box is going to catch whatever happening in the outside. For example, let's say your DNS can fail, possible, right? DNS can fail, your routing mistakes can be there, right? There can be some problem with your reverse proxy, all those things. White box is like our internal CPU, memory, all these things, container related issues. So this is why you need both. I hope this is clear. So I think with this we have covered almost all the things. So first thing, what are you going to do, right? So we are going to create 3 files. Okay, so I'm just going to show you, are already created. I don't want to create all this every time. So first we are going to create an observability folder. So let's go to our code, and then I'm going to create an observability folder. Inside this, first we are going to create a compose.yml file. Okay, let's close everything else, and then I'm just going to copy from here directly. And this is very simple, not much difficult to understand. So you can see that we have our Prometheus image, right? This is the container name I've given, Grafana, right? This is the port. This Prometheus is running on 9090. This is our node exporter. I think I don't have to explain now. We have already explained in details what all these things are doing. We have our Sublyzer and we have our black box, right? All these things, and then we have our volumes. That's it. So this will be our first compose.yml that we need. Next we are going to have our prometheus.yml file. So here we are going to have some configs, so that we are going to discuss. So first I'm going to copy and paste here, then we'll see what is happening here. Okay, So here, first of all, you'll see that what we are doing, scrap interval is 15 seconds, mean what? Every 15 seconds, Prometheus is going to ask all the targets that I need matrix. So you need to provide me. Okay, this is clear. Then we have scrapping configs, right? So we have the job name, which is Prometheus, and the static configs we have given, the target is Prometheus. Then we have given something called as port 9090. So what actually we're telling here? We're simply telling that monitor the monitor. Something like this means we are simply checking that is actually Prometheus is up or Prometheus is down, whether it is scrapping or not, whether it is storing data or not, right? Then we have same one job name for node exporter, same thing we are simply checking. And then we have one for C advisor and one job for black box, right? And if you see in the black box, what actually we are doing here, we have given the target that I need to check or scrap or collect matrices from this particular. So here you have to give the domain that you are actually using. Don't copy paste mine. If you're using something else, you have to change this one here. Why this is important here? Remember, I already mentioned that Prometheus is actually not scrapping here, right? So you what actually is collect matrix, your node exporter, C advisor and black box. I hope this is clear. So that is the reason you have to pass the URL here, right? And then we have some other configs. So now I think this is done, and then we need one more file here. So we have one blackbox.yml, and then just add it here. Okay, all right, so now let's go here, and then I'm just going to copy this and we'll paste it here. Okay, so you can see that we have something called modules. So these modules is nothing but it's simply, this is a named prop profile, right? So it's simply telling that how exactly I'm going to probe. So whether it is a HTTP method, right? Whether there will be any timeouts, there will be any redirects, all those things. So now with this, I think these all the files we need, and now I'm going to add one more file, which will be in Ansible. I'm just going to add one, I'm going to create one playbook so that we don't have to do this one manually every time. So now let's go to the folder, Ansible folder. So I'm going to copy this. I'm going to create observability.yml, and then I'll just paste it, this part. Right, and this one we have already done multiple times, so I'm just going to show you. So it's simply telling the directory where we are going to have. So remember, this is where our app lies inside VPS. So we're going to create this folder observability, right? So you're simply checking that to check that this is exist. Then we are going to copy this to our VPS. Now this is what, this is the file that we have created. So this compose.yml file. Remember, similarly we are going to do for Prometheus config from prometheus.yml, this file, right? And then we're going to copy the blackbox.yml. We are going to start the containers, and then we're going to at the end show the running containers, right? So this is what we need. So now what will be the next step? Next step will be, now we are going to deploy this. Okay, so once this is deployed, we'll see that the Prometheus and the Grafana dashboard we will be able to see. But before that, finally we need to see the overall flow and the traffic, how this is happening. And this is very, very important. Means I'm talking about the whole video, whatever things you have learned so far. So let's create our final workflow. Okay, so don't skip this part also. If I'm telling that don't skip, so don't skip it. So here you can see that first we have our user browser. Okay, so this is our first step. Now what are you going to do here? So this user browser is actually calling your, not calling means I'm just giving the flow, right? So this is your duck DNS, from where you actually got your DNS, and then you have your VPS, right? So the VPS public IP, and you have your Caddy, right? So Caddy is doing what? It's actually giving you the automatic HTTPS. It's managing your reverse proxy. So here what actually this is doing, so this is telling that, okay, when I'll go to slash, so you're going to call our web 73, and then you're going to do the same for slash API start. So here you're going to call your server, right? This is what Caddy is doing, right? So this is our user traffic flow. Now how the monitoring path is working. So now you're going to have your Prometheus, right? So this is your Prometheus. I don't know whether the spelling is correct or not. So this is Prometheus. So what actually Prometheus is doing? Prometheus is doing nothing but it's actually doing scrap and getting the matrices, correct? And inside in between you have a lot of steps. Why? So why it is important to write all the steps? Because in between you have your adapters. So you have your node exporter. Node exporter is going to give you the host related information, CPU and all the things, right? RAM and disk. And then you have your C advisor. It's going to give you container level details, right? And then you have what? Your black box exporter. So black box exporter is going to probs. So it's going to probs public HTTPS URLs, right? So that means you have your domain and everything that you added, right? So this is your Prometheus flow, and then at the end you have your Grafana. So I'm just going to do Grafana. So Grafana is going to do what? Grafana is going to queries Prometheus, and based on that it's going to create the dashboards and panels. So this is our final flow, right? So this is how it is working. If you see all the things you have done, now definitely for all of these Sublyzer is connected, because Sublyzer is going to give you app level information. So that's why I'm not adding this one, but you'll understand what I mean by this. So with this, now we have actually completed the overall flow, but we haven't done yet. We have to deploy this. So now let's do this. Let's deploy our so I'm just going to exit from this. So let's clear this and let's deploy our Prometheus and Grafana, because we have to deploy that playbook, right? So go here and I'm going to go to this path, right? So I'll go to cd ops, cd Ansible, and then I'm just going to go just add the config one more time here, and then I'm just going to do Ansible playbook. So what playbook you have to deploy? See, you have to deploy, we have added a new playbook inside Ansible, which is observability. So let's copy this and I'm just going to do observability.yml, right? So it's going to deploy. So let's see what is happening here. Awesome. So this is done. So how this will be reachable? So what you need to do, go here, copy this DPS and paste it here, and then you have to go to targets. No, you have to go to :9090, and then you have to go to targets, this one. So you can see that you will be seeing something like this, some UI like this, where all the state will be up, right? So you can see that everything is up now. So now first of all what we are going to check, so let's go to graph and I'm just going to do here up, right? So we are going to just check basic scrap health, if this is working or not, and you're going to execute, and you can see that you're going to get up all the instance and everything, and you're going to get 1 here, right? So multiple series with value 1, that means the basic scrap health is fine. Now let's say you want to check that whether your website is reachable or API is reachable or not. So you can pass here prob_success, right? And if you execute, you can see that you are getting prob success. This is your API endpoint, right? This is 1. Prob success, this is your web endpoint, which is also 1. That means our Prometheus is actually working absolutely fine. Now till this part this is fine. Let's first create the Grafana, and we are going to create the dashboard so that visually it will be much easier to understand. So how we are going to do that? So again I'm going to copy this, right, and then I'm just going to do :3000. So we're going to get this Grafana in that one. So just give admin, just do create, and then we'll do skip for now. Okay, so you're going to get all of these, the data sources and whatever. So for now, first let's go to the connections. Okay, so go to the connections, and this is what I was talking about, that you're going to get lot of things here. Okay, so many things are there, and you can see that we are going to just use Prometheus for now. So I'm just going to do Prometheus You can see that we have Prometheus here. You remember I mentioned alert manager. If I'm creating an expert, I will be creating video on this maybe. So I'm just going to create Prometheus, and then you're just going to do add data source, right? So you're going to add the data source here. Okay, so data source will be added, and here what you need to do, right? You need to actually give the Prometheus URL here. So what I'm going to do is HTTP, and you're going to do Prometheus. Let me just copy from here. We have compose Prometheus colon 9090. Okay, so this will be our URL, and then we'll do save and test. You can see that this is successfully queried. Okay, so this is now connected. So now what are you going to do first let's go to doc menu. So let's go to first maybe explore, right? And here you can do, right, you can add a query here also. You can add multiple query also. So for now I'm just going to add up, and then you can run here directly, and you can see you are getting the same result that you are seeing here. So you can do up here also. You're getting, right, what I mean. You're going to get all those results. For example, let's say you can pass prob success. You can run this, you're going to get result here also. Okay, so this is what I'm talking about, that Grafana is going to help you to see the result visually. This is nothing but you're actually querying the data from Prometheus only. So the process is like Grafana is creating the dashboard, you're writing the prompt here, you're fetching the data from Prometheus, not fetching, but Prometheus is going to give you the data, right? You're querying the data from Prometheus, but how Prometheus is going to get the data? Prometheus is getting the data from its adapters. So you have node exporter, C advisor, black box, from all those things it's getting the data. So this is the overall flow it is working here. So now what I can do, right, maybe let's create some dashboard, right? So we'll go to dashboard, and I'm just going to do new, let's do new dashboard, right? And we'll do add visualization. And here you're going to select the data source. I'm going to select Prometheus only. And what you can do, right, first of all, let's give a panel name, right? So I'm just going to give panel name, maybe let's do panel 1. Let's do panel 1 colon, and let's do prob success. Okay, so something like up or down, something like this. So you can save this, and let's edit this now. And here what you can do, right, you can pass a query. Okay, I hope you're getting. So you're going to do prob success, run query. So you're going to get data here. Okay, so you can see that you're going to get data, and then what you can do, right, you can just do save, and then you're going to apply, and you're going to get data here. Okay, so then you can do add visualization again. Maybe let's do prob latency. Right, so maybe let's do seconds, and here I already copied prob duration seconds or something. This is what we need. So I'm just going to add this query here. No, not this. I need to copy this. Yeah, okay, anything prob duration seconds, run query. So you're going to get this, so save, and then you're going to apply. So you're going to get here also. Okay, and you can change this on to last 5 minutes. We'll be getting data here. So this is how you can create. Now maybe let's say if you want to create one more, so you can create one more here, right? So let's do maybe host CPU uses in percentage, right? So you can save this, and then you can pass the query here. Let's copy this, and then we're going to just paste it here, run query. Okay, and then save, and then we're going to apply. So we're going to get data here. So this is how the whole process will work. I hope this is clear, right? So now it's your job to do the experiment, because it's for me it is impossible to cover each and every command here, right? So you'll see that if I do see how many things you're getting here, right? Not possible everything, but based on your requirement you have to know learn all the other queries and everything. But for now, whatever you've learned, the process will be like this, right? So this is how you will be working with Prometheus and Grafana. So with this, I think we have completed almost everything, most of the things. I'm thinking to cover the load testing or not, but let's see. But for now, whatever you have done, all the things you have learned. So what are the things you have learned so far? Sublyzer, app level info and everything, right? Monitoring, performance, Terraform, Ansible, Caddy, Uptime, Kuma, Prometheus, Grafana, all those things. So with this, that's all for this particular section. Hey everyone, so I think we have almost completed all the sections, and I thought that I'm not going to cover load testing in this particular part, but let's discuss some of the very basic things you need to know, so that in the next part, if I'm creating any more videos on this advanced part, so I'll be covering this load testing in details. Okay. So first of all, for this one, we are going to use K6, right? And before, now mostly here we have little bit of practical that we are going to see, but still you need to understand that why actually you need load testing and how this fits in DevOps ecosystem, right? As usual, how we have discussed for other concepts. So let me just copy this, and then I'm just going to paste it here. And let's remove all the things. Okay, so first of all, you have to understand that what load testing actually proves, right? Now, in one sentence, in very simple way to explain, it's like, how does my system behave when multiple users hit the system at the same time? That's it. So load testing simply means that you are going to understand that how my system is going to behave when multiple users hit your system at same time. Okay. Now mostly you are going to validate three things. Now first one is very important, and you remember I already discussed this part previously, and that is latency, right? You have something called different latencies, and also percentiles that you can we can measure, right? For example, let's say a P99 latency, those kind of things. So what actually latency tell that do your responses remain fast enough, right, at the traffic level that you are getting, right? For example, let's say if your traffic increases, whether your responses are still fast or actually responses are getting slow. All right, I hope this is clear. So for this one, so just to give you some of the idea, if you notice that in the source code, in the routes, we have some route that I have created. For example, this debug slow, this route, right? And then we have a health endpoint, then one error endpoint. But this is what I'm talking about, right? For example, let's say if you are getting too many traffic, right? So lot of users are hitting your system at the same time, whether you're getting the responses are still fast enough or not. Second thing you're going to see, so first thing you're going to see what? Latency, right? Second is stability, right? Stability, this is also very important. Means stability means, if I wanted to explain in a very simple way, that the responses that you are getting or your user is going to receive, whether it is okay or it is 200 or not, right? In simple way. And then the resources, right? Or to put it in better way, this will be resource behavior. So what I mean by this resource behavior is nothing but that what happens to your CPU or memory uses when you are getting lot of traffic. So what is the state of your CPU and memory, right, when the traffic increases, when the traffic increases. Okay, so this is what. Now one thing you have to also understand, that what actually this load testing doesn't prove, that it's not going to tell you, or it won't automatically tell you that why it is slow. You're getting right what I mean. It's not going to tell you the reason, right? Means for example, profiling or something like tracing, all those things, right? So that is also you need to understand. So for now, the load testing normally we are going to use, that is very important. That is the first, I will not say the first one, but all three, that it's going to check the latency, the stability of your system, and the resource behavior. Means if your CPU is getting spiked or not in your Grafana dashboard, that you are going to see. What is K6? Now K6 is a scriptable load generator. Okay, so what we are going to do, right? So we are going to write a JS test, right? what this test is going to describe. So if you go here, right, we have this code I already written. I don't want to write this, but it's going to take a lot of time. So here I've written some of the endpoints that we want to hit. For example, let's say I want to hit the health endpoint, I want to hit the issues list endpoint, I also want to test the debug slow endpoint, and based on that, it's going to, what we are going to do, we are going to actually increase the traffic using virtual user. So you can see that, and then you are going to see the latency. I hope this is clear, right? What K6 is going to collect, it's going to collect request timing. Now this is the key part I was talking about. Multiple times I have discussed this, right? So what K6 is going to collect, so K6 is going to collect these things. It's going to collect the request timing. So what I mean by request timing is nothing but your P50, right? These are latency, you can also say P95 and P99. Okay, these things, right? It's also going to check the error rate, okay, and also it's going to do a couple of checks. So this is what it's going to do. So for now, I think this will be more than enough, right? For now, what we are going to do, simply we have written some of the logic here. So for now, let's do one thing. Maybe we will create one file here. So I'm just going to copy this, and let's go here, and what we can do, maybe here inside this, I'm just going to create a test. Let me just check that what is the folder name that we have given. So we'll do ops tests and K6. Okay, so I'm just going to give this one. So I'll do rename tests, and inside this I'm going to do K6, and let me just check what is the file name. We will do status board, maybe this one. So I'm just going to copy this, and inside this I'm just going to create the logic, or the that what actually we want to test. So first let me just copy this, paste it here, and then we'll discuss that what actually we are doing here, right? So for example, let's say we are going to use this K6/HTTP. If you want to see this one in details, you can go to the Grafana K6, right, and you can also read the documentation and everything. But again, if you don't have any idea, but then I will suggest that this will be a perfect place to start. Don't go to the documentation directly. That is not that I'm not telling that don't read the documentation, but first learn the basic things, then you can go. Base URL you can put it in env also, but for now I'm just keeping directly. This is our deployed URL. Whatever URL you are using, just replace it here, and then what you are simply giving, we are given some options that first 15 seconds we are going to gradually ramp up to 5 virtual users, then in 30 seconds we are going to move this to 15, and then again we are going to ramp down to 0 users. Okay, so this is what we are actually adding the virtual user to test the load. Okay, then we are given some threshold, that this is global threshold, that these are the percentage of failed request must stay below 1%. Okay, then you have overall latency. Overall latency means whatever endpoints you have and the request you are going to get, all the request should be 95% of the request must finish within or under 1200 milliseconds, right? And for the slow endpoint, so if you go to the routes, you can see that we have a slow endpoint. So for slow endpoint, we actually increase the threshold little bit. Okay, this is what we are doing, and then we are just simply telling that which all are the endpoint that we wanted to test. Now one thing I wanted to mention here, and that is that don't give slash here. Okay, so it's going to give you error, so you don't have to give it, so you just keep it like this, because if you see it, or else it will give you double slash like this, so it's going to result in error. So this is what we need to test the logic. Now again, if you have multiple routes, you can add as many routes needed, you can experiment by yourself, but I'm just trying to explain the basic concept. So once this is done, so next what we're going to do, right, we just need to update the Ansible playbook. Okay, so what we are going to do, so let's go to the deploy YML, and maybe after this, so sync frontend folder to VPS. So after this, let's add this. So here I'm just going to do what, so first I'm going to check that if ensuring this K6 directory exists on the VPS, right? So this is the app directory we are using, this is a root directory opt/status board, and inside this we are going to have ops test K6, and then what you're simply doing, we're simply taking the source code, right? That's it. So it's simply taking the source code from the source code that we have added here. So just copy this, and then we will just paste it maybe after this sync frontend folder to VPS, and here we can paste this one, right? So you just need to and give enter. That's it. So save this, and this will be done. Now what you are going to do, right, you will go here and then first of all we need to deploy. So let's go back, and then I'm just going to just add the config once again here, and then I'm just going to do Ansible playbook and I'll do deploy.yml. okay, so it's going to start, and then what we need to do, right, we just have to run this command, right? So what you do, it's simply directly going to do inside VPS only docker run. This is the base URL, right? And you can see that we are using Grafana K6, and this is the path ops test K6 statusboard.js. Now I will be adding all of this in the source code, so you can just copy paste, right? So just copy this. First let's wait. Okay, so this is done. Now first of all what I'm going to do, right, I'll do SSH root @ and then login, right? So we are going to log in. Let me just take the what is that, VPS IP. Okay, so just copy this. All right, so now we can just directly run this. Okay, so once we are going to run this, okay, you can see that what is telling that could not be local disk, make sure you specify the right path. Okay, what error we have done, test K6 statusboard.js. Okay, got it. So you have to go to cd/opt/statusboard in this folder, and now we are going to run this. Alright, so now you'll see that what will happen. I'll go here and then just change this one to 5 seconds, right? So I'm just change this one to 5 seconds, and you are going to see the result here. Okay, side by side I'm just going to keep it, and you will see that you are going to see the increase in CPU. So it's actually increasing the load, and then you'll be able to directly see it. Now we can do a lot of things. We can modify all of this. We can add more more panels here just to test. For now we'll just see that CPU uses, so that I'll give you a very basic idea that what is actually happening here, and based on that you'll be able to test the load and everything, right? So you can see that it's increasing the CPU now. It's increasing the load now. Okay, in 14, let's wait. You see, right? So it's already increasing, and once this is done, right, so you can see that you should be getting that the check actually succeeded 100%. So it's actually successfully done, right? And then you can see all the latency here, that what is the value of P95, right, and all those details. And see, this is just very basics. I will not say this is like a section for load testing, but this is just to give you a very basic idea that how things usually work. But I am going to create a detailed section for this video. I think this is already too much. We have already discussed a lot of things, but I hope that this will give you a proper idea that how you are going to test and see all of these things. If you're creating any college project, and let's say you're creating all those things, right, you'll see that you will definitely going to do a great job, right? Because if you're a student specifically, or even if you're, let's say, working on your own SaaS, then also these things are very important. And you'll see that after some time it's actually come down, because this is already done. Okay, so this is all about the section for load testing. And with this, I think we have almost completed all the sections. We have learned a lot of things, and that's all for this particular video. You can download the source code from the description from my website for free, and I will see you in my next video. Till then, good luck and peace.